children. I now have 7. I brought my 2 daughters with me, Roshin and Sinead. And Roshin was a very strong rugby supporter. And she came along dressed as a Springbok. And one of the guys there said, yes, but you're Irish. So do you support Ireland or do you support South Africa? And she said, actually, I support 3 teams. First, I support South Africa because I'm South African. Secondly, I support Ireland because I'm Irish. And the guy said, but what's the 3rd team that you support? She said, whoever's playing against England. So that gives you the flavor. And that was in 1995, which is, my math's not, 31 years ago. So 31 years ago, we all considered ourselves South African. And I have children that were born here and went to school here. And they considered themselves South African. And I would consider it criminal for me to support a foreign government. It's very easy to have foreign passports because it's very convenient to be able to travel around the world. Unfortunately, because of the levels of corruption in South Africa, the South African passport is not what it used to be. But an Irish passport gets you into any country in Europe. And the South African passport will not get you into any country in Europe without standing in queues and filling in forms and obtaining visas and so on and so forth. So the multiple passport story, Chairman, is a convenience. And I have taken the oath a short while ago, and I want to remind everybody that having taken that oath, I'm stating clearly under oath, I have never acted as a foreign agent in this country.
And just while we're on that, you mentioned that your businesses in property development and also the forensic company O'Sullivan, Brosnan and Associates effectively cross-subsidize your NGO work for forensics for justice. Apart from that, do you receive any other funding, especially foreign funding?
Chairman, we don't receive any foreign funding. On the website, forensicsforjustice.org, we are fully transparent and we publish our accounts. So from 2015 until present time, anybody can go on and look at our accounts. And when you see the amount of money that comes into our accounts, which is shown in those audited accounts, you will see actually we run that on a shoestring. And in most years, we're lucky if we get 100,000 in donations. And most of the donations we get, Chairman, are a man in the street, 500 Rand here, 500 Rand there. We don't have any big donors. We had one big donor who paid us over a period of about a year, I think 700,000 Rand. And that was something that that company had chosen to do as a sponsorship. And that was a few years ago. But we have no, absolutely to our knowledge, no overseas donors.
Now, again, maybe just going a bit off script, but because we at the point about your businesses, Ms. Sarah Jane Trent, her name has been mentioned. Tell us a little bit about her. Do you know her? Did she work for you? What was your relationship with her? Does she still work for you? What did she do when she worked for you?
Chairman, I can't remember the year now, but it would probably been about 2013 or 2014, somewhere like this. Sarah Jane Trent applied to the company for a position as an intern. She had completed her law degree, but she hadn't completed her articles and she hadn't taken her board exams. And she applied for a position as an intern. So we gave her a 1-year contract.
And is this for O'Sullivan, Brosnan and Associates?
Yes, at that time it's the same company, but at that time it was called Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. Because I'm moving towards pension, I decided to take on a partner a few years ago, and now it's called O'Sullivan Brosnan and Associates. So my plan would be within the next year or two that, if God gives me the grace to stay around till then, that I will go on pension and the company can still carry on running. But it was Paul O'Sullivan Associates. She applied for a position as a intern doing legal research work. We have an in-house corporate counsel who's a lawyer. And at that time, I gave her a one-year contract. At the end of the one-year contract, she wanted to continue working, and her work performance was acceptable. It was very good. And then I signed a permanent contract with her. So she became a permanent employee as defined in the Labour Relations Act. And the condition of employment was that within 2 years, she complete her articles and be registered as an attorney, and also complete and take her board exams to become a certified fraud examiner, which I already was. And she then, she did that. So she became an attorney and a certified fraud examiner. And then that coincided with my decision to form this non-profit company, Forensics for Justice. So I invited her to be the executive director. I was the founder of it, but I invited her to be the executive director of Forensics for Justice, which meant she was the person that would have to assist with those pro bono investigations that we would carry out. But she effectively reported to me, and she carried out my instructions.
And what's the current?
Just a moment, Honorable Matthies.
Pardon? I didn't hear that.
Thank you, Chair. Can the evidence leader tell us on which page of the statement we are on, and particularly on the matter of Sarah Jane, because I didn't see it in the statement. Thanks.
Okay. Point taken.
As I respond, Chair, I did say it's not right. It's not in the statement right now, but I prefaced my remark by saying I'm going a bit off script because we are talking about your company and the non-profit organization, and the name of Sarah Trent has come up. Can you now at this stage just, and that's what the witness has been doing.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'll continue, Chair.
Honorable Matthies.
Chair, the evidence leader, since he started, has not even said we are on paragraph 1, we are on paragraph 2. He's not leading. He's always going off script. We don't know where we are following. I mean, there's just a basic thing on leading evidence. On paragraph 2, you are talking about this. Can you expand? That's all we're asking, so we can follow properly. Thank you, Chair. And we raised this even last week, and he's doing the same thing again.
Advocate Arendse, may you please repeat what you said?
Thank you, Chair. So we were still discussing your interests, your business interests, and your non-profit organization, referring to one in which is still in paragraph 1 of your statement.
Before you proceed, I just wanted you to explain to Honorable Matthies what you are doing so that all of us are able to follow you.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, I was saying that if you can explain to her the issue of Sarah Jane Trent. May you Please explain to her so that she understands what you
Okay, it's not that I don't understand. I get that the senior counsel is even saying he's going off the beaten track. I'm saying that since the senior counsel started, he has not even pointed us to a single paragraph. And I'm just asking that he affords us so we can follow on the statement what it is we are dealing with. So if he gets to a certain paragraph, I'm on paragraph 5. And I'm going to ask also here about Sarah Jane. She doesn't appear anymore. If you go back and you look at hindsight, since the senior counsel started, he has not even indicated we're on paragraph 1 or 2 or 3. So we're just asking for that basic indulgence, please, Chair.
Yeah, I think what he said was that he will go off script. And I think once he comes back to the statement, he will alert all of us. Let's proceed.
Honorable Chair, I referred to paragraph 1. I did refer at the outset to paragraph 1, and the witness can confirm that. And we were talking about his businesses and what he does.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Let's do like this. Let's
So in relation to what is in paragraph 1,
Advocate Arons, just one moment.
Right.
Just a moment. Yeah. Okay, we can proceed. We are on paragraph 1 now.
we are on paragraph 1,
Yeah.
where Mr. O'Sullivan indicates that his company, Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, changed its name to O'Sullivan, Brosnan and Associates, and he explained how that took place. He also indicated that he formed this company, Forensics for Justice, and explained how that took place. We discussed, which is not mentioned in paragraph 1, about funding, sources of funding. Why? Because this issue has been raised before the Honorable Committee on previous occasions. So while I was there, I asked him about it because he discussed the funding, and I asked the question about whether it's foreign funded and so on. And while we were there, he discussed people who work for him. So I said, the name of Sarah Trent has come up in this committee. In fact, she's now been identified as a witness. So can you just also tell us about her? And that's where we were.
That is sufficient, Advocate Arons. Let's proceed.
Thank you. Mr. O'Sullivan, so just what is Ms. Sarah Jane Trent's current position in relation to Forensics for Justice? Is she still the executive director?
Chairman, in March, about 3, I think it's almost 4 years ago, actually, Ms. Trent expressed a desire to move on. I think she'd been with me at that stage for about 7 years. And she expressed the desire to move on. So she resigned as executive director in March 22 of, is that 4 years ago? Almost 4 years ago. She resigned as executive director of Forensics for Justice. She was also director of what was still called Paul O'Sullivan Associates at that stage. She resigned as a director of Paul O'Sullivan Associates. And she was also a director of one of my development companies, and she resigned as a director of that company. And she went to work somewhere else, and I wished her good luck. And yeah, so she hasn't been involved in my businesses for almost 4 years.
So does she have any other association or relationship with you, either professional or otherwise?
None whatsoever, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Now, in paragraphs 4 and 5, paragraphs 4 and 5, you list several professional qualifications and commendations in your affidavit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe your experiences and how these recognitions and commendations
I can just read
has
it.
shaped your expertise in combating fraud and corruption.
Yeah, if I can, and these are obviously, you could say qualifications or memberships or whatever. Perhaps it's back to front, because actually I joined the police in 1990. So, and the reason I joined the police, Chairman, it was quite simple. I was running a property development company at the time, and I had a secretary, and oh, excuse me, my chair got broken, my car got broken into, and somebody stole the radio out of my car. In those days, you had a radio with a tape, you know, you push a tape in and everything, and there was a craze of people breaking into cars and stealing those radios. And my car got broken into, and somebody stole the radio. And I told my secretary to get the in to replace the window and put the new radio in. And she said, "Have you opened the case?" I said, "You know, it's a few $100 for a car radio and a window. And the paperwork involved to open a case, I think I should just leave it." And she said, "No, no, my husband is in the police, and he says every case should be opened. And in fact, you should meet him." And I met him. Very nice guy. I can't remember his first name now, because it's a very long time ago. But he was a major in the police. Edwards, his name was, and he was the station commander at Halfway House Police Station. And I met him, and I opened the docket. And then, of course, they never caught anybody. But then he said to me, "You know what? You can become a police reservist." So he explained to me how it all worked and everything. You have to fill in forms and whatnot, and they have to do, they have to check to make sure you don't have a criminal record, and then you do the training and you become police reservist. So I did that. And that was in 1990. That's 36 years ago. I became a police reservist. And I realized that it was important in this country, not just to be a taker, but to be a giver as well. So I started contributing. And my contribution was to work hard as a police reservist, and that's what I did. And then I realized that it would be important to get relevant training and relevant skills for the work that I was doing. So I went on a number of courses at my own expense. And eventually I became a certified fraud examiner. I became a member of the society, the American Society of Criminology. There's no South African Society of Criminology. I became a voice stress analyst, a certified voice stress analyst in 2001. I became a certified aviation security specialist in 2001. And that related to my work at the time. I was a fellow at the Institute of Directors since 1991. In fact, I became a U.S. Department of Justice certified document examiner since 2000. That flowed from the work I was doing in the border police, because in I was originally in the police in Boysens, and in 1996 I got badly injured.
Mr. O'Sullivan, can I just interrupt you? You've now just jumped to, or if I could just indicate to the honorable members, we're discussing, initially I asked you about the recognition and the commendations which are at paragraph 4 and 5.
Okay.
And if you wish to highlight anything there, and then you had also jumped to paragraphs.
Okay.
The volunteer,
I'm sorry.
your heading volunteer
Yeah, I
work
will
as
try
a
and follow
reservist.
yeah.
That's from paragraphs 14 through to 20.
Okay, so in paragraph 5.
So, yeah, so at the moment you've now jumped to paragraph 6,
Yeah.
your professional background.
Okay, let me go back to
Property
paragraph 5.
Yes.
Sorry, Chairman. My mind sometimes is ahead of my eyes.
Is there anything you want to to highlight there in paragraph 4 and 5.
Yeah, so I think
Advocate, may we take Honorable Malema?
I think I've dealt with paragraph 4. On paragraph 5.
Thanks, Chair.
Pardon? What?
Honorable Malema.
Yeah, I wanted to check, I'm happy that the evidence leader is now referring us to paragraphs because I thought they were still going to come to paragraph 3, where the witness suggests that we can't ask him questions about anything before 1990. I've never had a witness who gives an affidavit saying to us, you can't ask me this or that, because when he took an oath, he committed to answer all the questions and do so truthfully. And he can't say to us, so how do we treat paragraph 3 after he has taken an oath? How do we treat it? What is this paragraph worth of?
Are we on to that paragraph, advocate, or are we still going there?
They were on paragraph 4 now.
Mr. O'Sullivan, in paragraph 3, highlighted now by Honorable Malema, is that for reasons of personal and family security, you will not engage in discussions concerning your family, background, education, or business interests in South Africa or overseas prior to 1990. For what reason or why do you mention that?
Chairman, just for personal security, over the last 15 years, there's been 10 attempts on my life. In 1996, I was shot 3 times. There have been multiple attempts on my life. And Chairman, unfortunately, the criminal element, what they try to do is they try to find out things about you, which is of a personal nature. They want to know, where's your business interest? Where are your children living? Where are your properties? So I've made it clear that I'm not going to be providing any of that information. It's just not going to be advanced. And we can sit here all day and you can ask me a million questions. I will not provide that information. I'm entitled to protect my own personal interests and to protect my family interests. And I intend to do that, Chairman.
You have already mentioned that you have 7 children.
Yes, I have 7 children, but I'm not giving all their names out, and I'm not saying where they are and what they're doing. You know, I have the right to protect my family and my interests and my personal interests. And the dirty games that are being played by the criminals that I've been exposing, as I've said prior to this, Chairman, there have been at least 10 recorded attempts on my life. There are people on trial at this moment in time for trying to murder me, for nothing more than exposing their criminal conduct.
Let's just hold it before I take you, Honorable Malema, for a follow-up. Yeah, I note your hands. I don't think that it will be fair for you to make a statement that we can sit here for the whole day.
I can't hear. Sorry, Chairman, I can't hear what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying that I don't think it's fair for you to make the statement that we can sit here for the whole day. Surely you could get a better way to say it, isn't it?
Well, we don't have to sit here the whole day, Chairman.
Yeah.
I prefer to just get on and give my evidence.
No, I'm saying on the question, whether you are prepared to answer for matters before 1990.
Yeah.
And then you say, no, we can sit here for the whole day. I'm not going to say anything. I don't think it's a better way to say it. You could have found a polite way to make that statement. Do you agree with me?
A point taken, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't think it is correct for the witness to write his own questions and answer them. He can't say to us, we can't ask him anything about things that happened before 19. What if the business you are talking about started engaging in wrongdoing before 1990 and is still doing the same thing now and want to refer back to where it started? What if there is an allegation that you are handling certain activists of the liberation movement that happened before 1990? And that's why you've got certain relationship you have with them today. So it cannot be correct, and that has got nothing to do with criminality. That has got everything to do with trying to demonstrate that you have captured criminal justice system way before even 1994. So it can't be correct, Chair, especially after taking an oath that is going to answer every question here and answer it truthfully. And therefore, we need to make it very clear as a committee that is going to answer every question presented before him here. He's under oath. And it's not going to tell us here that we can sit here the whole day and ask him questions. He's not going to answer those questions. He's going to have to answer those questions. He has taken an oath to answer the questions. And that must be made very clear to him.
Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomvalo, you are going to speak, honorable members. There is no need for you to be.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, paragraph 3 is problematic because, you know, when you go to paragraph 5.1, commendation from Scotland Yard for stopping a knife attack and arresting suspect 1978. And now, on paragraph 3, it says that we can't ask him anything before that. He's contradicting his own statement as well here. And as well, I mean, when you look at paragraph 3, background and education has nothing to do with criminality. I mean, it doesn't make sense, Chair. Hence, I'm just giving one example. Himself, this is what he said, yes, Scotland Yard, 1978. He stopped somebody, you know, knife attack. But here he's telling us that we can't ask anything beyond 1990. It can't be allowed, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Nomvalo. Harvard. Honorable Nhlanhla.
No, Chair, I think it's just a matter of echoing what the colleagues have been saying, that the oath you have just administered now does point it out that the witness must answer fully and satisfactorily. And beyond that, Chair, I don't know how an education background can become a security hazard. And also in the body of the affidavit itself, there are a lot of events that the witness is telling us which are pre-1990. Honorable Skosana is talking about the 1978 thing, 76. He details on his life in 1986, 1987, 1989. Now, the nature the nature of the paragraph itself is actually limiting us from diving down to what is saying in the body also of the affidavit. So I think we shouldn't accept that there are matters before 1990 that should not be responded to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think, honorable members, it goes without a debate. The witness has deposed a statement with us. This committee has been mandated to investigate. So any allegations that have been made or any information that members of the committee want to probe with you, they are going to do so. Let me remind you that you are under oath, and let's cooperate.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, the oath I took was to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I did not take an oath to answer every single question if it's going to violate my personal information and my family security. And if we take, Chairman, paragraph 3, and we take paragraph 5.1, Chairman, the two are not related.
Mr. O'Sullivan, let's not go to the statement now.
Okay,
You
thank you,
have-
Chairman.
Listen to me. Look at me. You have the evidence leader in front of you. The evidence leader is going to lead you paragraph by paragraph.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
And then the oath that you have taken here says that fully and satisfactorily, you are going to ask questions that have lawfully been put to you.
Thank you, Chairman.
So if we on your statement, you have deposed a paragraph that speaks about an event that happened prior 1990s on your statement. The honorable members have a right to ask you about it. If there could have been any witness who came here and made a statement or an allegation about an event that happened before 1990, and you were involved or you are alleged to have been involved, you will have to respond to that. These members, if by chance they have any matter prior to 1990, they want to probe with you, please respond to those questions.
Thank you, Chairman.
But for now, I want you to follow the evidence leader. The points I'm making here must not be points for debate.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And without sounding argumentative, the reality of the situation is that the qualification about prior to 1990 says, for personal and family security, I will not engage in discussions concerning my family, background, education, or business interests in South Africa or overseas prior to 1990. If any member has a question they want to put about any event that took place prior to 1990, and it doesn't impinge on my family security and my safety, I have no problem with that question.
Let me say this to you. Let's cross the bridge when we come to it.
Yes, I think that's a good idea,
Yeah.
Chairman.
Because what we will not allow here is for you to prescribe what you should be asked and what you should not be asked. For now, there is no question that has been put to you. At that stage, when those questions are put to you, I want you and all of us to proceed with the same understanding that questions are going to be asked here. Questions have been asked with all of the witnesses that have appeared before this committee, and they have responded to those questions. There are witnesses, for instance, some of them were asked very, very sensitive questions, including their romantic relations. Not only here, even in the commission outside here, or even in society out there, those questions have been asked. So I don't want us to be agitated. I want us to understand that you are here before this committee. You are going to cooperate, all of us. We are going to cooperate with you. You are going to cooperate with us. We are a committee probing allegations. And for us to successfully probe those allegations, you have to honestly come forward and respond to the questions that members are asking.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I want to confirm that I'm here to cooperate, and I'm definitely not agitated. Some of the members may be agitated, but I am not.
No,
Thank
there
you.
is no member who is agitated.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
It is me who will say that.
Okay.
Yeah. Honorable Malim.
No, thanks, Chair. It's not about whether the question will arise or not. That statement by its own nature is wrong and it must be removed. Before we proceed, we must agree paragraph 3 must be expunged from that affidavit. Because even if he had not written that in that statement, in the affidavit, and someone was to ask a question that is uncomfortable with him, he will bring that to attention and he will make that ruling. Now, if we allow him to proceed with this paragraph 3, it means we allow him to tell us which questions to ask him and which questions not to ask him. We know how we work. We cannot be told in an affidavit, you are not going to ask me questions that happened before 1990. If we allow that to happen, we are setting a wrong precedence. He can't tell us that. He needs to remove that paragraph. We need that paragraph removed. He can't tell us which questions to answer him, which questions not to answer him. If there's a question that is security threat or incriminating or any other matter, you are well placed to deal with those matters. We cannot be told by a witness that you can do anything before 1990, I will not answer. You can even sit here the whole day, I won't answer anything before 1990. We are going to come out of this committee looking like clowns that were told by witness which questions to ask him, which questions not to ask him. He's going to be speaking about other people here. He's going to be speaking about other people here, and he doesn't want to be asked questions about himself. Well, he must be asked questions about himself because he's also going to talk about other people. And he already calls them criminals. So he needs to remove this paragraph 3. It's not about whether the question will come or not. This is just like a principal telling us that we must not go beyond 1990 on this textbook. It can't be corrected. It has got everything else to, it smells like supremacy. And we can't sit here with our clear conscience and allow it to proceed like that. We need to be advised from evidence leaders' point of view. I may not know the law. In a situation like this, what do we do? Where this paragraph in a signed affidavit is very problematic. He tells us from right at the beginning, you are not going to ask me anything about 1990. Even if you try, we can sit here the whole day. I want to answer that. And then we say, let's proceed. That is a very disrespectful statement, which must not be accepted by this honorable house. Thanks, Chair.
Advocate Arendse.
Honorable Chair, honorable members. In relation to no witness that has appeared before this honorable committee, including Mr. O'Sullivan, are we bound by what a witness says in his or her affidavit that they place before the committee? In fact, I've already asked several questions which do not appear on the statement, and where Honorable Matthys had said, where's the reference to it in the statement? So we are not bound by the four corners. As evidence leaders, we consult with a witness, all the witnesses thus far. Some of them insist that they want certain things said in an affidavit or removed from an affidavit. We exchange drafts with them and we settle the affidavit not on the basis that this is a document that's been agreed. Otherwise, you don't need us. You can just place the affidavit before the honorable committee and the witness can read it and they can ask him questions. We place it before the committee to facilitate the leading of evidence, but in many instances, in some instances where I've been criticized, we go out of the affidavit because we tell the witnesses in consultation, including Mr. O'Sullivan, that we will put to you contrary versions of other witnesses or other information or other evidence that we have gathered, and we will ask you about that. And again, it's not for them to agree that that's the case or not. That is the nature of them giving evidence. The purpose of putting a written affidavit before the honorable committee is to facilitate
Yeah.
the interaction with the witness. What is important is the oral evidence given before the committee. I'm glad Honorable Madema raised the issue of what is contained in paragraph 3, because I was going to ask Mr. O'Sullivan, if it's, one can understand, and hopefully we all understand, that issues of safety and security, especially regarding your family and your personal security, all of us would be concerned about that. But there seems to me no reason why we cannot ask Mr. O'Sullivan about his life, his career, his qualifications preceding 1990. Especially in the context of a question I've already asked him, which is not in his affidavit, is there's an allegation that you are funded by foreign agents. Are you a foreign agent? That's what people are curious about. And because of his role in crime fighting, crime prevention for some 36 years, he's become a prominent figure in South Africa. And it's entirely relevant that people want to know, where do you actually come from? And what have you done before you came to South Africa?
Okay.
So, with your leave, I want to ask him that. And if he doesn't want to answer me, then I'm sure honorable members will ask him when
Yeah.
their turn comes to ask him questions.
I want you to proceed with the leading of oral evidence, and we proceed by the decision that that paragraph does not belong here. We don't accept it.
Chair, Honorable Chair, just before you entertain other objections or questions from honorable members, we accept that. And no witness can tell this honorable committee or the evidence leaders that certain questions are off limits. It is what he put in his affidavit, but we're not bound by it.
Okay. Can I see those who want to speak? Can you raise your hand? Chief Whip, Skosana, Honorable Skosana, Honorable James.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning to you and good morning to colleagues. No, Chair, the reason I'm raising my hand is because I think we are now traveling to a wrong direction. We've had many witnesses in the past, and many of them have said things that we don't agree with, some of which we objected, we engaged them on those issues. And some of those testimonies were written down in their affidavit. So I don't think, Chair, it's going to be appropriate for us to amend an affidavit of a witness. I think we shouldn't amend the affidavit. While I agree with the sentiment that no witness should be permitted to tell us what we can and cannot ask him or her, but I equally do not think that we'll be acting rationally if we want to take a decision as a committee that before we proceed now, we are amending the following paragraphs of your affidavit. So my own view, Chair, is that the ruling you made, and I think the additions that were made by the senior counsel are adequate to confirm that we're going to delve into this affidavit and beyond it as we see it fit, and the witness will be required to answer and respond to all questions. But I really would like to suggest that we should not make a call that there are certain paragraphs of his affidavit that we want to agree as a committee we don't recognize or that they don't exist. They exist, but we disagree with them, and we will engage him in the way in which we see it fit as a committee. That's what I want to propose, Chair, because I'm worried that if we take the line that says, let's expunge the paragraph. When we have expunged the paragraph, you are effectively saying that we must adjourn and allow him to relook at his affidavit so that he decide what is it that he's going to sign and bring back to us. So my views, I don't think we should take that route, Chair. I think it's sufficient to take a position that as he has also himself agreed, he will answer all the questions. And in circumstances where we identify that he is refusing to answer certain questions, he can't say, I am not doing so because you have agreed with my affidavit. We don't have to agree with anybody's affidavit here. All we are required to do is to receive a sign-off affidavit. We engage people on their affidavits and beyond. So that's what I wanted to say, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Skhosana.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we have to know about Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Robert O'Sullivan, biography. Who's this man who's sitting before us here? Who's this man who's sitting before? We don't know anything. This thing doesn't say anything here. There's no biography. We don't know him. He just said that he's got 3 passports, South Africa, Ireland, and UK. That's not enough, Chair. Who is he? The affidavit is before us here, but it's incomplete from the word go. I mean, paragraph 1, I mean, other male, a fraud investigator, and this and that. There's nothing here, Chair. There's nothing here, Chair. We must know who's he. Educational background's got nothing to do with criminality or his origin. As he said, he said he was born somewhere and, he regards himself. This is not enough, Chair. We can't thumbsuck here. Every witness who sat here, we know exactly from the beginning, the introduction is clear. As you sit there, Chair, you don't know as well. As you sit there, you don't know who's the man sitting before us. Besides that, is Paul Robert O'Sullivan. Where is he from? Educational background, I mean, Chair, no. Chair, he must tell us who is he. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Chair, with all the other witnesses that have appeared before us, a precedence was set. We had a CV on record. Where is Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's CV? I want to echo the sentiments of MK. Ons weet nie wie is die man wat voor ons sit nie. We've jumped into his career and everything without a CV. Where is his CV? And he cannot come here and tell us that we must dance according to his tune. He basically said to this committee earlier on, I am here and I'm here to only speak my truth. He made it clear to us, we cannot allow that and we won't accept it. Thank you.
Your hand was not up.
No, it was up, Chair.
No, it wasn't when I noted the hands. Chief Whip, I hear the point that you are saying on the affidavit. And that paragraph, to my understanding, is that it is not a testimony. It's a condition for this committee. So if we allow such a condition in a statement and saying, look, we can't amend the statement. A condition is something very difficult for us to continue with a statement that has a condition in it. And if we say we disagree with this condition, I would be persuaded to agree with you where a witness alleges something that, look, what you tell us, we disagree with this. This may not be accurate. But where you have a condition that says you will not or you shall not ask me anything, it becomes very problematic. And that is why, maybe for lack of a better word, I said the committee cannot accept a condition like that one. Maybe whether we expunge it or we don't expunge it, we disagree with it or we agree with it. Let's all agree that the committee does not accept this condition in its proceedings. And where I stand, I strongly feel that we will be reduced into a mockery if we are going to allow any witness to come before us and lay terms within which we are going to engage with him or her. And when I listen to you, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, maybe to come closer to where members are, you are saying there is a sensitive information that you feel it's very much important for the security of your children and your family. That's what I heard you saying.
Yeah, Chairman,
Maybe if I, yeah,
if I can explain.
just wait a moment for me to conclude.
Sorry.
So that you understand that the condition that says we cannot ask you questions on matters before 1990, it's not accepted in this committee proceedings.
It's not a condition, Chairman. I've stated very clearly that it's only for reasons of personal safety and family security. If you don't dig into my family or my personal safety, you can ask me any question you want.
Listen, there is no problem. We want these proceedings to go ahead, and the only way that they can go ahead, for instance, there have been witnesses that came here before us and said to us that we may not be able to disclose the following information with you because by law we are not allowed. And we are leaders in this country. We are aware, and it has also been brought to light, how citizens of this country found themselves endangered. Some even lost their lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I didn't hear what you said.
If there is any information that may endanger your security, you can tell this committee and say, there is information like this that I think is going to be dangerous to the security of my family or to my children. And we have been amenable as a committee to say information like that, for instance, if you have, we can decide if we create a platform for you to share with us, if it does not have to be public. But what we are saying in the main, and which you don't have a problem with as I listen to you, is that we cannot have a condition that says you can't ask me the following questions, except those for personal security.
That's it, Chairman. Only
Okay.
for personal security and safety of my family.
Yeah. No, I think I wanted us to agree that that condition does not belong here. Honorable Nombalo, do you still have something to say? And then Honorable Malema, we move forward.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. If I wanted us to drive the point home from the onset, I was tempted to argue this point after the input that has been made by the Chief Whip, which I disagree with it completely, because one, this paragraph is problematic in the sense that one, it says he is not ready to talk about his business interest. And the same witness goes on in his statement. He talks about his business interest. So he says indirectly, I can tell you about my business interest, but you can't ask me about my business interest. That is problem number one. Problem number two is that as members of this committee, when we probe we don't necessarily confine ourselves in the statement of the witness. We probe being guided by allegations which have been made by various people from society regarding the witness before us. So we're not going to be confined in this statement when we do our work. We will ask questions which we think are relevant at that particular time. And some of those questions, and most of them, we just want to make that promise that most of those questions are going to be your family, some are going to be your business, some are going to be your history. So we're not going to take this thing, we're disregarding it because it's a silly prescription. That's how I can characterize it. And we're not taking it, Chair. So we can't massage and try to put nice English and make it look better, whereas it is actually nonsense. It doesn't make sense. So we're not going to take it. This paragraph does not exist. We're not amending anything, we're disregarding. There's a difference between the two. We're not amending, we're disregarding, we're saying it does not exist because it is a problematic directive. Thank you.
Mkhwanazi.
No, Chair, I fully agree with what you said, but it is entirely incorrect, if not a deliberate decision to lie to the public, that we've never asked a witness not to amend his affidavit. The first witness to appear here, General Mkhwanazi, was told to go and amend his affidavit, which he was calling it supplementary affidavit. We said there's no such a thing. He left here, went to amend that affidavit. So it's not correct. Secondly, Nkabinde, if I'm not wrong, colleagues will correct me. What we adjourned here to go and amend the affidavit. So if people say it will be irrational, what do they mean? Was it irrational when we asked General Mkhwanazi to amend the affidavit and asked Nkabinde to amend the affidavit? But I'm amenable to proceed in a manner you are suggesting, and not under the lie that was told here, but under the conclusion that you made that this paragraph number 3 is not worth the paper written on it. We're going to ask questions beyond 1990 and they're going to be answered here. Thanks.
Okay. Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I think you will have to bear with us because it may be necessary that we have this debate. And I'm not going to accept that I have lied. I'm not going to accept that because I haven't lied. When we asked Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to sign the document that was presented before us, to go out and sign it, we took a break. The reason why we had to do that was because he had given us exactly the same document that he submitted to the Nhlanhla Commission of Inquiry. But he prefaced it by the word supplemental evidence or supplemental affidavit. So what we were opposed to as a committee is that in terms of our record, history must discover that we were given an original affidavit, not a supplemental document from another processes. That is what we're dealing with. We were not opposing the substance of his wording in terms of the presentation of the evidence before us. We were removing the word supplemental affidavit because that supplemental is making reference, is suggesting that we are given a document as a secondary submission as opposed to being the primary recipient of the document. So I'm not going to agree that, therefore, when I say we haven't met as a committee with a witness, go through his or her affidavit and point to specific paragraph that we want him or her to amend and got them amended. That has not happened. And I'm not going to agree that, therefore, what I was saying earlier on was a lie. And that is why I'm saying to you, if we have to discuss this issue and not to deal with what we have to deal with in the context of what you suggested as a summary, I think we should do so. But I really would not accept that I have lied when I haven't lied with what I was explaining.
Yeah.
So I thought it's important for me to make that point, Chair.
That part, during a break, I want you and, you know, in a meeting we discuss. Outside of the meeting, we improve on our discussions. So during break, yourself and Honorable Malema, you meet and improve on the discussions on this part. We are proceeding, honorable members, on the point that we don't accept this condition that is in the statement. Advocate Arendse, may we proceed? We have taken 20 minutes of your time. You are now left with 30 minutes before we break.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just for the record, the problem identified and raised by Honorable Malema in relation to General Mkhwanazi's statement was the heading to the statement that was called or described as a supplementary affidavit, and the objection was that this was a supplementary affidavit to his main affidavit in the Nhlanhla Commission of Inquiry. We then adjourned and took out the reference to supplementary affidavit, and we also took out the reference to that affidavit being supplementary to the Nhlanhla affidavit because it was in fact an original affidavit which we took from General Mkhwanazi after spending also many hours with him in consultation. In relation to Mr. Nkabinde, you remember during questioning, I think I was still questioning him, but then a point was raised. I forget who the honorable member was, but then he mentioned that this was a thumbs up. And there was an outrage amongst committee members. And at that point, it was decided to adjourn and he must go back and present us with another affidavit. So with respect, the two instances are very different. I think certainly as evidence leaders in this committee, we are all agreed that Mr. O'Sullivan cannot tell us what he'll answer and what he won't answer. If he does, then obviously he'll have to justify it. And I think we all accept that when it comes to his personal safety and his family's safety, that such questions, subject to your discretion, Chair, you may decide. But I want to proceed. I want to proceed to ask him some questions which are not related to or which wouldn't impact on his family or his security. Because I think as one of the honorable members pointed out, he already does in his affidavit, which is before you, in paragraph 5.1, he talks about the commendation from Scotland Yard for stopping a knife attack and arresting a suspect in 1978. And in paragraph 6, he also says that as in his professional background and that in 1984, I was engaged in property development and investment activities in the UK, and I invested in property in South Africa. And then in 1989, due to investment in property, he successfully applied for permanent residency as a person of independent means. So there is already a reference, Mr. O'Sullivan, to pre-1990. You also mentioned, which is not in the affidavit, that you were born in the UK of Irish parents. So that's a personal detail. So can I ask you, where did you go to school? Did you go to school in the UK or in Ireland?
Chairman, I went to school in Ireland
Okay.
and in the UK.
Okay. And after your schooling, did you go to any tertiary institution, any university, any college?
I studied in London and in Manchester,
What did you study?
electrical engineering and electronic engineering.
Are you a qualified engineer?
Not anymore. You know, you have to have what they call continuing professional development. And I ceased engineering work probably 30 years ago. I stopped being involved in engineering activities about 30 years ago. I was registered with an institution in the UK, and I never registered in South Africa because actually I decided that engineering wasn't for me.
And from 1981 to 84 you were consulting building services engineer for IBM.
Correct.
In the UK. What other work did you do whilst you were either in the UK or in Ireland?
Whilst I was in the UK or Ireland,
Yeah.
after 1984, I was involved in property development.
Were you at any stage involved in or with the British Army?
With what?
With the British Army?
Chairman, I worked for the British government in counter-terrorism and counter-espionage activities from, I can't remember the exact years, from 73, I think, till 77.
And in what capacity, what role did you play? And what activities were you involved in?
Chairman, I played the role of counter-terrorism activities and counter-espionage. And counter-espionage involves making sure, and counter-surveillance, making sure that the people that would want to do harm to the country, you know, that they should be identified. So, yeah, I was involved in that work.
And in the course of that work, did you identify any person or persons or organizations from South Africa?
None whatsoever. I was not involved in anything of that nature.
Did you do any surveillance on any South Africans who were in exile?
None whatsoever, Chairman.
Because we know, I mean, it's just common knowledge that the African National Congress, for example, was declared a terrorist organization. And even when our founding president was released from Robben Island, that designation, I think, was only removed subsequently. So my question is, if that organization had been designated as a terrorist organization, presumably because it constitutes or would constitute a threat to the UK government or its security, why would you not have been involved in surveillance or
Chairman,
espionage?
my activities related to European environment, nothing to do with Africa whatsoever. My activities related to threats involving Irish terrorism. I'm talking about the IRA and other Irish nationalist units.
Now, we also know now, and certainly came to know subsequently, that the IRA, which certainly in our country we regarded.
Chairman, I'm just having trouble hearing.
Sorry, I said in relation to the IRA, certainly in our country, amongst some of us, we regarded the IRA as freedom fighters, and they were also associated with the liberation movements, the ANC, the PAC. Why would you not have become interested in the links between the IRA and other liberation movements?
Chairman, I was far too low down the pecking order. I wasn't making any decisions about where I should be interested in and what I shouldn't be interested in. My activities related to European activities, nothing more. So I wasn't involved, for example, in deciding, oh, you know, I was a young man. I was in my 20s. I wasn't involved in deciding, oh, you know, let's do this and I wasn't involved in any of that, in any way, shape, or form.
And did you do this work on a full-time basis?
Yes.
So you were, I think you indicate, were you in the, did you serve at all in the army from 1972 to 76?
I served in the army and in military intelligence.
Is military intelligence that part of the British Army, or is it
Correct.
separate? Okay. That was up until 1976.
76, 77, somewhere around there. It's a long time ago.
And did you leave voluntarily?
Yes.
Did you leave the army? And to do what?
I then went and studied engineering.
So when you did you join the army, or were you recruited?
I joined.
And was that shortly after you left college or school?
No, it was after I left school. I hadn't got any tertiary education at that stage. In fact, I started my tertiary education while I was serving. I realized that actually, you know, this type of work wasn't for me. And I started looking at other areas, and I took an interest in electronic engineering, and then I went into electrical engineering.
So in that period when you were in the army and in counterintelligence or intelligence, you were just a low-level operative.
Very low level.
And then subsequent to that, when you then became involved, you went to college?
Correct.
Yeah. And you studied engineering, you indicated.
Correct, Chairman.
And was it from 1984 that you became interested or took an interest or engaged in property development?
In fact, while I was at IBM, I was in property management at IBM in building services. And IBM was expanding quite rapidly. So we were in the process of buying properties for that expansion. And in about 1984, I realized that there were other opportunities in the property arena, and I decided to pursue those. And I left IBM.
Now, in 1989, that was pre-democracy, and we still had an apartheid government in place. Did you come to South Africa to only expand your property interests, or for what reason did you come to South Africa?
In fact, Chairman, in late 1988, the property market in the UK collapsed. And when the property market in the UK collapsed, I already had investments elsewhere in the world. And I'd been to South Africa several times for holiday. And I liked the country, I liked the weather, I liked the people. And I decided I'm going to invest in property here, and that's what I did.
Did you have any connection or relationship with any persons, organizations, or the army or the police that were involved at that time in 1989 when you came here?
None whatsoever, Chairman.
Did you know or were you connected to anybody in any of the security forces at the time?
None whatsoever, Chairman.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to mention or indicate to us that doesn't involve your own personal background or your family, which you may think would jeopardize or compromise your safety, that you would want to mention to the Honorable Committee?
None, Chairman. I came here as a tourist, not a terrorist. I came here as a tourist. I like the country. I like the people. I met people that I became friendly with. And I took a decision that it was a nice country and a country where it would be good to invest, and that's what I did.
So you came here purely for the reason that it was a good investment destination.
Correct, Chairman.
And to make money.
Well, you're always in business, you want to make money,
Yeah.
but not always make money. But yeah, I came to, I liked the country and I wanted to live here. By that stage, I only had a couple of children and we grew our family here.
Now at paragraphs, if we could just go back to the affidavit. In paragraph 6 and 7, you described your professional background in property development, investment, and then you moved to South Africa in 1989.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything specifically so that we can move on? In paragraph 6 or 7 that you want to highlight?
I mean, by the time I came to live here, I already owned property here. I purchased property already. And it's pretty much what I've said in the statement.
Okay. Honorable Malem.
No, Chair, just for clarity, when you say military intelligence, you mean military intelligence section 6?
I can't hear what's being said, Chairman.
He is asking you about military intelligence. He says it is section 6.
I don't understand the question, Chairman.
My question is, when you refer to military intelligence, you refer to MI6?
No, Chairman.
Didn't mention MI6.
So you were never a member of MI6?
No, Chairman.
Honorable Skosana.
Chair, I guess the honorable member wants clarity on that, and I make a follow-up. Or maybe, is it MI6 or MI5? Which we are talking about?
It was military intelligence, Chairman.
Which one?
Military intelligence.
Yeah, but which one?
What do you mean,
Where?
which one? It was
Where?
military intelligence.
Where?
In the UK.
But it's MI5 or MI6 or is something else?
Chairman, there's a complete misunderstanding in the members' knowledge of how MI6 and MI5 are organizations which are a separate entity to military intelligence altogether. So, yeah, it's not, it's not my job to come here and try and have a training course on how it all fits.
No. In fact,
I work in military intelligence.
Chair, with due respect, we do our research, Ms. Paul O'Sullivan, because Really, hence we were talking about the issue, whether you attended university or college. In your biography, there's nothing. You can't come here and lecture us about MI6. We know what we are talking about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, just before we move to another section, do you have any training or did you have any training prior to coming to South Africa in forensic investigation?
No. When you say forensic investigation, perhaps I should qualify that, because obviously I had training in investigation, but not forensic investigation. I had training in investigation, but it was a different type of investigation, because you were investigating, for example, people's backgrounds and stuff like that, but I didn't have any forensic training. I got the forensic training that I have now whilst I was living in South Africa.
Okay. So the forensic, if you could describe it as such, for training that you did have was while you were in the British Army or in the intelligence section of the army.
Correct, Chairman.
Was that basically just to spy on people?
No, I was never a spy, Chairman. So there's a complete misunderstanding if you think military.
No, I'm just asking, please help me. Surveillance and spying is a different.
So we were engaged in counter-terrorist activities and counter-surveillance. So it was more like trying to find out people that were spying, rather than, being a spy yourself. I was never a spy.
But you had to spy on those people to find out whether they're spying on you.
No, but you never spied on them, you see. You never had to spy on them to find out. You would get information and you would follow up on that information.
I think what certainly speaking for ourselves as evidence leaders and perhaps also the honourable committee members is that we're just curious to know what really gave you an appetite to investigate people and to inquire into their backgrounds and so on prior to coming to South Africa and making this your home.
So I never really had that appetite, Chairman. The appetite was developed during my short-lived relationship with the then Commissioner of Police, Jackie Salebi, which we'll come into later. But the reality is, before that incident, I never had any appetite whatsoever. Of course, I was a police reservist. And as a police reservist, Chairman, I did all the necessary training and became proficient in investigating murder and robberies and fraud. And as a policeman, you are expected to be able to investigate these crimes and get to the bottom of it. And that's set out in my commendations. In 1994, I received a Police Officer of the Year award in Johannesburg, not for spying, for investigating crime and getting to the bottom of it.
But you did become a police reservist shortly after you arrived in the country in 1990.
Yeah, I think
you arrived in
about
1989.
Yeah.
So just before we get to that section, which you have touched on already on being a police reservist, which is from paragraphs 14 through to 20, you discuss it there. Just before that, you held a number of positions in property entities, portfolios, your role at Sage Properties, then called Eastern Province Building Society. You managed property portfolio and security. And yeah, so just describe that to us briefly, just perhaps before we take the lunch break.
It was very simple. Property development is what it was. I think we developed a few hundred houses. So you buy the land, you have to get it promulgated, you have to get the land rezoned, you have to get architects, what they call a site development plan drawn up. So you use architects for that and town planners and surveyors. You get all the approvals, and once you get the approvals, you go to market and you sell the houses and you build them. And I think we did one or two small shopping centers as well, and a few small office developments and a few what we call mini industrial developments. And you do that with the intention to make a profit. And then I ended up with Sage Properties, and with Sage Properties, we were involved in managing property portfolios, which by its very nature involved the managing of the building services, the architectural services, the refurbishment, replacing the elevators, all that sort of stuff which goes with property management. And it complemented my work in the police, because one of the problems we had in downtown Johannesburg in those days was the spiraling levels of crime. And we started taking initiatives to reduce those levels of crime. And I got quite heavily involved in that. And that led to the formation of the Johannesburg Central Community Policing Forum. With the new Police Services Act, it was the government had taken a view that there should be community policing forums. So at that time, Sage Properties were a substantial property owner in Johannesburg, and we got involved and we formed the Community Policing Forum. For my sins, I was elected the chairman of that Community Policing Forum. And I set about, obviously voluntary work, but I set about doing it in a way that led to reduce crime in the city center of Johannesburg. We did a number of initiatives. One was installing cameras in the streets. Another was we created a thing called a crime prevention incentive scheme, where there would be awards issued, not bribes, but awards issued in the form of shopping vouchers and stuff like that for the policing in certain sectors that were able to reduce their crime. And we employed a young man to help liaise with the community in those areas. And we were quite successful.
You described that at paragraph 17 of your affidavit.
Yes.
Yeah. So you just jumped a bit, because I want to just briefly also deal with your volunteer work as a reservist, which you mentioned earlier, that your secretary's husband, a certain Major Edwards in SAPS, had heard of your background, persuaded you to join South African Police Reserve. And before we deal that, Honorable Chair, is this a convenient point to take the lunch adjournment?
I want us to recover 15 of the 20 minutes that we lost. So it's until 1:15.
Thank you, Chair. So at paragraph 14, you talk about your joining the South African Police Service as a reservist. Can you just discuss that? That's from paragraph 14 onwards.
Yes, so I did my training at Halfway House, which is now Midrand, And the reason I did my training there was because Major Edwards was the station commander at Halfway House. And after I finished my training there, they said there was a shortage of detectives in Boysons. And I was asked, would you mind to work from Boysons? And I said, no, that's fine. So I then went to work from Boysons, and I spent 5 or 6 years working at Boysons. And during that period, we got quite active. I made some really good friendships with the other police officials there in Boysons. In 1993, I think it was, or 1994, all of a sudden one day the roof started leaking and the water came running in, destroyed all the carpets and everything. And we couldn't get Public Works to come and fix the roof. So I got a contractor that I knew to come and fix the roof. And then I got new carpets in and repainted the building because, you know, we wanted to make the place nice. On a Friday afternoon, I used to go to King Pie and buy 48 pies, because if you could buy the pies for R3 each, but if you bought a dozen, you could get a dozen. I think they were R2 each, but if you bought a dozen, they were R20. So I would go and buy a few packets of these pies and share them out, you know. So it was a bit of camaraderie. And then after 1996, I got shot on duty. I was hit 3 times. I was quite badly injured. So that injuries resulted in hospitalization. And I had to have part of my spine reconstructed. And for a while after that, I wasn't engaged in physical policing, you know, so you couldn't afford, for example, to get involved where you arrest a suspect and he puts up a fight. So I then transferred to what was then called John Vorster Square, and I worked in the fraud unit there. And while I was working at John Vorster Square, I became unhappy with seeing this statue of John Vorster sitting in the entranceway every time you enter there. So in 1997, I brought a petition to the provincial government in Gauteng. At the time, Jessie Duarte, God rest her soul, she was the provincial MEC for safety and security. And I brought the petition to her to change the name of John Vorster Square to Johannesburg Central Police Station. And anybody going to Johannesburg Central Police Station today, at the entranceway, you will see there's a brass plaque where in September 1997, the name of the station was changed. And my name is on that brass plaque as having been the chairman of the Community Policing Forum as well. So by this stage, I'd also been working at the Police Training Center, where I'd been requested to provide lectures. So I lectured in criminal law A and B, I lectured in police administration, and I lectured in crime investigation and the preparation of sworn statements. And I did that for a number of years. And I think it's mentioned here in paragraph 16 that in 1997, one of our students was Cyril Ramaphosa, who's today the president of South Africa, but then he wasn't even a politician, he was a businessman. And he sat in on the training course that I was running. And we subsequently issued, because he was a very good student. In fact, I remember one of the modules I had to train the student police officials on was the Constitution. Now, the Constitution had only been issued in 1996, and now we're in 1997. And it was very important that these police officials should understand.
Sorry, just so that we can just flight the photograph. It's if we could get some help to flight annexure A54 of the annexure bundle. Who was doing it? I don't know, it looks like there isn't anyone to assist us. But it's at page 54 of the annexure bundle, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Chair. The evidence leader wants a thing to be flighted there. Can we please see that?
Yes, it's at A54 and paragraph 16 of the affidavit. So while we waiting there, may we proceed, Honorable Chair? Maybe we could 54, A54. So if I may, in the meantime, continue, Honorable Chair. It's related to that. Can I ask you to look at A53, South African Reserve Police Service, Houghton House Reserve Training Center. It's dated 26 June 1997. Dear Sir, Detective Sergeant Paul Robert O'Sullivan, the force numbers there. The above name has been lecturing at this establishment and external courses since 1993. Currently lectures in the following subjects. And you've mentioned this: the Constitution and Police Ethics, Police Administration and Procedures, Crime Investigation and Scenes of Crime, the Criminal Procedures Act, Criminal Law A and B, statement taking. So is it in the course of doing that you also trained, amongst others, our president?
That's right, Chairman. During the period from 93 till about 2000, I trained 1,500 police reservists in Johannesburg. And at one stage, which was in 1997, the course that we ran, there would be about between 30 and 40 students on each course. And the courses would normally last about 3 months. And that would entail, I was only responsible for the lecturing side of it, which would entail three sessions in the evenings and one session on a Saturday. So I had to train these various police reservists. And one day I was quite surprised to find that one of the students sitting there was Cyril Ramaphosa. Now, I'd already met Cyril Ramaphosa previously because I'd met him at Wandi's place in Soweto. So I knew him already, and now he's suddenly a reservist or a reservist in training. And it was quite funny, really, because I remember one day I got, when you lecture, you don't just give a lecture and then leave it there. You give a lecture and then you have to ask questions. You have to get interaction with the students. And when I lectured these students, I would say, has anybody got any questions about this? Now, one of the areas we lectured on, as is mentioned here, is the Constitution and police ethics. And the Constitution was new at that time. And my area of interest, insofar as these students was concerned, was the Bill of Rights, because I wanted to make sure that we wouldn't be training police reservists who wouldn't understand the rights of citizens.
What training did you yourself receive in the Constitution or in relation to the Constitution and lecturing on the Constitution and ethics?
So I'd been to the police training center in Paarl. It's actually not far from here, where I did detective training and training of that nature. And then when the Constitution came out, I sat down, I can't remember the guy's name now, but I sat down with a constitutional lawyer in Johannesburg because I wanted to understand the Constitution. And the reason I wanted to understand it is because I wanted to make sure that the new police officials we were training would understand that the citizens of the country had rights that they previously didn't have. And the sort of things that bothered me as a policeman would be when I saw a person being arrested, that they used to assault them. And that worried me. It wasn't something I liked to see. And in one case, I can remember in 1994, I arrested an individual who had murdered a woman. And while he was in my custody, two police officials wanted to assault him. So I had to actually tell them that if they assault my prisoner, I'm going to arrest them. And that was problematic. But I decided to take a strong approach to that. So when I trained the reservists, I made sure that those reservists understood that if they breached the constitutional rights of any suspect, they themselves could face criminal prosecution. So I got myself up to speed on that. But the point I was making was when I lecture, I then get feedback from the students to make sure they understand what I'm saying. So I would give them an example and I would say, if so-and-so happened, would that be correct? And they would say yes or no, depending on what the example was I would give them. And then I would say, have any of you got any queries now? Do you understand everything? Do you have any questions? And one student popped out a question. I can't remember what the question was, but it was about constitutional rights, because that was the only area we were looking at. We weren't looking at the rest of the Constitution. We were primarily concerned with arrested and detained persons and the rights of prisoners. And he popped the question out like that. And I turned around and I asked another student, what do you think the answer is to that? And then I thought, oh, but I've got Cyril sitting here. So I point to Cyril. I said, Cyril, do you agree with that? And he said, why are you asking me? I said, because you were involved in the drafting of the Constitution.
That's him on the screen.
Pardon me?
It's him on the screen.
Yes. So I was a bit younger then. I had some hair. So I asked Cyril, do you agree with his answer? And Cyril said, yes, he's correct, you know. And so that was the sort of thing that we used to deal with.
Okay.
And then at the end of that particular course, everybody gets what they issued with an appointment certificate, which says, okay, you are now a police constable. So Cyril became a police constable. And on every course, if you scroll up again, you can see it's gone now, there's a shield. And actually, I created that shield. I paid for it out of my own pocket. And we used to have a little thing where you engrave the name of the best student. So on each intake of students, I would invite the other lecturers to nominate a student for best student. And bearing in mind, in those days, Cyril was not involved
Yeah,
in
we were
politics
kicking.
in any way, shape, or form. But he was nominated, and it was agreed that he would be the best student on that particular course. So when we gave him the shield, he keeps it for a year, then he must hand it back. When we gave him the shield, the media were there and the picture was taken. Yeah.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I was interested in Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's response regarding the question that the senior counsel has asked. I think the question is, what official qualification did you get in order for you to qualify to train others about the Constitution? Now, the response that I heard is that he met a lawyer and then he asked about the Constitution because he was interested. So is that the only qualification that he got? Because I think the question was about an official qualification that he got that made him to qualify to train others about the Constitution of South Africa. I was interested in the response, but I'm realizing now that the senior counsel is moving on despite the wrong answer that has been given.
Must I answer, Chairman? Chairman, at that stage, there were nobody in the country that had any qualifications in the Constitution. They didn't exist. There were no constitutional lawyers. They didn't exist. There was no constitutional court. It hadn't been formed. So I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't want to train people in aspects of the Constitution, for example, the government and how it all fits together. I was only interested in the Bill of Rights. And I wanted to make sure that the students I was training, the students we were putting out, after they had received their training, that they wouldn't go out on the streets and abuse the constitutional rights of others. So there was no
Do
qualification.
you have a law degree? Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, do you have a law degree?
No, Chairman, no. I just learned, I went and sat with a senior lawyer and went through the Constitution and understood for myself exactly how the Constitution would work. And we worked through some examples. And when I had Mr. Ramaphosa, Cyril Ramaphosa, as a student, it was a great opportunity to canvass these issues. And that's what we did.
Okay. Honorable Malema, Honorable Matthys, Honorable Skosana, is your hand still up?
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, you don't have any qualification to train anyone about the Constitution, even at that time, right?
Didn't hear the question.
You don't have any qualification, and you did not have any qualification to train anyone about Constitution in 1997.
No,
We're talking about you, not everybody, you.
no, Chairman, there was no qualifications then.
No, you did not have.
Okay, Chairman, I had no qualifications to train anybody in the Constitution.
When was the Constitution adopted?
I didn't train them in the Constitution. I trained them on the Bill of Rights.
Oh, la, la. When was the Constitution adopted? The one you are training them on?
What's he saying?
When was the Constitution adopted? The one you are training them on?
In 1996.
Was Cyril not part of the people who were at the center of developing that Constitution?
He was part of the group that drafted the constitution.
So you were training him on a constitution that he helped to draft.
Chairman, Cyril had to be trained as a police reservist. He chose to be trained as a police reservist. So ironically, that training included understanding the Bill of Rights. It didn't I think I've made it clear, it doesn't deal with the whole constitution. It dealt with the Bill of Rights and police ethics. So we had a module on that. And for that, we used to use different examples. And it was ironic that Cyril had to listen to training on the Constitution. But the good news is he agreed fully that the training that the people were getting was correct. And I was quite comfortable with that because it endorsed the quality of the training that we were given to the police students.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, are you suggesting that the president went to write the Bill of Rights collectively with others and only to be trained about the Bill of Rights after putting it into the Constitution?
Well, Chairman, I think we're playing word games here. The reality of the situation is that in order to be a police reservist, you have to go through a little tick box exercise. You have to get trained on this, you have to get trained on that, you have to get trained on this, you have to get trained on that. Even if you were part of the people that wrote it, you're now coming into a system where it has to be demonstrated that you've had that training. So, yes, it was quite a strange situation for me, because clearly Cyril Ramaphosa knew a lot more about the Constitution than I did. But the reality is that's where it worked.
Before I take Honorable Mathis and Honorable Skosana, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, is it difficult for you to say Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa or President Cyril Ramaphosa?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. He's now the president. At that point in time, it was Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. He's now the Honorable President.
Okay. Honorable Mathis.
It's also on the training, even the training of the police reservists. I thought we should just get clarity. Mr. O'Sullivan said he trained at the police academy or training center in Paarl. When did he graduate from there? Because he's now training even our reservists. So, and was the training to be able to train, or he just got?
I don't hear what she said.
Okay, my question, Mr. O'Sullivan, is this. You've indicated that you attended training at the police academy or the police training center here in Paarl. Am I correct?
Chairman, I went on a train the trainer course where we were trained to train.
So, yes, so that's what I'm asking. So I'm asking, when did you qualify? How long did it take? How long was that course?
A three-month course.
Okay, thank you. And then you were qualified after 3 months to train other reservists?
The course was a train the trainer course.
Well,
So
after 3
I was
months.
trained to train.
Okay. And it was a 3-month course at an academy in Paarl, the SAPS Academy in Paarl. Is that what you're saying?
Don't know what the question is, Chairman.
The duration of your course, was it 3 months at the SAPS Academy in
That's
Paarl?
correct. That's correct, Chairman.
Honorable Skosan.
So, Chair, I just want to find out from Mr. O'Sullivan, training for 3 months make you to qualify to train others to get certificate or diploma. After you train them, what they were getting?
Chairman, we're talking about the early 90s.
1997, not early.
I received a certificate that stated I'd been on that course, but I mean, yeah, where that is today, I don't know, because we're talking about more than 30 years ago.
Yeah, but my question is what they were getting after you trained them?
Pardon?
What they were getting after you trained them? Diploma, certificate, or nothing?
They got an appointment certificate.
No.
They got a certificate that stated they completed their training. And the certificate included the modules that they'd been trained in. And then once they got that certificate, they were issued with an appointment certificate.
So they were getting certificate award. Is this your daily, like you are attending a seminar after you finish a seminar, they give you something like attendance certificate?
I can't make out what he's saying, Chairman.
So what I'm saying, do you hear me?
I can hear noise, but I can't make out what you're saying.
No, I think
It's coming across distorted. I have a hearing issue and I can't make out the actual words.
yeah, I think you need to get some hearing. Otherwise, we're gonna be, repeating the same question over and over again. My issue for you was simple. You trained students, as you say, in 1997. Now, after training, what certificate or diploma, was it 3 months? Were you giving them something, or what was the value of that training? Because yourself, you were not qualified as well. Yourself, you were not qualified. Do you agree?
What is the actual question? I don't understand.
No, it's simple. If you want to understand, the simple question is, those students you trained, where they were awarded a certificate or a diploma?
I've answered, Chairman, that they were issued with a certificate that they had completed their training.
From the unqualified person like you?
By what?
You were not qualified to do that, am I right?
I wasn't issuing them the certificate.
Who was issuing them the certificate?
The training center was issuing them the certificate.
But they were trained by you?
No, I only trained them in these areas. They had a lot more training. They had firearms training.
No, but you said here you trained them. That's what you said.
No, what I'm saying is I participated in the training.
We are changing now. You never said you participated.
15, I
Okay,
trained.
let's do this, honorable members.
For clarity, Chair, on record, he said he trained them, not participated.
Okay.
He said,
Thank you, Chair.
he said that he attended training the trainers course in PAL. And from there, together with other trainers, they went to train the attendees. And so those attendees, some would have been trained by other trainers on firearms. He was training on a constitutional law.
Thank you, Chair. I'm saying he said himself he trained them, not participated. Now he's changing. He said he participated.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Chairman, it's the same thing. I trained 1,500 reservists. I didn't give them firearms training. I didn't train them on how to wear their uniform. I didn't train them on how to salute. I didn't train them on how to march. I didn't train them on how to arrest somebody. I trained them on the administrative items, which is
You had specific themes that you were training on.
I trained them on the areas that I was
Yeah.
trained to train them on,
So-
and I trained 1,500 of them.
When we come back from break, there is a hearing device there. You can try it and see if it will not help you. Honorable James,
What did he say? Okay.
Mr. Sullivan? Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We are asking you, was the training accredited? Is what we're asking you. We're not asking you if they've received a certificate of attendance. It's like going to school for 12 years and getting a certificate of attendance. We are asking you, was the training that you provided accredited? That's what we're asking you. Can you answer that, please?
Was the training clear?
Aye, Yara. Was it accredited?
Credited.
Yes,
Yes, it was accredited by the police, sir.
by the
Madam.
police.
Yes, it was police training. There was a syllabus that was set there, a set of books. Chairman, we're talking about 30 years ago, but there was a set of books which we had to work through, and the books were issued by the police, and they were a syllabus, and you had to take them through the syllabus. And at the end of it, they got a certificate stating that they completed the training. They had to have exams. They passed the exams. If they failed the exams, training was terminated.
Okay.
And by the way, Chairman, I didn't write the books. I just trained them.
Honorable Malema.
Chair, I'm just clarifying that the story that he says he has not trained people, and the way you were summarizing it is incorrect. It's in paragraph 16, where he explains how he was training people, and then he concludes by saying a total of approximately 1,500 students were trained by me, not trained by us, trained by me, in his own words, in his own affidavit. Me.
No, but I don't think you trained them. I trained them. I trained them in the subjects of constitutional police ethics, police administration and procedures, crime investigation, scenes of crime, criminal law procedures act, criminal law A and B, and statement taking. I trained 1,500 reservists in that training.
I agree with you. Unqualified as you are, you trained 1,500. I agree with you. You said that. In crime investigation.
Okay.
Okay. May honorable members, may we rise and take a break. We will come back at 14 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Are we resuming Advocate Arendse? Let's resume. What is the honorable members, we have released Honorable Breitenbach. Like she requested to be released at 1:15, and Honorable Thopa, where he's following the proceedings. He says the apology should read that due to logistics and traveling arrangements, not preparations for the SOPA. Yeah. Okay, we are back in action. Advocate Arendse, may we proceed together with Mr. Honorable Sols?
Chair, I just want clarity quickly around our seating arrangement. My seat is occupied by MP from the Economic Freedom Fighters. I didn't want to bring it to you, so I showed courtesy and brought it to the leadership. But now I'm not listened to, so now I'm bringing it to the House. I can't be
No,
putting my seat here.
You know, I know Honorable Malema to be a very sociable
And maybe it's only when it comes to me.
and kind neighbor.
And maybe it's only when it comes to me.
So may I just request you to apply the laws of good neighborliness?
No, Chair, it was never brought to our attention. We'll
Honorable
resolve
Malema.
it. There's no problem.
Yeah.
It was never brought to attention. Ask your DSG.
Yeah, DSG didn't tell me. I didn't know there was a problem.
Thought the commander is very strict. There's no glitch.
Now we'll deal with it.
All right.
Also, you feel relegated there. You are in the lower division.
Are we sorted now?
Yeah, no, I understand that there is.
May I take my seat next to
I understand
the commander?
that there is good
my seat will never be
neighborliness.
occupied again.
Yeah,
All right.
that proximity is good for you.
No.
Okay. Thank you so much. Advocate, are we ready?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable
Mr.
members.
Paulo Sullivan, welcome back. Welcome back, Mr. Paulo Sullivan.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Can we
Honorable Chair.
establish if he is not willing to use the hearing aid? Because part of what we have observed is that he takes time to hear some of the questions. Hence, he was advised to use the device in front of him. So can you establish if he is not willing to use it?
I'm going to try it, Chairman, but I'm not sure it will work, and I'll explain to you why.
Okay.
The year before last, somebody tried to murder me. And when that happened, I was left hospitalized due to what they call TBI, which is traumatic brain injury. And as a result, it's not the volume of the noise. It's my ability to understand the words that are coming into my ears. And I'm happy to share, without going into too much detail, I'm happy to share a photograph in private and the medical report, which explained what happened to my brain. It didn't affect the functionalities of my brain other than the hearing. So sometimes if a person talks clearly and slowly, I can make out what they're saying. But if the voice is distorted or too loud, I can't hear what they're saying. I can hear noise, but I can't make out what the words are. So That's why sometimes I have to ask people to, and those that know me are used to it. I say, what did he say? You know, and unfortunately, that's the way it is. They never caught the person that tried to kill me, but I'm still living with the whatever happened about it. So I must just go like this. Or how must I do it?
Now you can hear silence.
No, I can hear you, Chairman.
Oh, you hear me now. Okay. Advocate Aaron, sir.
Honorable Chair, may I proceed?
Excuse me, Chair. Shouldn't the earpiece be turned in? It doesn't look like it's fitted properly. It's on the side of his.
Yeah, you can get closer and help.
I must, what?
Can someone help him?
Who said that?
No, Chair, Mr. Ramano deserves a
He can't
suspension.
hear.
Shit.
Honorable Pambo, you see Honorable Sol is all smiles. I can see Honorable Sol is happy now.
Seniority prevailed, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much for the understanding.
No, it's-
Advocate Aaron, sir, may you
It's
proceed.
correct, Chair. Seniority is prevailing.
May I proceed, Chair? Thank you. Mr. O'Sullivan, are you ready? Yeah.
Oh, good, thank you.
Thank you. Just to recap and maybe to summarize from the line of questioning about your credentials as a police reservist trainer and more particularly as a lecturer, because you said you lectured in subjects of police administration, crime investigation, criminal law, and also the Constitution, and probably the most important part of our Constitution, which is human rights. Yes, the Bill of Rights and human rights is the same thing. But you accept that you didn't have any formal training or qualifications to give lectures or to teach people in these subjects.
As I said, I went on a trainer's course. Now,
Is that the one in Paul?
yes, and the manuals, if you put them on a table, they would probably sit up to about there, and there would be about 30 books or 20 books, a lot of them, and there were different colors depending on the subject. And the trainer was how to take people through those manuals.
So you went on train the trainer course,
Correct.
and were you accredited for that?
I was issued a certificate that I was authorized to provide this training.
And who paid for this training?
It was the government, obviously, that paid for it.
The police.
Yes.
And you volunteered this training. You didn't get.
I was asked to go on the course. They were looking for people that would go on the course, and I was asked, and I went on it.
Okay. Now, I just want to just ask some questions about your entry into this country. So it wasn't first time in 1989. You had been here previously.
Oh, yes, I've been
When
coming,
did you first come into South Africa?
I can't remember the year, but it would have been in the 70s as a tourist.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I remember going to Kruger Park. I remember staying, some of it you can still remember. I remember staying at the Fig Tree Hotel in Nelspruit, which was 7 Rand a night, or 7 Rand 50 if you had breakfast. You know, so it's a long time ago. And I enjoyed it. I came here for holidays. And I probably came once or twice a year for holidays.
And did you visit what was then Rhodesia before it became Zimbabwe?
I did, indeed, yes.
And what was your purpose for going to then Rhodesia?
I spent a 2-month holiday at a place called, it's now called Wangi. It was then called Wanki, which was a very large game park. We cruised on the Kariba Dam. We went fishing on the Kariba Dam. Yeah.
You didn't interact there with the Rhodesian police, their special forces, or the army?
None whatsoever, no. Well, when I say none whatsoever, when you went into certain areas, you were forced to interact with them because they used to have roadblocks and things. So, yeah, you had that interaction. But I never had any official interaction.
Yeah, no, I mean even unofficial, because often in the kind of undercover covert world, these things are never official. They are unofficial.
Yes, no, I never had any unofficial interaction. My interaction would have been, for example, you get stopped at a roadblock and they search your car, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Now, I shared with you, and we will make this letter, or a copy of this letter, available to the committee, the Honorable Committee. It's a letter which I shared with you.
Yes.
Now during the lunch break. It's dated the 23rd of November 1982. And it's addressed to a Mr. S.S. van der Merwe. Initials are quite unfortunate. And S.S. van der Merwe, Director General, Department of Internal Affairs. And the author of this letter is D.W. Watterson, MP. I do because, well, not because I'm a bit older than most in this room, but I do remember a member of Parliament, Watterson. Do you know, or did you know a Mr. Watterson?
It's not a name that I remember. So unfortunately, I don't know or did not know Mr. Watson. But in one of the documents there, the name Frank Martin was mentioned. Frank Martin spent some time in a
Yeah, I'll get
If
to
you
Frank
can
Martin.
please speak closer to the microphone.
Sorry, Chair.
Closer to the microphone, Mr. Paulo Silva.
So Mr. Sullivan, this letter reads, and you've got a copy of the letter. It's from Mr. Watterson to Mr. van der Merwe, who was then the DG of Internal Affairs. Dear Sir, enclosed herewith are documents for a Mr. P. R. O'Sullivan, who holds a Republic of Ireland passport, but has been brought up largely in England and now wishes to settle permanently in South Africa. I first met Mr. O'Sullivan in the UK in an ex-servicemen's club with Mr. Frank Martin, senior MEC in Natal, about 2 years ago. He was very keen to settle in South Africa. We were both impressed with him as a suitable settler for South Africa. Intelligent, well-educated, and of a very conservative political attitude. I believe he would be a very useful addition to the white community of our country. Upon conversation with him, it appears that he has voluntarily undergone military service overseas and is very familiar with modern armored weaponry. If allowed to remain in South Africa, he would be very willing to undertake military service. I regret having to worry you with another of these immigrant cases, but I believe this one is well worth the effort. His visitor's permit expires at the end of January 1983. Therefore, it would be appreciated if the matter could be handled with some expedition. Kind regards and best wishes for Christmas and the New Year. This is written on the 23rd of November 1982. What is it? Sorry, Clifford. Sorry. And there's some handwriting, and it seems to have been received around about the 26th of November 1982. Then there is a handwritten letter which is dated, is that 20 November 1982, and it comes from you, and I think you confirmed that this was your handwriting, and this is what it says. Dear sir, I know that you are very busy and I ask Ms. Mkhwanazi to read it, please.
Dear sir, I know that you are very busy and I'm sorry to have to take up your time. However, I am in a predicament and can think of no one else to turn to. The last time I came to South Africa, nearly 2 years ago, I obtained a work permit without any bother at all. I foolishly assumed that the same would apply on this occasion. I was offered good employment by Mr. Jim Powell, whom I know from the UK. I sold my house in London and came to South Africa with the intention of settling here. My fiance is due here in January, when we hope to get married. Alas though, my work permit was refused, and without a work permit, I cannot start work and apply for permanent residency. This puts me in a bit of a quandary, I think, is that what it says? As I so want to stay in this country, which I love so much and believe in it, as there are few countries left in the world that is not riddled with communist-inspired unions and unsettlement. I so believe that this is still a good Christian country, and as a Christian, I feel it is the ideal environment to raise a family. I have already applied for a course in Afrikaans as I want to completely integrate with the South African way of life. Sir, it would break my heart if I now have to return to the UK. I beg you humbly to speak on my behalf to someone in a position to consider me as an immigrant. I hope you will forgive me for troubling you in this way. But when I met you in the UK with Frank Martin, you appeared to me to be a reasonable gentleman that would listen to reason. I enclose for your information the details concerning my application that was refused. Here are some details about myself and copies of my certificates and references. I will pray that you will find an ear somewhere that will listen to you on my behalf, as it means so much to me. I have also sent a copy of this letter to Frank Martin, who has been a friend of mine for some years now. Humbly yours, P.R. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Advocate Mkhwanazi. So this letter appears to have been addressed to, I think it was Mr. Watterson, Member of Parliament. I'm not sure whether at the time he was a National Party or United Party MP. So Mr. O'Sullivan, is this accurate? Is this true?
Well, Chairman, the top part of it, the first time I saw this letter was, I think, last week. Somebody showed it to me. It had been published on social media by a person by the name of Colin or Colleen Makubela from MK Party, and along with a lot of defamatory comments. And the bottom part of it, which is a handwritten note, the circumstances surrounding that were that Frank Martin was a member of the club that I used to attend in the UK, which was an ex-servicemen's club. And Frank Martin wanted me to come and work and live in South Africa at that time. And I can't remember exactly what took place because we're talking 40-something years ago. I'm being interrupted or not? Am I allowed to finish? Okay. So it was like 42 years ago. I was in my 20s, you know, and what happened was Frank Martin said, you can get this position. It would be a very good position. I can't even remember what the position entailed, but you would have to fill in an application form. And actually he filled the form in for me. And he said, you need to write this letter. And he told me what to write, and I wrote the letter. And after that, I never heard about it again. But I was here. I came here on a regular basis. In fact, I subsequently got married in 1984. And I had my honeymoon here. I never sold any house, of course. As was stated there, I wrote what Frank told me to write 42 years ago. And after that, I can't recall what happened about the matter, but I'd never seen, and I don't recall having met this fellow, Watterson. If I met him, I don't recall meeting him. It's not a name that I know.
He says your handwritten letter appears to be addressed to him, although he's not mentioned in the handwritten letter, because he then references that he met with you in the UK in an ex-serviceman club with Mr. Frank Martin about 2 years ago.
Yeah, I don't recall that. Frank Martin was definitely a member of my club. Frank Martin was in a prisoner of war camp with my late father. And
Honorable Novalo.
No,
Pardon?
thanks, Chair. I couldn't hear properly. You spoke about Colleen of the MK party. I just missed that part. If you can explain what he meant.
He says the letter that is being referred to was posted on social media by a certain Miss Colleen Makubela from
Oh,
the
okay.
MKP,
Okay. Okay.
Along with a lot of defamatory comments.
along with a lot of defamatory comments. Can we proceed? Okay.
So can we accept that this letter that was addressed by Mr. Watterson to the DG then of Internal Affairs in 1982, it appears to be an authentic letter?
It certainly appears to be, but as I've said, the first time I've seen that letter, I think it was either last week or the week before, when somebody forwarded to me and showed me the post on whatever it is, either Facebook or TokTik or what's this other one called, Twitter. It was on one of these, and the person, it may be somebody that's not Colleen Makubela, but the person that appeared to have been posting it was using the name Colleen or Colin or Colleen Makubela from the MKP, and stating that I can't remember the defamatory words now, but you know, this is a racist pig and he needs to go or something like that. I can't remember the word.
Okay, I'm not really concerned about that. I'm sure the honorable members from the MKP will ask you about that. What I want to know is whether following Watterson MP's letter to the then Director General of what was Internal Affairs, we regarded then as notorious, but he writes to him and he says that your visitor's permit was expiring at the end of January 1983. The letter is written in November 1982, essentially seeking a favor to either extend your visitor's permit or in fact requesting that one can infer from the letter be accorded some permanent status. So my question to you is, after you wrote the letter in November 1982, on the 20th of November, it looks like to Mr. Watterson, did your status change after January 1983?
No, in fact, Chairman, I was if I recall correctly, I was on a vacation in November in South Africa. I wasn't here until January the next year. And I met with Frank Martin, who I knew, because, as I previously stated, he was in a prisoner of war camp with my late father. And we used to call him Uncle Frank, because we were children when he used to visit. And while I was on vacation in 1982, he said there was some position, a very important position for me in the building services or whatever department or something like that in the Natal province. And I could get a good job. And would I like the job? And, you know, I was 20 something years old. It sounded like a good idea at the time. I said, yeah, it'll be all right. But I mean, I have a tourist permit, you know, they call it a visitor's permit.
And but why do you record in your letter that you are in a predicament and can think of no one else to turn to?
So I say,
If you were on a visitor's permit, which was now going to expire in January 83, then presumably you would just leave before the visitor's permit expires and you go back to the UK or Ireland.
in fact, I
You-
spent 3 weeks here, not 3 months. But when you enter the country, and it's still the case today, you're given a visitor's permit for 90 days. So I came here for holiday. You get a visitor's permit for 90 days. I met with Frank in Durban, and Frank offered me a position. Actually, I didn't meet him in Durban. I met him in Pietermaritzburg. And he offered me a position, an engineering job, and it would be good pay. And I said, yeah, but I don't have a work permit or anything like that. He said, oh, I filled in these forms. He filled them in for me. He said, just sign this and here, write the letter in your own handwriting. And he told me what to write, so I wrote it. As I say, it's 42 years ago. I can't even remember. I would have completely forgotten about it if somebody hadn't have sent it to me last week.
Well, did you forget, you forgot to mention it in your evidence and in your affidavit? Didn't you think it was material?
No, I didn't think it was material.
You worked here according to your own letter. You had obtained a work permit without any bother, and you foolishly assumed, I'm reading from your letter, that the same would apply on this occasion. You were offered good employment by Mr. Jim Powell, whom you knew from the UK. You sold a house in London with the intention of settling here. Now you write and you say you're in a predicament because you're sitting with a visitor's permit and you had intention of going back.
Chairman, as I said, I came on holiday. I just wrote what Frank suggested I should write. I cannot remember now what happened 42 years ago. But, you know, I wrote what Frank suggested I should write and I gave it to him. I didn't send it anywhere. He handled it. And this letter that's attached to it, I see it for the first time.
But this seems to be your predicament recorded in your own letter.
So I wrote what
Yes,
Frank
let me quote
suggested I write.
from your letter. Alas, though my work permit was refused, and without a work permit, I cannot start work and apply for permanent residence.
I don't.
So this is the predicament you say, because this puts me in a bit of a quandary, as I want to stay in this country, which I love so much, and I believe is one of the few countries in the world that is not riddled with communist-inspired unions and what is it? Yeah, and then you go on to say that this is a good Christian country. So this is an appeal to a politician to help you to obtain a work permit and permanent residence. This is not a casual visitor who's coming here, the visitor's permit expires and now you know you must leave the country.
I left the country before that letter even was typed because I was in Durban. I'd had 2 weeks holiday. I had another week to go, I think. And Frank suggested I can get you a job here. You can become a resident here and whatnot. And it sounded like a good idea at the time. I was, as I said, I was 20-something years old. I'm 70 now, you know. So he did the forms and he suggested I write the letter. He told me what to write and he said, I'll handle it. Off you go back. We didn't have mobile phones and stuff then. I never heard from him again. In fact, I heard from him again, I think 2-3 months later. And he said, no, that position was filled by somebody else. So it's a, what do you call it? Storm in a teacup. And it was 42 years ago. But there's absolutely, and I mean, I've just read again now that handwritten letter. It says,
So So what are you saying, that you were not in fact in a predicament or in a quandary?
Not in a
You
predicament.
wrote what he told you to.
Yes, at the time I was fully employed.
So you wrote an untruth in a letter addressed to the Director General of this country in 1982 in order to influence that Director General to issue you either with a work permit or permanent residence.
Well, I won't say it would untruth. Frank said, if you write this letter.
Well,
and we-
why is it not an untruth?
Well, I suppose.
When you now say 50 years later,
It would have
that-
been a predicament, I suppose, if I was given the job, but I wasn't given the job, so it became a non-event. But you know, in the 20s, you'll do things that perhaps you wouldn't do when
well,
you
it would have
become
been
more mature.
it's a pity that you give this explanation, the extent to which I don't know whether it will persuade anybody, but it's because I disclose this letter to you and I can assure you that I'm not on social media. I didn't pull it from social media, neither did any of my colleagues. I mean, we get this information on good authority. And you didn't disclose it in your affidavit. I know that my colleague, Advocate Mkhwanazi, did raise it with you. So, you raised it with her and said that this has now been brought to my attention.
That's correct.
Yes.
I brought it to her attention last week when it was brought to my attention.
Yeah.
On
Sunday.
Yeah, and I finalized my affidavit, I think on Friday or Saturday. So it was brought to my attention. I said, but there's so much other stuff on social media. Why should I put all that in your affidavit? There's stuff on social media which is completely fake.
Yeah, Mr. Sullivan, I'm always pressed for time. So don't worry about social media. I want to ask about this letter. Because you also write your work permit was refused. In other words, what I'm trying to understand, and you must please help us, is that this is not some casual letter written by a 20-year-old on the advice or guidance of a more senior person, presumably Mr. Frank Martin, or an MP, to say, just write this down. This is serious. You say you had applied for a work permit, but it was refused. And now and your intention is not to holiday here. It is, and I'm paraphrasing your letter, it's to start work and to apply for permanent residence, and for the reasons that you've given. This is a Christian country, don't have these communist unions here. You like the people here. You even want to learn to speak Afrikaans.
Well, unfortunately, if you're offered an opportunity, I thought it would a good opportunity at the time, and I went along with it. The reality of it is, I don't remember getting a work permit or being refused a work permit. I never came to work here in pursuit of that. And I only later, in 1989, which was 7 years later, applied for a residence permit on the basis of being a person of independent means. So I didn't see it as being anything other than that.
Well, we now know from your evidence that we accept that these letters as authentic. Because you see, this changes the reasons why you came to South Africa in 1989. The impression you create in your affidavit and the early part of your evidence is that, in fact, the market or the property market, I forget now, but you can correct me, in the UK had collapsed, and you were looking for business opportunities, and you came to South Africa in 1989. So the impression you create is that you're entirely disinterested in this country, other than this is an opportunity to invest and to make money. You said, no, of course, if you invest, you want to make money. But that's the extent of your interest. Now we read a letter that you wrote to a member of parliament to say, look, I'm in a predicament, I'm in a quandary. This is some 7 years before you eventually came here in 1989. And that you had already applied then for a work permit. You had already applied, and I'm paraphrasing from your letter, for a course in Afrikaans, as I want to completely integrate with the South African way of life. Do you accept that this puts a different narrative or background to why you entered South Africa in 1989?
No, I don't. And the reason for that, Chairman, I didn't just come here to invest and make money. I had been coming here every year for a holiday for many years. And I invested in property here before I took a decision to come and live here. I had already acquired property in 1987, but I didn't apply for permanent residence then. I bought another property in 1988. It was in 1989 that I decided, you know what, I like this country, we must go and live there. And then I applied, and my application was granted.
Yes, but let's deal with that. Was in 1989 and after that. Because unless again you were told to write this and you didn't really mean it, in other words, it's not true. You say, sir, and I quote from your letter, it would break my heart if I now have to return to the UK. You're actually desperate to stay here because, as you say, you're in a quandary, you're in a predicament. And then you go on to say, I beg you humbly to speak on my behalf to someone in a position to consider me as an immigrant. So in 1982, November, you expressed a desire. You pleaded, you want to stay here as an immigrant. You didn't want to return to the UK or to England.
It was probably an exaggeration. The reality of it is,
So you exaggerated.
in that
You
letter,
wrote some untruths.
I wouldn't say
You
untruth.
exaggerated.
I exaggerate.
Can we take Honorable Nomvalo?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, we just wanted to make a request on record that may the witness, even if it's during lunch or after hours, produce evidence showing that a member of parliament, Honorable Colleen, posted some defamatory something about him, because we stated on record that our member has never done that. She has never posted anything on any social media platform. But we request that you provide that proof to us, even if you can provide it after today's session. You can ask for your team, from your team, to look for it now.
Can I answer, Chairman?
Yes.
So, Chairman, I don't have social media. Somebody showed it to me on a phone. And it looked to, I mean, from what I can remember, it showed the person as being Colleen Mkhwanazi. And that's why I can't remember if it was on Twitter or TokTik or whatever. I can't remember.
It's TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Somebody showed it to me. And yeah, I can't go back and look for something that I don't have.
The person is from the MKP.
And I think I pointed this out earlier, that it appeared to be a person called Colleen or Colin Mkhwanazi from the MK party. So yeah, if I can't find that, then I can't find it, but it appeared to me.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do the best I can, but I don't have I don't have social media, so yeah.
Honorable Nomvalo, your question has been responded to.
No, unfortunately, Chair, he is not sure of what he's talking about. Then I think we are helpless under the circumstances because our member has never posted anything of that nature. Hence, we make a request that he provides proof to us. Because our member is even ready to depose to an affidavit. She has never
You-
posted anything of that
You
nature.
confirm to him that you have a member called Colin Makube.
Do have a member called the former chief whip of the MK party. I think she's all known to us, but she has never posted anything of that nature. So I think it's wrong and unfair for the witness to say something that is untrue about her while she is not even here to respond for herself.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this issue of casting aspersions without evidence, I always question witnesses. We had witnesses last week. When you ask for evidence, they are evasive. Now, Mr. O'Sullivan say he saw from someone on his phone. Now, it's a hearsay. You saw that alone. We want evidence here. Because now we are painting someone, you know, and without any substantiated evidence to the honorable members here. We can't deal with gossip here. Thank you, Chair.
Can you just say you disagree with that statement and we move forward? Honorable Malem.
No, Chair. They're raising a serious issue. If the witness is not sure, instead of you asking them to say they disagree with the statement, you should ask the witness to withdraw that. Because he cannot just come here and then say thumbsucked things here. If he's not sure, the only way to close this matter is that he withdraws that and then we move forward. Because he's not sure if it's Honorable Colin who posted that. And to cast aspersion on our fellow member and then we just pass like that, it is unfair. So if the witness is not prepared to produce any evidence to that effect and is not sure, can we please request him to withdraw that allegation?
Chairman, I'm going to go back to the person that showed me and see if I can get a screen grab or something of that nature. And if I can't get that, I'll withdraw the statement I made. Is that acceptable?
No, the statement is withdrawn. What you are sharing with us now is information, is not evidence.
Okay, the statement is withdrawn.
It
Chairman.
only becomes evidence when you can substantiate it. Advocate Arense.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So, Mr. O'Sullivan, your application for a work permit had been refused.
I don't even remember.
Well, that's what
applying-
you say in your letter.
Yes, but I can't, we're talking about 42 years ago. I just can't remember. As good and everything as my memory is, I can't remember what happened 42 years ago.
And you had then given some details of yourself and copies of your certificates and references.
I can't remember.
So can we have sight of these certificates and references that you enclosed with this application at the time?
If we can get them from the person that supplied these documents, I would be happy to do so, but I cannot remember, Chairman, what certificates and application or whatever the case may be. So I really can't assist if I can't remember.
Now, when were you given South African permanent residency?
I think it was 1989, November or December or October, it was late 89.
And at the time, of course, we were then still not a democratic country. And would what you have said in your letter that we discussed, would it have still been the case that you love this country? Because it's a Christian country.
So I love
They're no communists, yeah.
Chairman, I loved the country. In 1989, I loved the country because of the nature of the people in the country. And I had some good friends here, and I liked the weather, and there were business opportunities.
I asked you earlier about whether you said you had been to then Rhodesia, but you had no interaction or connection or association with the Rhodesian police or security forces.
Yeah, before we move to Rhodesia, may we take Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I consider the year that which Mr. O'Sullivan became a citizen very important for the proceedings of this Ad Hoc Committee. It is quite astonishing that he doesn't seem to be remembering anything. Was the SC is trying to bring to his attention a letter where some Mr. Watterson wrote to the Internal Affairs in respect of his application for citizenship in 1982. But he seems not to remember even the fact that they said is going to be useful to the white community in South Africa. I want to propose, Chair, that can the committee take on its accord right to the Director General of the Department of Home Affairs, just for a confirmation of the year at which Mr. O'Sullivan became a citizen of the Republic of South Africa, so that we can be able to draw it closer to where may he perhaps made applications to be permanent. Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Yeah, I fully agree with that suggestion, but also we must be given the motivation why he was given that citizenship. We must check if learning Afrikaans was the only criteria which was followed or what.
Yeah, remember Honorable Watterson at the time also motivated that he will be of good use to the white community in the Republic. So we will write that letter to check what was the motivation that was made for his acquisition of citizenship and inquire whether the Afrikaans qualification was, how important was that Afrikaans qualification? I'm not seeing any further hands, honorable members. My assumption is that you want us to proceed. Are you done with your consultations? The two advocates. You are very quiet today, Advocate Mkhwanazi. I miss your voice.
He's agreeing with us, yeah.
Okay, can we proceed?
Mr. O'Sullivan, was Mr. Frank Martin Bureau of State Security operative?
No, Chairman. He was the MEC for transport and horse racing in Natal, what was then called Natal.
So you do remember that clearly?
Yes, he was a friend, but I don't recall this fellow Watterson And I don't, I've never seen that letter before in my life. By the way, I never said to anybody, I'll be a useful contribution to the white community. I would never have made such a statement.
But you did.
I didn't.
No, in your handwritten letter.
I did. I don't recall having said that. I don't recall having said that.
You certainly mentioned that you want to learn to speak Afrikaans.
Yeah, I may have said that, but I don't recall having said that I would like to contribute to the white community.
You said you had already applied for a course in Afrikaans and I want to completely integrate with the South African way of life.
Yeah, but did I say that I wanted to contribute to the white community? I wouldn't have said that. And the reason I wouldn't have said that is because I'm firmly anti-racist. So there's no way I would have said, I want to contribute to the white community. It just wouldn't have happened.
Well, you said that you want to completely integrate into the South African way of life. What was the South African way of life in 1982? For us, what we had to have today, and I'm not giving evidence.
Yes.
It's just a fact. Was seemingly light years away, and for most of us, we said it will never happen in our lifetime.
Yes, so I wasn't.
So you were thinking specifically of a white,
South African
racist-dominated society at the time, and you wanted to integrate into this way of life by specifically learning to speak Afrikaans, when arguably, I do remember, I'm old enough to remember MP Watterson was one of the English speaking MPs.
So, in my view, the South African way of life in those days was nice weather, outside activities, boating, swimming,
Braaivleis.
Pardon?
Braaivleis,
all
rugby.
that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I was not interested in contributing to, for example, apartheid or anything of that nature. That wouldn't have been anything that I would have been interested in.
No. Mr. Sullivan, that is directly in contradiction to your own handwritten letter, which says that it would break your heart if you were not granted this status because you want to integrate into this society.
So I think, you know.
Then a white-dominated society. Apartheid, separate development, forced removals, separate education, group areas, homelands.
Yeah. In my 20s, at that stage of my life, I didn't even understand all of that. I had, what was that? In those days, I didn't understand all of that. I didn't even know the existence of a group areas. Of course, I know about it now. I had no knowledge. I had some knowledge, but I didn't have full knowledge of all the things that were going on. And had I have become a citizen at that stage, I would have helped contribute.
Are you saying you were naive?
Pardon?
Are you saying that you were naive?
No, I'm not saying I was naive, but had I have.
Well, then it's worse.
What do you mean it's worse?
If you can say, you know, I'm young and naive, I didn't really understand politics, I just wanted to do.
I'm not now naive. I thought you meant, are you naive? Then I probably was naive.
Yeah, well, but in 1982, you were already an electrical engineer. You were a learned person, certainly more learned than the average person, I would think, even in England.
Yes, possibly so. But, you know, when you're in your 20s, you have a different view on life as you would have later in life.
So What I want to drive to is that you were at this stage then recruited
By who?
by the security agency of this country at the time.
Not a chance. Absolutely none whatsoever. Frank Martin wasn't involved. I mean, actually, you know, I knew Frank Martin very well. He was a train driver before the war. And then during the war, he became a prisoner of war, and he shared space with my late father. And after the war, he got back into driving trains.
But you
And then-
Mr. Sullivan, sorry, you're not trying to minimize and trivialize what is really a serious situation, that a letter is even addressed, which seems to be based on information given, false information, to the Director General of the Interior Ministry of this country at the time. Now you're trivializing, you know, Frank Martin, which is a train driver, met you in the ex-servicemen's club, presumably just to drink beer, and you were a young 20-odd-year-old naive.
I'm not
But this is the completely different impression we got from your affidavit, in the early part of your affidavit, and the narrative that you've given us. Certainly, when consulting and when reading it, oh, well, this is a fairly well-heeled, well-educated person coming from the UK. You know, we can't complain when people want to invest their money in our country, buying property, hopefully, you know, creating jobs for our people. But that's not the impression that one now gets when you read this letter and the application for permanent residence or even to become an immigrant.
I don't even remember at the time filling in any forms. So I wrote a 2-page handwritten letter. The typewritten letter I'd never seen before in my life. Yeah, it is what it is.
And you know what also then strikes one, if with looking at your background from this viewpoint and different viewpoint, is within the space of a year you decide to become a police reservist.
I was asked to become a police reservist.
Who is this Major Edwards?
He was the husband of my then secretary. I mean, if I could track him down, I don't even know him now.
Did you not look at his background? Well, it could be, because this is one reads about or sees in a movie. He could have been involved in the security services. He could have been a boss. You remember that word, boss? Bureau of State Security?
Uh-huh.
Yes. So he could have been such an operative.
So his wife was my secretary. He was the station commander at Halfway House Police Station. And this suggestion that I should become a police reservist took place after the democratization process had started in South Africa. And that democratization process is what triggered me to take a decision to apply for permanent residence, because I felt that I didn't want to live in a country where apartheid existed. I took up the opportunity or the request to become a police reservist after Nelson Mandela had been released from prison and the ANC had been unbanned. And I saw opportunities. I thought there will be good opportunities to help make a democratic country. And I played my part. In fact, you can get on the phone now and speak to the erstwhile president, Nhlanhla, and ask him who came to see him in Shell House, which was then the headquarters of the ANC. Ask him who came to see him in Shell House to notify him of the existence of a game farm in the Northwest Province where some very strange things were going on. You can phone him and ask him.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
And
I
that
do have
game
a
farm,
lot
by
of
the way,
respect
is
for
now known as
Honorable
Black
Mr. Motlanthe. I'm not going to ask you that because I don't want to be distracted from what I'm asking you.
Okay.
Because this could easily fit into the narrative of someone who has infiltrated either the security forces or other intelligence forces in our country, that you would have had such meetings. You would have gone to Shallas. You would have met these important persons whose names you are dropping. But what I want to ask you about, because this is not what you say in your affidavit. Can I take you to paragraph 14 of your affidavit? In 1990, my secretary's husband, a certain Major Edwards in the SAPS, having heard of my background, persuaded me to join the South African Police Reserve. I took the view that if a country is good enough to live in, it's good enough to serve. In 1990, I joined SAPS as a reserve at the halfway house, now Midrand, where I completed training as a detective. As a reservist, I was required to donate approximately 8 hours per week of my time at no cost to the SAPS. Now, this is some 8 years later, after you wrote a letter to a member of parliament at the time, who in turn wrote to the Director General of Internal Affairs, pleading for this young person, this young man, to be given immigrant status. Because it'll break his heart if he must go back to England. He wants to stay here and learn Afrikaans. He wants to integrate with a Christian white community.
I never said I wanted to integrate with the Christian white community.
That's what your letter says, Mr.
No, my letter
I'm paraphrasing, but that's what it
my
says.
letter doesn't say that. I'm
Well,
sorry.
and then I'll be disciplined if I'm misrepresenting what you're saying.
It's a misunderstanding of what I'm saying. I never stated that I wanted to integrate into a Christian white community.
Well, it's clearly to be inferred from what you're saying, from the language that you use. And I don't want to waste further time
Chairman,
by reading back.
at the time I emigrated to the country, I'd completely forgotten about this letter of 8 years or 9 years earlier. It was gone from my mind. In fact, I can't remember the year, but it was either 87 or 88 when my dear Frank Martin, God rest his soul, passed away. And it was the furthest thing from my mind.
You see what will also strike one, and obviously the honorable committee members and members of the public will make up their own minds. But certainly what struck me is that your role as a police reservist and what you did is one of two things. It is highly commendable for the time and effort that you've given to assisting our regular police in doing their law enforcement job. It's either that, or on the other hand, this is most extraordinary for a police reservist to be trained as a detective, to achieve an award for the most arrests, to be trained to do a train-the-trainer course and train 1,000, what did you say, 1,500 other reservists to graduate and to get their certificate, including our Honorable President. So you have quite some notable students under your belt. You worked, and I'm looking at paragraph 16. You worked in the fraud unit at the then John Foster Square, as you know, was notorious. You lectured. You were elected chairman of the Community Policing Forum, paragraph 17. You formed Johannesburg Watch. So at all times, you were involved in policing. You were close to the action. And of course, by doing so, you're also close to other law enforcement people, intelligence officers involved in law enforcement in our country.
As a police service.
Yes. Because of the I'm
the-
saying those are the extraordinary things you did as a police reservist.
Yeah, Chairman.
I know a very, very good colleague of mine. He's actually one of our best advocates. He's a police reservist. You know, at night, in his own time, he goes with the police and they do neighborhood watch, they do patrols and all that. His life is often in danger. He's been shot a few times or shot at a few times. That's the extent of what he does. And he's a highly intelligent person.
I was doing the same. I was going out on the streets with police officials, doing crime prevention work, attending to crime scenes, carrying out investigations because I was a detective, and making the necessary arrests. I worked with full-time detectives. At all times, I had no dealings whatsoever with the intelligence services. The crime intelligence, in my knowledge, was something that happened somewhere else. I had no involvement in it whatsoever. Later that changed. After the year 2000 or after the 2002 or 2003, I started to understand what crime intelligence was and where it fitted into the big picture. But up until then, I had no idea about it.
Now, it's only because I am old enough to remember this. But do you know, do you recall that the same Mr. Powell that you referred to was in fact a security policeman?
I don't know who Powell is. That name I don't remember. I have no knowledge of who that person is.
It was referenced in the letter.
Yeah, but I have no knowledge of who that person is.
And do you know that he was involved at the time in KwaZulu-Natal? I don't want to unfairly, unnecessarily, or in a defamatory way attribute it to Nkatha, but at the time he was connected with Nkatha in KZN. Were you not aware of that?
None whatsoever. In fact, until I saw this, because I never kept a copy of any letter back 42 years ago until I saw this last week. If you'd have said to me, who's Jim Powell? I have no idea. No idea whatsoever.
So before we move on or forward, Mr. Sullivan, is it your evidence today that you've at no stage ever been involved with the security police, either the one before 1994, before 1992, when things started to change in this country, or afterwards?
As God is my witness, I was never involved with the security police in South Africa. And I'm stating that again under oath, never once in my life was I involved. And if anybody wants to make inquiries at Boyson's police station, and by the way, I have a lot more press cuttings than what you've seen there there's another document there. I can't remember the page, but it's included. And if you have a look at it, Chairman, either just before or just after that picture of handing Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa the award. I'm just looking for it now. I'll give you the page number. By the way,
Well, we know, and I'm sure that the honourable members would have read your
Chairman, this is
affidavit.
important evidence. If one looks at page 55.
Of your affidavit.
No.
Of the
annexes, A55. Okay.
That's after the.
It's after the page
After
that
the
shows.
picture with the.
Yes.
The honourable president.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an article that appeared in the Citizen newspaper in 1977. It says millions in forged post orders claim. It refers to forged 100 Rand postal orders, which were circulating in Johannesburg. And we got approached at the fraud unit. We got approached, and by the way, that would have then no longer been John Vorster Square, it would have been Johannesburg Central Police Station. We got approached with a view to trying to find out where these forged postal orders were coming from. And I spent time, my time and energy, and we tracked down who was printing and issuing these forged postal orders. And this details the court case in respect of that. And if you go back to the page before the letter that we dealt with which was 53, if we go to page 52, that's an article dated July 27, 1995, Chairman. It's the Southern Courier, which is a newspaper that deals with the southern suburbs of Johannesburg. And the headline is The Highs and Lows of Drugs. And if you have a look there, you can see the whole story is about people that are buying drugs on the street. And if you look at the bottom of the story, it says the technical aspects of this article were prepared for the Southern Courier by Detective Sergeant Paul O'Sullivan of the SAPS. Seen in the picture is Detective Sergeant O'Sullivan together with female constable Vermaak, making an arrest of 2 suspects with dagga and cocaine. That's far removed from being involved with intelligence services.
Well, before I ask Honourable Chair for my colleague Advocate Mkhwanazi just to take over for a short while, I want to please be excused. I just want to say that it's also the perfect front to have these awards, meet all these important people, current president, former president, drop their names, and to continue some other undercover covert work. So on the face of it, yes, I've said to you, it's impressive, and one can get a lot of credit for that kind of work. But it doesn't dispel or put pay to any theory that you have been or are involved also with other intelligence activities.
Is that a question? The reality of the situation is, I've stated a few minutes ago, and I'm stating again, while I was a police reservist, I was never involved in any way, shape, or form with any intelligence activity of any nature whatsoever. And since living in this country, I have not been involved in any way, shape, or form with any intelligence activity whatsoever. And that is it in a nutshell.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just a bit concerned because it would appear that the witness has done quite a lot under the previous dispensation. We know that reservists are only allowed to operate in the visible policing environment. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, you did fraud, you worked in the fraud unit, you made the most arrests, you were on active crime scenes. Do you have anyone that can vouch for this? Like a commander that you must have worked under because you were doing duties of a SAPS member?
Chairman, the regulations changed. In those days, a reservist could work with a unit, whichever unit he went to work with. And I was asked to work with the detective branch at Boyson's police station, which I did. And after an incident that took place in 1996, where I was shot, I was no longer able to carry out possible physical work relating to if you had to arrest somebody that became violent or something like that. So I then changed. I was said, you know, you're very good at what you're doing. You can go and work in the fraud unit. And that's what I did. And as for going back 30 years to find somebody that may be able to come and tell you, I can look, but it might not be that I can find somebody today or tomorrow that can come and say, by the way, he did this and that and what. But I can try.
So your title was detective sergeant.
I was a detective sergeant, Chairman, and that article that I just referred you to refers to me as a detective inspector, but that was what do you call it? A misunderstanding about a journalist. I was a detective sergeant. That's it, short and sweet.
Were you a reservist detective sergeant?
Correct. Now, the regulations in the police today for the reservists are different than where they were in the 90s. Now, the reservists, from what I understand, are in uniform. I worked, by the way, when I finished working as a detective sergeant at Johannesburg Central Police Station, I then relocated to the border police.
Chair, can I just wrap up?
OR Tambo Airport. And I was working in the border police for 2 years.
Honorable James, may you?
So just to wrap up, just so that I can be clear on this. So you are a forensic investigator, meaning that you dig deeper, you get information, and you are not able to tell this committee and give us evidence in terms of the time you worked as a SAPS detective. Am I correct? You are not able to give us anything that can justify everything that you have told this committee here today.
No, Chairman, that's not.
You're not. Did you have a force number?
Yes.
So you can't go back onto the system and track your force number and give us some form of evidence that this is what you've done, because even we can go and query that.
Chairman, I don't have access to the system. My force number.
No, we'll get it. That's fine.
Sorry, I'm
Thanks.
being asked a question and then I'm being given the answer. On page 53, A53, Chairman, there's a letter there dated 26th of June, 1997. And it says, Detective Sergeant Paul Robert O'Sullivan, force number 0245-296-1. There's my force number.
Thank you.
You know, anybody can go on the system through the necessary channels and find out. I was a police reservist until Jackie Celebi cancelled my work as a police reservist.
Yeah, we will come to the Jackie Levy matter. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Matthias.
Also on a point of clarity, when Mr. O'Sullivan joined this police reservist, were you a South African citizen then?
Chairman, I wasn't a South African citizen.
That's fine.
I was a permanent resident. But in those days, the regulations required that you be either a citizen or a permanent resident.
You were a citizen at that time.
No.
No,
it
Chairman,
wasn't.
I was a permanent resident. The regulations were changed in 2000 or 2000.
Mr. Sullivan, you
You have
answered
to-
that already. And then just on the second point, Chair, so we need to do back office work here and get the regulations of what was happening with the police reservist unit during that, so we can just be workshopped on that, because I don't know which country would allow a non-South African to be this involved in our systems and having
let's
access
not
to
debate the
information.
matter.
Thank
I
you.
think
No, we're
the-
not, just so we make sure we
The
follow.
point has been made. Abazel.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We are at paragraph 18 of your statement. And we are still paragraph 18, page 7. And we are just about to wrap up your time as a reservist. At paragraph 18, this is now 10 years since you started as a reservist, and you were based at the airport, Johannesburg. At the time, it was Johannesburg International Airport.
That's correct, Jim.
And you say in your statement that you were at that point part of a national team in the Border Police of Johannesburg. What was your specific role?
So the role of the border police, we worked together at the airport in 2 or 3 areas. One area was to prevent drug trafficking through the international port. Another area would be to make sure that people weren't coming through with forged documentation, for example, a fake passport. People that were involved in human trafficking. So actually, I was very successful in helping to stamp out human trafficking. We achieved quite a bit of work there. The other area we worked on was counterfeit goods. What's that noise?
You can continue.
Is it just in my ear or?
Yes.
There would be importation of counterfeit goods. So we would go and do random checks together with the customs officers to identify counterfeit goods.
Could you name the specific successes that you were able to achieve in that period?
Yeah, we had quite a few successes. Chairman, may I refer to some documents to help expand on that? I would like to go to paragraph, page A62. By the way, at that stage, I was a police reservist and I was in the group executive for aviation security.
Yes, but I haven't reached the point at which you're an executive at AXA. I'm still just finalizing the point at which you were a reservist, specifically at the airport.
Yes, so we would have made quite a few arrests on the human trafficking side. In particular, labor human trafficking. We would have made quite a few arrests on drug trafficking. We made quite a few arrests on people with forged travel documents. And I'm talking about passports. You would have what we call returned traffic individuals. So some people that we trafficked, they knew they were being trafficked and they wanted to be trafficked and they were trafficked for labor. And certain countries I don't want to name the countries in case I'm accused of defaming them, but certain countries in the Eastern Asia area, they would traffic individuals here who would come voluntarily so that they could then go and work in sweatshops or in spaza shops out in the bush.
Yeah.
And they would spend 3 years here. Their passports would be taken by their employers. And when they left, you could see that they'd overstayed their visa or their visitor's permit. And they couldn't leave the country now because their passport, they would hide it in their luggage. And they would go to the embassy and say that they came on such and such a date and their passport was stolen. And they would be issued with what's known as a temporary travel document,
Thank you, Mr.
which is
O'Sullivan.
valid for a one-way trip.
Thank you. You mentioned that at the time, as a reservist, it was volunteer work, and it was you were not receiving any pay for the work that you were doing. What work were you doing at the time that was not volunteer work, your full-time job? What was your job at the time?
When I started working at the airport,
At the airport, yes.
in the border police,
Yes.
I was involved in property development.
You're in property development, okay. You also mentioned at paragraph 18 that you worked in excess of 40 hours a week, which is the equivalent of what one would work in full-time employment. How did you manage to work 40 hours a week on volunteer work and still run your own property development entity?
Yes, so it's quite easy to explain, Chairman. In those days, I was a lot younger than I am now. I was also hyperactive. So I would start work early in the morning, finish in the afternoon, and then go and put 5 hours in at the airport. And then on Saturday and Sunday, I used to work because I enjoyed the work. So, and I say average, I didn't work 40 hours every week, but sometimes I was able to work in excess of 40 hours. When I was having the opportunity to do so, I would do it.
Yeah. Mr. O'Sullivan,
Honorable Malema.
okay.
No, Mr. O'Sullivan, it is actually incorrect and unbelievable that you will say you want to come to South Africa and be integrated into the way of living without knowing what was happening in South Africa in the 80s, because the 80s were the most volatile years of our time. There were killings, there were state of emergencies declared. If I'm not wrong, in 86, I think it was declared twice. The youth were on the streets, people being killed. Even at your 20s, there's no way you can escape that point and come here and say, no, I didn't know what was happening. Maybe I was naive. That is incorrect. And then the only thing you're telling us is weather. You call the bodies of our people on the floor weather. Because that was what was happening at the time. People were being killed. And you wanted to come and join that kind of lifestyle of killing people. Are you not aware that people were being killed at that time when you were applying to become a citizen in South Africa?
I only applied to become a citizen in South Africa in 1994. And I became a citizen in 1995. So it's a reality that I had not applied to become a citizen. And it's also a reality that I have not stated that I did not know what was going on in the country at the time. I knew what was going on, but I didn't know the level of detail that I later found out. Because as you spend more time in a country, you find out more. So, you know, that's my evidence.
But in the letter you wrote, Mr. O'Sullivan, you spoke about the 80s and that you were just 20 and you had no idea, and we can still say maybe you were naive at that time. It can't be correct that you're talking about 95. There was an interest in the 1980s. And you were interested in the weather in the 80s, and I'm saying to you, it can't be correct. And worse, you didn't have to stay in South Africa to know what was happening in South Africa. There was a big anti-apartheid movement in Britain, in London. Surely you knew the release Nelson Mandela campaign, very prominent in Britain, and you come here and tell us You wanted to come and settle in a country where people are demanding the release of Nelson Mandela, where children are being killed and all of that, because you were naive, you knew a little bit of what was happening. That is unacceptable. I don't think it's an acceptable explanation. You came to our country to become part of the privileged at the expense of the exploited. Will I be correct to make that observation?
Chairman, definitely not correct.
I didn't hear the answer, Chair.
May I request you that when an honorable member asks you a question, you look at them and respond to the question.
Chairman, I'm not able to turn and look without moving my chair. I don't have, because of my spine, I don't have the ability to turn and look that way. Unless I'm given a chair that's got wheels on and I can move it easily, I don't have the ability to turn and look in that direction. So if somebody can provide me with a chair with wheels on that I can move easily, I will be able to turn and look.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Now I can look.
Yeah, I was worried about that because for the earlier part of the morning, you could imagine when honorable members ask you questions and
Now we have a problem, Chair. I have to have a firm back behind me and this thing's moving. I can't lean, I have to be able to lean back without the chair moving.
the chair does not have to move.
Hang on. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, there. Well, somebody that understands these chairs is able to fix it so that when I lean back, it doesn't go away like that.
Mr. Mpilo, let's assist. And
No, I don't want to go down. Put it back up again. Ah, that's it. Thank you. Now it's fixed.
is it fine now?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I can lean like this without it going over like that.
Can you turn it to my side? Let's see.
Thank you, Chairman.
Can you turn it to that side? Let's see. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, look at Honorable Malema and talk to him.
Afternoon.
Were you done, Honorable Member?
I'd asked a question and then he gave an answer. That's when I said I didn't hear the answer.
Can we proceed?
I didn't get the answer.
Okay.
The answer was that what you said, would that be correct? And my answer, Chairman, was that would not be correct.
Thank you. And then the handwritten letter, do you recognize your handwriting there?
Chairman, I feel that is my handwriting. But as I said, 42 years ago, I'd completely forgotten about it until somebody showed it to me the other day. So, yeah, I believe it is my handwriting.
Let's put it differently. Is that your handwriting on that letter?
I believe it is, Chairman.
Chair, what is the answer now?
There is no answer.
Is that your handwriting on that letter?
I believe that's my handwriting on that letter.
No, I'm not asking about belief. I'm asking about whether that letter is authentic and it's your handwriting that you see on there. You may not remember the content, But surely all of us remember our handwriting.
So I would probably say that is my handwriting.
Thank you. And then lastly, how do you say to us you don't remember who was your commander? Is probably 30 years ago and all of that? Because obvious, every police station in a particular year has got a station commander, has got this, has got that. And those people that we worked with for such a long time, and then giving people certificates that are not recognized by any institution, and giving them awards which you bought from a shop or Discom or something like that. You should remember those people. There's no way you can work with people and achieve these things that you said you have achieved, and you don't remember under whose command. As a person who's trained in military intelligence, a person who has been a reservist without being a citizen in South Africa, and having served for such a long time, there is no way you cannot remember who was a commander of these operations, because the discipline of what you are doing actually requires that you know your commanders.
Thank you, Chairman. I did not say I don't know who was my commander. The station commander in those days was Director Vermaak, and the detective branch commander was a Colonel Badenhorst. So, but I've never said, nobody said to me, who's your commander? And I've never said, I don't remember who my commander was.
No, the question was, these things that you are telling us, is there a person who was commanding you who we can make contact with, who can confirm that indeed these achievements were made? And you said, no, I can't remember, it's 30 years ago or plus. I think it was asked by Honorable James.
Sorry, Chairman. The reality is that I didn't say I can't remember who my commander was. I said I would have to look into it and find out. And if you go back on the record and play it again, you will hear that I said I would have to go and find out who. I don't even know if Director Vermaak is still alive. Our Colonel, Colonel Badenhorst, I cannot say whether or not he's still around, because with 30 years ago, and with all due respect, I was a lot younger then, and they were a lot older than me. So if I can find somebody, but in the meantime, what I have done to try and evidence what I've said in my affidavit is I've attached some, just some, by the way, there's a lot more newspaper cuttings about the work that we did. And not one of those newspaper cuttings, Chairman, mentioned anything about intelligence services or anything like that. It was all about the successful work that we did and what we achieved in proper policing. Thank you, Chairman.
You see, the problem is going to be when you ask yourself questions and answer your own questions. No one asked you if those people were still alive or not. Whether you are dead or alive, if you have been my commander, I will still mention you as being my commander, and the files will dictate that, of course, the person is still alive or not alive. We didn't ask if your commanders are still alive or not. We asked, who can we reference this thing with, that these things that you are telling us, to confirm maybe your commander or any of the people that might have supervised some of your activities. And I'm happy that without referencing anything, contrary to what you said, I have to reference and check, because some of these people, you were able to give us some names and we can work from there.
And Chairman, it's clear if you look at the letters, which is page A53, it's addressed to the station commissioner at Boyson's SAPS. It says, for the attention of Director Vermaak. And it's signed by J. Schultz, Senior Superintendent, Head of Training. Now, I can go away and find out if there's somebody that still has knowledge of the work that we did back then that can come and say, yes, he did this, or no, he didn't do that, he did this, and what. But it wasn't put to me until now that I should be able to find such a person.
Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. I was very interested to the question that was raised earlier on by Honorable Malema, and I wanted to make a follow-up on it, but in this particular way, Mr. Sullivan. My own understanding, and I may be wrong, is that most of us largely have the value system that defines who we are imparted on us at a very young age. And I mean really in the 10, 15 years, at 20 years from where you were in the 80s, from what I'm hearing, you are already formed as a citizen. That's why you can even want to travel to another country. You are well formed, you understand the environment within which you live in. Now, in the light of the question that Mr. Malema was raising about what appears to have been a level of ignorance or naivety on your part about the country that you were beginning to have a very keen interest to go and work, which is South Africa. How do we reconcile that part? How do we reconcile that with what is said in your statement? Your statement is littered with examples of how you have, over a period of time, 20, 30 years, made interventions to fight against injustice. How do we reconcile that? Because I think you becoming a proponent or a fighter for justice could not have been something that just occurred after 1994. In the early 80s, the way in which injustices was perpetrated in the country, which is what Mr. Malema was raising, should have really said something to you as you were about to decide that I'm traveling to South Africa, in a country where the overwhelming majority of the people, especially from the Black community, were major victims of a white perpetrated system of injustice. How do we reconcile that? If somebody listens to you today and the 20-year-old you then, who, as I said, by that time at 20 years, should have been already imbued with a particular value system about what is right and wrong and what to stand for. That's what I wanted to hear your comment on in relation to that question and that matter.
No, Chairman, that's quite, I would say, a good question. And in some regards, I took a decision probably in my early 30s that actually what I wanted to do was to improve the life of South Africans. And I'm not talking about the white Afrikaners and the white people, but I wanted to improve the lives of Black people in South Africa, because I felt that that was the type of contribution I wanted to make. And I absolutely have some evidence of that here, which we will come to. And I'm satisfied that, well, I'm not, maybe not satisfied, but I accept that in my 20s, my views were perhaps naive. But as life went on, I realized, no, we can improve the lives of people in South Africa, and I can demonstrate that that's exactly what I've done. And I don't want to take away from the evidence leaders, but we will come to that at some point in time. But you know, every person in their life realizes that no matter what you do in life, sometimes your life isn't perfect. Sometimes what you do, you think, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Or maybe I shouldn't have felt that way. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Or maybe I shouldn't have done that. But you can't change history, but you can change the future. And what I do with my life, certainly over the last 36 years, is I've tried to make South Africa a better country for all its people, especially the previously disadvantaged people. And in that regard, I can demonstrate that I spend a lot of my time and energy and my own personal money in doing that.
Honorable Chief Whip.
No, Chair, I wanted to say that the answer has not been adequate, but I'm prepared to live with what has been provided now and during my tenure, I can expand on this issue so that I don't completely divert the proceedings as led by the evidence leaders. Thanks.
I'm sorry to do this to you, Chair, but also to put it on record that in his affidavit, paragraph 6, he says, I came from the UK to live in South Africa in 1989, because he was trying to create a different impression that he came here in 1995. He came to live here in 1989 and he had business interest here way before 1989. It is in his own affidavit.
Yeah, we will come to that. Just note it down, Mr. O'Sullivan, because
Yes, Chairman, I didn't say,
no, don't respond. I'm
Okay.
just saying note it down because we now have three dates. We have 1982, the year of the application of your handwritten letter and the letter of Mr. Watterson. There is 1989, there is 1995. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to emphasize that as well. Hence, when we started, when the evidence leader was asking Mr. O'Sullivan that we agreed that we are disregarding that 1990 issue. Hence, the letter was read for us here that in 1982, he applied for a work permit and the work permit was rejected. And I just wanted to remind him quickly that you remember that, you know, your friend who was an MP, Mr. Watson, what you said just now is contrary to what when he made an application trying to help you to get a work permit in this country, for you to, in fact, a permanent resident, for you to settle permanent in South Africa, that he said that you are the most educated, intelligent, and a very conservative political attitude which you can add to white community in this country. Now, the letter was written to Director General van der Merwe. Do you remember that?
Chairman, I think I've made it clear earlier during intense questioning by the evidence leader that I saw this letter for the
Yes.
very first time the other day.
Yes, but do you agree that the letter is legit?
The letter is what?
Is legit.
Legitimate.
Is legitimate.
It's an authentic document.
I'm not disputing it, but I cannot say anything about it because I never saw it before in my life.
Yeah, so in other words, the context of that letter, do you have any problem with it? That you were an ex-serviceman club, that's where you met in the UK with Miss Frank Martin.
When I saw the letter, I never recalled this fellow Watterson, never. When I saw the letter, I immediately raised it with Advocate Kise, and I said, oh, somebody showed me this, but I didn't have a copy of it to show her. And I said, oh, this is probably going to come up.
No, thank you, Chair. When our time comes, we will really transverse on these matters because really they are very important. You know, we can't be misled. And I mean, Mr. O'Sullivan knows exactly what we are talking about here. Since 1982, not 1997 or 1996 or 1990. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, he asked you whether you are happy with the motivation that is made in that letter for you to get a permanent residence. There is a motivation that you are educated, you are intelligent,
Yeah.
you are a conservative, and you are an ex-service officer. You can be very useful to the white community of this country.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that motivation?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Honorable Nhlanhla.
No, Chair, I was actually coming to the very same point that I find the evidence by the witness very much gravely contradictory. You would have made an example of the 1982 thingy, and amidst that, he completely lost his memory when asked and pressed on the issue of the citizenship. When pressed by the evidence leader, I then moved on and spoke about 1987 November. In paragraph 6 is 1989. Then when asked by Advocate Mkhwanazi, it's now 1994 and 1995. So I think it suffices that we follow up that process we said we'll undergo, because if we take what has been argued before us, it's gravely contradictory, and it actually puts a particular image about the credibility of the witness in front of us. But I think we'll endure and try to get to the bottom of it. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I can respond immediately to that. I never said in my affidavit that I became a citizen in 1989. I applied for permanent residence. I only got my citizenship in 1995. And I probably didn't bother putting that in the affidavit, or I forgot to put it in the affidavit, but I can assure you I was a permanent resident. I never became a citizen in 1989. I never had a South African passport until 1995.
Chair, maybe let's take Mr. O'Sullivan on what he has written in his affidavit. The English here is very simple. In 1989, due to my investment in property, I successfully applied for permanent residence as a person of independent means. Successfully applied. That's what the English in your affidavit is saying.
For permanent residence, not for citizenship, for permanent residence. There's a big difference between the two. When you get your ID book, Chairman, your last 3 digits in the ID book, if you're permanent resident, it's my ID number then ended in 185. It now ends in 085 because I'm a citizen.
Let's proceed. Kabazel,
Thank you, Chair.
you have shown us the patience of a mother.
I think I've just broken this.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd just like to confirm, and also just for the purposes of the record, that Mr. O'Sullivan on Sunday evening did contact me to say that there may be a letter which he did not have in his possession, which I did not have sight of, and certainly did not know the contents of the letter. But he did mention that there's a letter in circulation on social media, but we could not do anything about that letter until we got possession of it this morning. So I confirm that for the record, that you did contact me.
Yes, I contacted you because it made me realize, oh, there's something going on here. I've already done my affidavit. If I'd have recalled what happened 42 years ago, Chairman, I would have included it in my affidavit, but I never expected, but I immediately contacted the evidence leader and discussed it with her.
Okay, so Mr. O'Sullivan, we are now at page 20, at paragraph 21 of your affidavit.
Uh-huh.
Could you explain how you came to be appointed as the Group Executive Aviation Security at Airports Company South Africa, AXA, in early 2001?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I was working in the Border Police, and at the same time I was working in the Border Police, I was a director of Tourism Johannesburg, and I was also a director of an entity which I had formed called Johannesburg's Big 5 Tourist Destinations. And I was also a director of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. And the reason for that was I was involved in the tourist industry in what we call tourism plant. And I'm talking about hotels and properties with a tourist inclination on them. And while I was working at the airport in the border police, I had recognized some issues involving tourists that were getting victims of crime after arriving in the country and having issues outside the airport. So I sat with the tourism police unit that I was a member of, and I pulled our resources. I said, guys, we've got to do something to stop this nonsense. So what we started doing, we involved the permanent police members. We were a reservist unit of about 35 members, but there were permanent members at the airport as well, Chairman. And we involved them, and we sat down and we had a think tank. And we came up with the idea of swapping shifts and moving things around so that we could make the airport a safe environment. And that fitted in quite nicely with the other activities we were involved in, which was to prevent human trafficking. So what happened was we needed additional facilities because there were not some facilities that we needed. So I made representation to the general manager of the airport, a gentleman by the name of Bongani Maseko. And I said, Bongani, we need some additional facilities here. Can you help us? And he said, no, we'll have to have a meeting and what. So we had another meeting and they said, no, this is going to cost money. I'll have to get it approved by the board. And he asked me to come and do a presentation to the board of AXA as to why we wanted these changes at the airport. And the board approved the plan and we implemented those changes. And then about 3 or 4 months later, we were able to demonstrate that we'd taken crime down at the airport by 35% in 1 year. And then I was approached by the chairman of AXA, a gentleman by the name of Mashuda Romano. And he said to me he wanted to have a meeting with me and Dalla Oma. Now,
Is that Minister?
at the
Dalla
time,
Oma.
he was a minister of transport.
Okay, so if you could just maybe mention him in his official
Okay.
capacity.
Thank you. I knew Minister Oma from previous engagements with him because there had been some problems with, at that stage, he was a Minister of Justice. And while he was Minister of Justice, we'd had some problems with the policing at Johannesburg Central Police Station. There was some leakage with suspects, where suspects would come into the cells, at least the magistrate's court, and they would have to go upstairs.
I'm sorry to interject, Mr. O'Sullivan, but I am now referring to your time at AXA.
Yes.
We've passed the time as a reservist
Sorry.
at
So then,
Worcester Square.
Mashuda Romano said to me that he wanted me to meet with Minister Dalla Oma. So, and he said the reason he wanted me to meet with him was he wanted me, they were going to create a position on the board of Airports Company South Africa. And that position would be Group Executive Aviation Security. And he had given an undertaking to Minister Oma that when he was appointed chairman of AXA, Minister Oma had asked him to ensure that if he made any new appointments at a senior level within AXA, that the appointments should not be white people. So he then introduced me to who I already knew, Minister Oma. And we had a coffee at the airport. And he explained to Minister Oma the things that we had been able to achieve with bringing down crime at the airport. And then both he and Minister Oma invited me to apply for a new position, which they were going to create, which was this position, Group Executive Aviation Security.
Did you interview for the position?
Yes, Chairman, there were they published an article, what do you call it, an advertisement in the Sunday Times. And they told me I would have to apply for it, which I did. And I was shortlisted with 2 other persons. And then there was an interview and they took a decision to appoint me.
At paragraph 22, you talk about the normal hiring process. Is that what you're referring to after you were invited to apply for this newly created role,
That's correct, Chairman.
which coincidentally you also were the successful candidate?
That's correct.
Okay. What was your mandate at AXA?
My mandate was,
Before change.
sorry,
There are 2 hands here, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Malem.
Thank you, Chair. It's very short. I wanted to find out the issue of parallel. What do you mean parallel? There was you were approached before the job was advertised, am I right?
they told me that they intended to create such a position and they would be placing an advertisement in the Sunday Times. And that when they place the advertisement in the Sunday Times, they would like me to apply for it because they liked the work that I had done at the airports with the
Yeah.
border police.
Yeah, if I hear you well, you said that they didn't want to appoint a white person, am I right? That's what you said earlier?
So, no, I didn't say they didn't want to appoint a white person. I said that when Mashida Romano was made the chairman of Airports Company, he had agreed with the Minister of Transport that he would not appoint a white person into any senior position
Yes.
on the board of AXA.
Right. Now, my last one on that, clarity on this parallel. When you said to the evidence leader, when she asked you about the parallelism of that advertisement, I didn't hear you well. What is parallel there on that? There was another candidate, or what was it?
Don't remember using the word parallel, but there were other candidates and there were interviews.
So it was a formality. The job was created for you.
No, Chairman, the job wasn't created for me. They had a panel of people that did the interview.
To disclose that the minister and the chairman, Ramashuda, approached you before that job was advertised.
My understanding is that they'd taken a decision to advertise the position, but they hadn't advertised it, and the advertisement was coming out either the next week or the week after. So
No, my question is, did you disclose during the interview that the minister, Tula Oma, and Ramano Mashudu, that they've approached you, that they are going to create a group executive for aviation and security at AXA?
Yes, I did disclose it in the interview. In fact, the interview panel included the chairman.
The same person who asked you that you advertise that?
It's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Malem.
No, Chair, thanks. When the advert was taken out for this position, what were the requirements in terms of qualifications?
I can't remember, Chairman. We're going back over a quarter of a century. I didn't keep a copy of the advertisement.
Do you have a degree or equivalent yourself?
No, that wasn't a requirement.
Do you have a degree or an equivalent? You?
No.
So that post will not, Group Executive Aviation and Security will not have required a degree?
No, there was no degree required in the advertisement.
It was designed to suit you.
I don't agree with that. The advertisement came out the week after I had that meeting.
Who was in the panel? How many were they and who were they?
I think there were 4 or 5 directors of Airports Company, the chairman and 3 or 4 other directors.
Was there no one representing the minister at the panel?
Chairman, I can't remember. It's, I think 26 years ago. or 25 years ago. But there were people sat there. There were directors of the airports company, and there was the chairman of the airports company. And I think the group executive HR was there.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, everything good about you, you remember it. For sure, you even remember the flight number you came with here. But if something is not of your favor or interest, all of a sudden we're told, yes, it's 26 years ago, it's 30 years ago. But you have detailed every achievement you have made. You remember everything that suits you, that is good about you. There is a panel, you're being interviewed for such a senior position. Was there no one there representing a minister?
Chairman, when I went in for the interview, I didn't ask, where are you from, where are you from, where are you from, where are you from? There were 4 or 5 people there. I can remember the name of Monsieur Romano. There was another gentleman who was a white person. He was a director of the airports company representing Aeroporti di Roma, who was a shareholder. And to my knowledge, there was somebody there, but I don't remember who was representing the other shareholder, which was the government of South Africa. And then there was the HR director. And that's it. I can't, you know, I mean.
Did you have any qualification or any practical experience that has to do with aviation?
I've been a pilot for 40 years and been a pilot for 40 years.
For 40 years?
Yes,
So you are a qualified pilot?
40 years.
I'm asking, are you qualified pilot?
I've been a qualified pilot for 40 years.
You went to school to be a pilot?
Yes. I own my own aircraft.
I live that, that I understand. But school, because those people of pilots go to school and then they have to do some hours. Have you done all of that?
I've done all of that.
And then you had security experience, because it's aviation and security.
I have that experience. I went on a course in the United States to learn specifically about aviation security because I wanted to understand. There's an organization called ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization. And they have a training center where they train people and they qualify them as aviation security specialists.
So will you be able to give us a certificate of that aviation security that you went to America for,
If I can,
and your pilot certificate?
well, I can show you my pilot's license right now.
No, no, not license, school, the school. Where you attended school, obvious, when you finish, they give you a qualification. Will you attach it? Will we get it tomorrow?
If I can, what do you mean if tomorrow? If I can find it.
2 things, please try to find them.
Chairman.
One of aviation security institution that you attended to in America, and the qualification, not license, because there is a certificate that you get, which will tell us where did you go and do your training, and then how many hours did you serve before you qualified to become a pilot?
Chairman, I wouldn't have any. I didn't fly to Cape Town with all these documents, knowing that I would be asked these type of questions from 40 years ago. The reality of the situation is, and there is my pilot's license. I have a pilot's license. I didn't buy it on the street corner. I did my training. I have my own aircraft. I fly my own aircraft on a regular basis. You know,
I wouldn't know if you bought it at your own street corner if you don't give me the qualification. The ticket doesn't say anything. When it comes to academic qualifications, that ticket you are showing me doesn't mean anything. I want certified documents that come from a recognizable institution that confirms that you went training to become a pilot and you passed the certain levels of the requirements, and the institution in America, one, to check if that institution is recognizable institution and its qualification is recognizable. And we need both, even if it's not tomorrow, Chair. We need to, because here is a post, we're being told he can't remember what were the requirements. He doesn't have a degree or post-matric qualification. It says he went to aviation security to some institution and all of that. We need to see all of that, to see if indeed there was some element of qualification closer to this post that was specifically created for him.
Honorable Novalo.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I just want to confirm one or two things. So, Mr. O'Sullivan, you said you were approached by Ramano and Mr. Dula Oma, correct?
No, I didn't say that. I said I was approached by Mr. Romano, who wanted a meeting,
Ramano and
who wanted a meeting with the
Yes.
minister. And
So
he
they
arranged a
said
meeting, and
the-
then I met them.
Bonani says they are not related.
No, I know he's not talking about the Ramano we have here. But what I want to check is, so then they persuaded you to apply, correct? They said you must consider
They invited me to apply,
to apply.
yes.
And then were you vetted before you were
Pardon me?
considered for the job? Were you vetted?
I don't know what their internal mechanisms were, but I'm assuming they carried out the normally.
No, my question, I think, should start like this. The first job that you did was being a detective at the airport, which was a national key point, correct?
Correct.
The airport was the national key point. What was your responsibility
Worked in the border police there,
as a police?
yes.
Were you vetted?
No,
So you worked as a police at the airport, which was a national key point, without being vetted.
they may have vetted me, I don't know, but I was a reservist.
So you had no a clearance certificate.
My knowledge, not.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair.
Honorable James, you will be the last and we. proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll save my questions for later, but I just need clarity. In 1997, when you got this paid job, was it as the group executive or was it at border control management?
I didn't hear what job?
The job when you started, you said earlier on in 1997 was your paid job at the airport.
Oh,
You were dealing with drug-related trafficking and working at border control. I'm trying to understand, was it a paid job via SAPS or was it this group executive job?
then no, Chair. I was a police reservist.
You were police reservist,
I was a police reservist at the airport.
working at border control.
Border police, not border control.
Border police.
Border control was carried out by the immigration department.
So you were police reservist responsible for drug trafficking.
No, Chairman, I wasn't a police service responsible for drug trafficking. I was a police reservist in the border police. And we were involved in a lot of activities, which included human trafficking, drug
He's saying,
prevention. It was crime prevention.
okay, I'm gonna leave it for later. And then also, just to make 100% certain, you have no other qualifications, nothing. You don't have any law qualifications, engineering, nothing,
No, completely unqualified.
completely. Nothing in law, nothing in engineering.
That's correct.
I'll get back to this later. Matric, do you have a matric?
We don't have matric where I went to school. That's a South African qualification.
Anything equivalent to a matric?
Of course I have.
What is that?
We call it O levels and A levels, but I mean, we're talking about 40 years ago, or 50 years ago.
You were group executive. No qualifications.
Of course, I had qualifications. With all respect, Chairman, you know, being an engineer doesn't fit in with group executive aviation. Point, a aviation security auditor. I was a person that carried out aviation security audits. So I had all that training and all those skills.
I'm going to leave it at that, Mr. O'Sullivan. You must remember what you told this committee now when I come back later. And this is why it was very important for you to have a CV as part of your statement. Then we wouldn't have been having this.
I was there.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, just for purposes of my clarity, you've just testified that you have no degree.
That's correct.
Okay. Earlier, you testified that you have an electrical engineering degree.
No, I never said I had a degree. I had a high national certificate, which is just one step below the degree.
So you do have a post O levels qualification.
Absolutely, yes.
And what is that qualification?
Engineering, electronic engineering.
Electronic engineering.
It's a high national certificate.
Where did you obtain it?
Manchester,
Manchester Technikon.
correct.
Okay. So electrical, Manchester Technikon. Electrical, it's called electrical engineering.
Electrical and electronic engineering,
Okay, and that is your post O and A level qualification.
correct.
Okay. We were at paragraph 23 of your statement. And there it reads, I had carte blanche to make radical changes and to review all security contracts in place. My question that I had posed to you was, what was your mandate at AXA and what did your initial assessment reveal regarding the security? Perhaps let me take it one step at a time. What was your mandate at AXA?
My mandate at AXA chairman was to improve security, not just at Johannesburg Airport, but at all the airports.
And what did your initial assessment, once you joined, what did that reveal regarding security at all the airports in South Africa?
My initial assessment, Chair, revealed that the security wasn't up to the standard it should be, and that there was corruption within the service provider environment. For example, bribes were being paid to AXA employees to sign worksheets to say that people had performed certain jobs that hadn't been performed, and equipment tenders were going out in a corrupt fashion. I assessed all of this. I then went to speak to the chairman. I explained to the chairman that we had these problems. He said we need to fix it, and that was what we did. We went about to fix it.
Could you elaborate on what you mean by having carte blanche to make radical changes?
Okay, so for example, they had just completed a tender before I joined for the replacement of all the archway metal detectors and the pre-flight screening equipment of passengers. Where you put your bag on a conveyor belt, it passes through, at the other end, they can have a picture and see what's in your bag. And the replacement of all that equipment at 10 airports, I can't remember the exact figure now, but it was millions of rand. And when I joined, in the first month I was there, I was brought the tender documents and told we need to place this order now. And you have to sign this that we're going to buy all this equipment. So I said, okay, let me have a look at all that. And I asked some questions. And I had a problem because the lowest bidder wasn't the contractor that they planned to issue the contract to. And there was a difference of several million rand. So I then decided to look into that further. And I found the lowest bidder. And I asked him, you tendered for this equipment, but they've disqualified you from receiving the contract because your equipment doesn't do exactly what the specification says. And the tenderer told me, he said, no, our equipment can't do that because the specification has been written for the winning tender's bidded equipment. In other words, it would appear that the winning tender contractor had assisted AXA to write the specification because it would suit the equipment that he would have been supplying. And when I saw this, I went and had another look at the document, the specification. And then I started doing a comparison between all the tenders who submitted a tender. And I found out that, in fact, only one person could have won that tender, and that was the highest price tender. So I went back to Mashuda Romano and I said, we have a problem here. My suggestion would be that we retender, and instead of tendering exactly what the equipment should be, we should retender on the basis of what the equipment should be able to do. In other words, it should comply with these relevant international standards, and it should be guaranteed, and it shouldn't break down, and blah, blah, blah. And he agreed with that. So we retendered, and I think we saved some in the region of 5 or 6 million rand on that tender. And the same applied to the manpower contract. We had 10 airports, and for some reason, all of the security employees for the 10 airports were from one contractor. And when I analyzed the scope of the tender and the work that was being performed, I found discrepancies. And the discrepancies I found was, I would go there, for example, out of hours, not during normal working hours. I would go there outside normal working hours. And we had the tender documents, so we knew how many security personnel we should expect to find at each security checkpoint in the airport. And when I went to validate how many people were there, every time I went there, I found that there were people missing, which meant they were the contractors who had won the contract were doing what they call short posting. So you might have a security checkpoint where there's supposed to be 5 people on duty, and there were only 2 people on duty. But the airports company was paying for 5 people to be there. So over a period of, I think, 2 months or 3 months, I think we sent 22 breach letters, or 21 or 22 breach letters to the contractor. And the breach letter stipulated what the tender said, what the contract said, and it said, by the way, on this date at this time, we found the following, and we listed the defects in the supply. Then what we did, we carried out an audit of the personnel that they had employed. And the specification stated that the workforce had to consist of a certain grade of security officer. You have what they call grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D, grade E, like this. And at certain positions, the person would have to be a grade C. At certain position, it would have to be a grade B. At another position, it would be acceptable to have a grade D. And when we did an audit of the security staff that they had, not only did we find people missing from their posts, and they weren't missing because they'd gone away, they were missing because they'd never been there in the first place. And then we found that their qualifications were not in keeping, and some of them were not even registered as security guards at all.
Okay. To that end, you actually, in your affidavit at paragraph 23 and 24, mention a specific contract and contractor as an example.
That's correct, Chairman. A company called Kusalani Security and Risk Management.
How did you deal with that contract?
This is the company that supplied approximately 5,000 heads around the 10 airports. And we issued them with 2021 breach letters. And the breach letters we kept issuing more or less every 2 or 3 days. There was a breach letter being issued. So I was really getting on top of these people. And then I happened to be in the United States when 911 took place. And I was shocked at what could happen if aviation security didn't go according to plan. So when I came back, I met with the chairman and I said, look here, I think what we don't need in South Africa right now is a 911 or something of that equivalent. We need to get rid of this contractor, and instead of having one contractor doing all the airports, my suggestion is that we have a different contractor at every airport so we don't have all our eggs in one basket. The chairman agreed, and then we started a process to cancel the contract and to bring in new contractors.
Okay, following the cancellation of the Koselani contract, you opened a criminal docket.
Correct.
What did the investigation uncover regarding payments to senior? Why did you open a criminal docket?
We opened the criminal docket because, Chairman, I invited the contractor to supply us with proof of their VAT registration and proof of their VAT payments, and they refused to supply it. So I opened the criminal docket not only for that, but some of the employees of the contractor had come to me privately and told us that their employer was deducting UIF, pension contributions, and when they asked for a certificate to show that their pensions had been paid up, they could not provide such a certificate. So I opened a docket alleging fraud in respect of VAT, UIF, and pension contributions. And the investigation resulted in the CEO of the company going on trial, and he ended up getting 5 years in prison.
We are at paragraph 25 of your statement. What did this investigation for which you opened dockets uncover regarding the payments to senior AXA employees?
Okay, so Chairman, we found that within the security environment, the security department of Airports Company, we found one or two people that approached me and they said to me, listen, you know, I even took sworn statements from them because they said on such and such a date, they were given an envelope which they had to pass on to this person and so on and so forth. So I went to the chairman, Mashudu. I said, Mashudu, we have a problem here. We need to get into this. He authorized us to appoint an outside company to come in and do an investigation. And that company, we pointed them in the right direction. That company provided evidence of bribes that were being paid to AXA employees to sign off worksheets that people had been at work when they hadn't been at work, what we call ghost employees. And the bribes had been paid. So all those people ended up getting suspended and then dismissed. In those days, Chairman, Act 12 of 2004, which is the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, didn't exist. It had only been promulgated in 2004. After we took a decision to cancel the contract, and when I say we, I'm talking about myself and Mashudu Romano. And then what Mashudu Romano did was he called an urgent executive board meeting where the whole executive group of AXA endorsed our decision before we issued the cancellation letter. After we issued the cancellation letter, strange things started happening. The first thing that happened was I got a phone call from the then Deputy National Commissioner of Police, a gentleman by the name of Andre Price. And he wanted an urgent meeting between myself and Jackie Celebi and himself at the airport. And the purpose of that meeting was to inform me that the National Key Points Act was going to be changed. And the change to the National Key Points Act would result in national key points no longer falling under the army, but they would fall under the police. And therefore, they did not want me to cancel any contracts until they had changed the National Key Points Act. And when we discussed that internally in AXA, we considered that request to be unlawful. We asked for it to be put in writing. It was put in writing, and then we still took a decision to cancel the contract because they were asking for us not to cancel the contract. Yet the contractor was in constant breach. He wasn't able to give you an example, Chairman.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm sorry to interrupt
Yep.
you. We're just running behind with time. My question was quite specific and it had to do with the late National Commissioner.
Yeah.
Could you just expand specifically on what you uncovered in the investigation in relation to him?
So, Chairman, what I uncovered was that he was a friend of the CEO of Khwezilani Security, a very close friend. And I didn't obtain any prima facie evidence at that stage, but I had received information that he was also a friend of the head of the security at the airport, and that together they were looking after the contractor, who in turn was looking after them. So after we issued the cancellation letter, strange things started happening. The first incident that took place was that somebody tried to shoot me. And I had a bullet hole in my car. In fact, I had a small chunk out of my thigh. The bullet actually singed my thigh and smashed the window and went through the door. And the same night, Mkhwanazi Romano had a house in Northcliffe. And the same night, he was out at a function, and two guys arrived in a motor vehicle without number plates. And they tried to go into his property, but his bodyguards were there, and a shootout took place with the bodyguards. And then I said to Mkhwanazi, I don't think you should stay at home until we get this contract dealt with and out of the way. Oh, I should mention 2 days or 3 days before that, Khwezilani Security had launched an urgent application in the High Court to prevent the to interdict the cancellation. And in that application, they also indicated that they had been informed by the Commissioner of Police that the police would be taking over the security management of the national key points. And the national key points, we had 10 airports, but then only 3 of them were national key points. And I had become the national key points officer for the owner of the national key points, which was AXA. So,
Mr. O'Sullivan, do you have a copy in these documents? We don't have a copy of that court order.
So unfortunately, Chair, I tried to get a copy of that court order, and I think I phoned the attorneys, I think either in your presence or advocate presence, and they said that they would look for it, but it's like 25 years ago.
Do you remember what the outcome of the order was?
The order was that their urgent application was dismissed with costs, and the contract was cancelled.
I have here an article from a newspaper from 23 years ago. Airport security boss faces VAT fraud. What it says is that the Khwezilani Security settled with the airport, and its contract ran its course, but it was not renewed. What is your comment to that?
No, the contract was cancelled. In fact, we brought in a number of other companies. And to my memory, one of the companies was Fidelity. There was another company called Protea Security. And I still remember somebody accusing me of being a shareholder of Protea Security, which at the time was owned by Tokyo Sequali Velapanda Group. And we replaced Khwezilani completely, and they were gone from the airports.
Okay. I would like to then bring you back to my question before we went down the road of talking about the cancellation of the contract. it's still unclear how the late former national commissioner features in this specific contract. But to that end, I can take you to paragraph 26 of your statement.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Before paragraph 26,
Yes,
you mentioned that he was one of the people that where you conducted an investigation and you found that he'd been somewhat involved with Khuselani.
correct.
At paragraph 26, you then mentioned that whilst Mr. Mashudu Ramano was in hiding during October 2001, which is the incident that you've just described, that there was a shootout outside of his house.
Sorry,
Officials,
Chair,
Yes.
that's not correct. The shootouts had taken place before then. And then he was in hiding.
Yes.
So that
that's what I'm intimating,
Yes,
that
okay.
whilst he was in hiding after the shootout,
after the shoot.
Yes.
Yes.
whilst he was in hiding after the shootout, during October 2001, police officials reporting to Silebi tracked Romano to the hotel he was staying at. Could you expand on that statement?
Yes, Chairman. He was arrested and detained as allegedly being an illegal immigrant. And on the day he was arrested, I didn't know he'd been arrested. In the afternoon, I think in those days, the Mail and Guardian used to come out on a Friday or Thursday. I can't remember exactly what day it is. But on the day in question, I got a phone call from a journalist at the Mail and Guardian who told me, by the way, you know, we're going to ask you some questions. We're running a story tomorrow. And I said, okay, what are the questions? He said, well, first of all, do you know that your chairman is an illegal immigrant? And I said, no, he can't possibly be an illegal immigrant. I know his family because after I became friends with him, which we did, I had flown to his mother's funeral. In fact, I flew him up in my plane to his mother's funeral in Thohoyandou. So I knew that he wasn't an illegal immigrant. But what had happened was, unfortunately, his ID book, his name was spelled wrong. His ID book was spelled Ramango instead of Romano. And he explained that to me as being because when he was born, his mother went to the police station to register his birth. And she gave the name, and the policeman who wrote down the name wrote down Ramango instead of Romano. So, but he knew that he was a Romano, not a Ramango. So after that, he had to rectify. But in the meantime, this reporter then accused me of being a shareholder of Protea Security or being a shareholder of Mvelapanda. And I said, no, that's rubbish. He said, I've got your bank statements here. Your bank statement shows that you received R500,000 last week or the week before.
Did you receive R500,000 rand from
Yeah, I just-
Velapande?
No, not from, I'd sold some shares.
Okay.
So
To Velapande?
no, I had nothing to do with Velapande. I'd sold some unit trusts, in fact, shares. I'd sold some unit trusts. So, you know, you buy and sell and, you know, that's how it works. So I had nothing to do with Velapande at all. And so I said this to the journalist. And the next day, there was a headline in the Mail and Guardian that Mashudu Romano was arrested and detained for being a legal immigrant. And by the way, in the morning, I got a phone call from Mashudu. He said, they've just released me.
This is about 23 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. That was 2001.
Yes, about
25
25 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 24 years ago, because it was, I think, October 2001.
Okay.
And he said, they've just released me. And I said, thank God, I've been trying to get hold of you. I said, thank God, I've been trying to get hold of you. What happened? And then he gave me this explanation that I've just given you now about the Ramango, the Romano, and so on and so forth.
Your role at this point, you'd been now at EXA for a couple of months. How involved was your role? I mean, you started, you've testified that you basically did an audit of all the contracts and you found that there were irregularities. You cancelled a number of the contracts.
So it was one big contract.
But you mentioned a number of others that were also
That
quite.
was equipment then.
Yeah.
That wasn't a contract, that was a tender.
Okay. My question, Mr. O'Sullivan, is basically leading to your role. How involved was your role at EXA? How much time did you require in order to execute all the things that you were doing?
Well, I hit the ground running and I spent literally 7 days a week there doing this. And unfortunately, the airports regrettably were in a mess. If I had to tell you, in the first 4 months of my being at Airports Company, we had multiple robberies, including airside robberies, where bandits came into the airport and held up people that were unloading cash and diamonds from a KLM flight. $26 million was stolen from a Swiss air flight. And this was causing chaos because the people in the outside world were starting to say, well, hang on a minute. Look at all these heists going on at the airport. And of course, unfortunately, they were all happening at Joburg Airport.
And this was during your role specifically at EXA as head of security. And at paragraph 29 of your statement, you say that by 2001, although I was a senior executive at EXA, I still maintained my role as a reservist at the Border Police as the work was complementary. You've just testified that your role was 7 days a week and it was very involved. You hit the ground running. How did you manage to balance your role as an executive at EXA and still provide volunteer work as a reservist at the Border Police?
Well, probably that's easy to explain because my Border Police work was at Johannesburg Airport. And 99%, so we kept records of where the security incidents took place over the 10 airports. And 99% of all the security incidents were taking place at Johannesburg Airport. So I knew that if I could fix Johannesburg Airport, I would fix the problems at all the airports. And I suppose you can say this, in fact, I've used the expression, the work was complementary. So being a police reservist, I'm wearing 2 hats now because I'm also seeing through 2 sets of eyes. I'm seeing what I would see as a policeman, I'm also seeing now as a security specialist. And I'm now starting to say, aha, one way to solve this problem is we put security controls in on these doors with card readers. And now people won't be able to open and close those doors without having proper identity systems in place. So it complemented itself like that.
Honorable Skosana.
Chair, thank you. Mr. Oliver, I just want you to clear this up. Earlier, you said that you were appointed as well because 3 airports were national key points, am I right?
Right.
And you are now a national key point official.
Correct.
Without being vetted.
Well, I think at that stage, they didn't require vetting. It only came later.
National key point.
Yes. At that time, National Key Points Act did not require the people to be vetted.
And anyway, I won't be surprised. I'll just make a comment on that. I mean, you had any qualification, formal education when you were appointed as a group executive. Am I right?
Well, there were no qualifications in the field of aviation security other than the ICAO certificate, which I had.
Yeah, no. Because it's a clarity question, I'll ask you tomorrow. What I'm saying is, remember, we agreed earlier that the post was advertised. That's what you said.
Correct.
And the requirements, you don't remember what were the requirements?
26 years ago, there was an advertisement. A person had to be competent at the job and had to demonstrate a proven knowledge of aviation security, I can't remember what else.
Yeah, it's fine, because remember that they recruited you from property development and tourism company. You had no experience of that. And as well,
No,
earlier,
sorry, just.
you had no experience of security.
Yes, I had experience of security.
That forensic security you're talking about, your company,
Pardon?
your company. The experience was from your company.
Airports company, you mean?
No. I'm saying the experience you had, was it from your own company?
Chairman, I had worked as a country manager for Chubb Security.
Yes, I'm aware. It says so, yes. Yeah, and you were running your property development company and the tourism company
Well,
at the same time.
the tourism company's chairman were non-executive positions.
Yes.
I wasn't running those companies. They would have had executives that ran those companies. I had a non-executive position where I was invited to contribute because of my knowledge in the tourism industry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We are talking more about this. What I'm saying to you, what I want to put it to you, when I want a clarity on this one. Remember, you said to us that some of your people you trained, the 1,500 people, some went to PAL, college or what? Am I right?
No, I went to PAL.
Only you.
It might have been some of the others who went there, but they did their training in Johannesburg.
Yeah, but at the later stage, I wanted that only for you to say to us that the each which is asking you now, I think on paragraph 29, where you said you put up 70 hours and 80 hours at border policing, between boat roles, it doesn't make sense.
Why not?
You said there were 13 airports, am I right?
No, 10 airports.
10 airports, yes, the three were. And now you were able to run that as well and the border.
I worked 70 to 80 hours a week. By the way, still do.
When?
Okay, honorable member, let's proceed. Let's
Okay,
take
it's fine. We'll see tomorrow, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Thanks, Chair. The evidence leader is leaving a very important point. She tried to ask you about Jeggy's levy in relation to the cancellation of that big contract.
Mm-hmm.
And you have not said anything except that funny things started happening to you, and policemen that are reporting to him, I would imagine, it's a national commissioner police report to him, went to arrest Ramano, and they said no, he's an illegal foreign. So I don't know. I don't see where does Jeggy's levy get in relation to this cancellation of this contract.
Okay, I'll repeat what I said earlier, Chairman, which is that Jackie Salebi attended a meeting which had been arranged by Andre Price, who at the time was the Deputy National Commissioner for Operations. And the purpose of the meeting was to inform AXA that this is after we sent a letter of cancellation to Kusalani Security. It was like 3 days later. The purpose of the meeting was to inform us that he, Jackie Salebi, was going to arrange for the cabinet to take a decision to move the National Key Points Act responsibility from army to police. And because of that, he wanted a situation where the current incumbent, namely Kusalani Security, would not be fired, but they would still be in place. Their contract would not be terminated. So as a result of that, as I said earlier, we had a meeting internally in AXA, and a decision was taken that we could not accede to that request for a number of reasons, and the main reason being that they were undersupplying on the posts, they were committing fraud, they were committing corruption, and they were leaving gates open, and they were allowing major security issues to take place.
No, I understand that. I want to know, did Jackie Levy say with his mouth, do not cancel a Kusalani security contract in
Yes.
that meeting?
Yes.
What evidence do we have about that?
It was a meeting. I didn't record it. I didn't.
The minutes,
Pardon?
are the minutes of that meeting?
There were letters sent. I 25 years ago, I don't have those letters now.
No, not letters. In
No,
the
there were
meeting.
letters sent confirming what he had said and confirming that AXA had taken a decision to go ahead and cancel the contract anyway.
And then the last question from me, you never had a vetting certificate to be such a senior person dealing with aviation security at a national key point.
There was no legal requirement for a vetting certificate at that time.
That's fine, but you never had a
I
vetting.
never had one because there was no legal requirement for one.
No, that's fine, whether legal requirement or not, you never had a vetting.
As I said,
You were never vetted in your entire life.
as I said, I never had a vetting because there was no legal requirement.
Okay. Okay. Can we
So,
proceed?
thank you,
Mkhwanazi.
Chairperson. We are at paragraph 33 of your statement. You say that subsequently your contract was terminated from AXA. What was the reason for the termination of your contract?
Because Jackie Celebi had intimated, well, he had gone to NICOC or NICOC, I don't know how you say it, and they had changed the rules, and anybody that sat on the National Aviation Security Committee would have to have a security clearance of secret. And I would not be able to get such a security clearance because I had dual nationalities. So I could no longer sit on the National Aviation Security Committee. And as a result of no longer being able to sit on the National Aviation Security Committee, and as a result of the representations that Mr. Celebi made to the new CEO of AXA, a decision was taken, not by the chairman. The chairman tried to stop the decision from being taken, but he was now non-executive because we had a CEO now. A decision was taken to give me 3 months' notice and terminate my position.
So you were terminated, your contract was terminated because you did not have security clearance.
Yes, and
Okay.
because Jackie Celebi had had secret meetings with the new CEO and agreed, they looked at my contract, she got a lawyer involved, and the lawyer advised her that there's a clause in his contract that says you can give him 3 months' notice, and that's what happened.
But it was, the reason was due to you not having security clearance.
Correct.
Okay, we can move on. After leaving AXA, how did your understanding of Mr. Celebi's corrupt relationship with Mr. Nhlanhla develop?
So, whilst we were in the border police, this is before I joined AXA. So, I remember an incident. It must have been,
Just specifically the relationship between Mr. Celebi and
that's what I'm talking about.
Nhlanhla, if we can
Yes.
just limit
So,
it to that.
While I was in the border police, we had a consignment of counterfeit goods that came in, and the consignment of counterfeit goods was being brought in by Nhlanhla.
If you could be specific about what those counterfeit goods were?
They were, I call them tackies, but they're running shoes. Converse was the manufacturer's name, but they were counterfeit. They were not real Converse, and they were polo shirts, golf shirts. And they were listed on the waybill as being secondhand clothing for charitable distribution to previously disadvantaged communities. But when the container was opened, it was found to be brand new Converse shoes and polo shirts, which were allegedly secondhand clothing from China.
Okay. Besides the clothing, was there any involvement of narcotics, drugs, along the lines of the things that you were specifically looking after at the airport, which you have mentioned?
No.
No.
No. Later, I found out about that, but that would have been a few years later.
Okay. So you were still describing the relationship and how you uncovered it.
Yes, so what happened was, after my role at AXA had been terminated, I became aware of the fact, in fact, I became aware of the fact before my role was terminated. I laid a formal complaint with what was then called the ICD, which was, ICD stood for the Independent Complaints Directorate. And I laid a formal complaint with the ICD whilst I was still working at AXA against Jackie Celebi for interfering in the contractual relationships between AXA and the contractor. And when the new CEO started, I was called in and told I must withdraw that complaint.
Did you withdraw it?
No, I refused to withdraw the complaint. And the reason I refused to withdraw the complaint was because I believed the complaint was valid. And I was then unlawfully suspended.
But at this point, Mr. O'Sullivan, with all due respect, you've now been terminated. Your contract has been terminated.
Before I was terminated, I was unlawfully suspended.
Okay, but we are now at the point, I'm sorry to interject. I don't mean to rush you. It's just time is not on our side. In the timeline of where we are in the testimony, you have left AXA and you are now investigating Mr. Celebi, even though you've left AXA. And that's where we are in the testimony. If you could just expand on that.
Okay, so Chairman, after I left AXA, I went back and carried on with my property developments. Actually, I was still involved with that anyway. I started building houses for sale again. This developed, I think, 2 developments in Bedford View, and I built some houses in Kempton Park and some others in Dainfern. But while I was doing all that, I decided to look into Jackie Celebi because I was aware, I had no evidence, but I was aware of this relationship between him and Nolan Grenier.
Him and?
Nolan Grenier.
Okay.
He was the CEO of Kusalani Security. And I considered that a corrupt relationship. So I arranged a meeting with, I'd made this complaint with ICD, first of all. Secondly, after leaving AXA, I lodged a formal complaint with what was then called the Scorpions. I had a meeting with the Scorpions in Silverton, in Pretoria, and I provided them with all the information that I had. And they told me, yeah, it doesn't look good, but there's no prima facie evidence there. If you find any evidence, come back and tell us, and we'll have another look. So I decided to go out and look for evidence. And I got that evidence. And the first evidence I got was I got a phone call from a captain in the police at Sandton Police Station. And he told me that there'd been a robbery at a house, like a townhouse, you know, a luxury townhouse in School Road in Morningside. And that the person that had been robbed, his next door neighbor, was a guy called Glenn Agliotti. And when this captain went there, he went into the next door neighbor's house, which was Glenn Agliotti's house, because the house where the robbery had taken place was being treated as a crime scene. So the captain went into that house and he met with this person. And then while he was talking to this person and taking a sworn statement from him, Glenn Agliotti was talking to somebody on the phone, and he handed this captain the phone. He said, "Here, it's the Commissioner of Police. He wants to speak to you." And the captain in question spoke on the phone with the Commissioner of Police, which was Jackie Celebi. And Jackie Celebi told him, and that's what he put into a sworn statement.
What was the name of the captain?
Sure. I can't remember.
Do we have any supporting evidence?
Yes,
I
I don't
to
have
that
it, but
effect?
it's on the docket.
Okay.
So the Scorpions obviously ran with the investigation because it wasn't just that. There were a number of things that came together. So we had, first of all, that situation.
And that's what you uncovered basically in your investigation, that he was
That was the
involved
first thing.
with.
That was the
Cleote.
first thing.
Okay.
So what Jackie Salebi told the captain was, look after this fellow Glenn Agliotti. He's a close personal friend of mine. I then remembered that several years earlier, when I was in the border police before joining AXA, that we'd had this consignment of clothing, this
What you described earlier.
yes, the counterfeit goods. And we had detained the goods and I'd arrested Glenn Agliotti. And you then leave it. And the next thing
You had arrested him as a reservist? I'm just
yes,
in that capacity. Okay.
yes.
Okay, can we?
And I
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, Mr. O'Sullivan, may you please extricate me from this confusion? Earlier, when I asked you about security clearance, you confirmed that you did not have it. And then when the council asked you
leave that cup.
about your dismissal, you said, should I wait for you? Can I proceed?
Thank you.
When the council asked you about your dismissal, and then you confirmed that you were dismissed by Mr. Jackie Salebi, because you had no security clearance. And the justification, according to your logic, for not having a clearance, a security clearance, is that there was no legal requirement at the time. Is that correct?
So almost correct.
Yeah. Now, what precipitates my confusion here is that I find it very ironic that Mr. Salebi can dismiss you on the basis of a requirement which is not prescribed by the law.
So Chairman, I can explain that. First of all, Jackie Salebi didn't dismiss me.
No, terminated your contract.
He didn't terminate my contract. My contract wasn't a contract with the police. My
Yes.
contract was a contract with Airports Company South Africa. And what happened was Jackie Salebi first attempted to have the National Key Points Act changed so that the National Key Points would report to the police. And the next thing he did, he went to NICOC, and he got them to change the regulations so that everybody that sat on the National Aviation Security Committee would have to have security clearance. So they brought in a new regulation. And I couldn't meet that regulation because I didn't have security clearance.
So it became a requirement
It became a requirement
at a
after-
later stage.
Yes, after I was.
So at the time when you were appointed, it was not a requirement.
Correct.
That is your logic.
That's a fact.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
I want us to take a break, Kawazela, at what time?
I think this part is almost done. So I think we should be done by past to take a break.
Okay.
Mr. O'Sullivan, if I can just then maybe just to wrap up this part of your evidence, you say that, I'll just read it into the record. Under Salebi, this is at paragraph 37. Under Salebi, the police was effectively captured by the criminal underworld. I'll give you an opportunity to just give your final comment. With many criminals having friends in the police to keep them out of prison, the growing trail of evidence and media exposés were starting to take their toll on the relationship between Salebi and President Thabo Mbeki. This is very similar to what has been testified regarding the events that led up to the 6th of July. The narrative is quite similar. However, in 2006 and 2007, President Thabo Mbeki tried to help Salebi in the return of securing his own political future in Polokwane. And it goes on, it can be read into the record. The question that I have specifically in relation to that paragraph, just to be for the sake of completion, you then go on to say that prior to December 2007, there was a coordinated effort by President Mbeki and an overseas-based agent, Mr. Andre Pienaar, to save Celebi on the one hand, yet arrest and charge Zuma on the other hand. They failed. President Mbeki and Pienaar's plans fell apart at the ANC elective conference in Polokwane. And you complete your paragraph by stating that the disbanding of Scorpions was intended to curtail high-profile corruption investigations, particularly with regard to those near and dear to the senior politicians. My question for you in respect of that paragraph 37, it's quite convoluted and a lot can be said about that paragraph, is how did your in your view, what was the impact of Mr. Celebi's tenure as commissioner on the integrity of police and services?
Chairman, I became aware of appointments that were being made in the police of individuals being promoted into positions that they weren't suitable for. For example, Richard Nhlanhla was made the national head of crime intelligence. There were other appointments. I can't remember the names of the people now, but people were being appointed that weren't qualified. And I think it became apparent that from the evidence and the statements I took, that these things were happening because we had a corrupt chief of police. So I intensified I didn't believe that South Africa would benefit from having a corrupt chief of police. And I also didn't believe it would be in the interest of South Africa to have a corrupt police chief allowed to continue in return for arresting and charging a person that had aspirations to become the president of the country. For example, Jacob Zuma. And I felt that this kind of activity cried out for intervention. So I stepped up my investigations, and the rest is history. I managed to get sworn statements from witnesses linking Glenn Agliotti to drug trafficking, linking Glenn Agliotti to counterfeit cigarette importation from Zimbabwe, and linking Glenn Agliotti to payments being made to Jackie Celebi.
How did you specifically uncover the drug trafficking that Agliotti was involved with? Could you expand?
Sorry, Chair, before that. On a point of correction, Richard Nhlanhla came head of crime intelligence under President Zuma and Natim Teto, not under President Mbeki.
Sorry, Chairman, Richard Nhlanhla was appointed not national head of crime intelligence. Thank you for assisting me there. He was appointed provincial head of crime intelligence in Gauteng by Jackie Celebi. Thank you for pointing that out to me.
Just for the purposes of the committee, at page 74 of the annexures, it's B74, you have enclosed a report which details the specific persons that you say were involved in the various criminal activities. However, my question to you at this stage is, you say that you uncovered drugs, drug trafficking.
Correct.
In the timeline where we are, you have left your role as head of security at AXA. You are now back in business and also doing reservist work.
No.
How? Yes.
I was no longer reservist, Chair,
Okay.
because Jackie Celebi terminated my role as a police reservist. And he inspired the need to terminate my role as head of aviation security. So I had no police work after that.
What were you doing at the time?
Property development.
What, you say that you were investigating various things. Why were you investigating as a property developer?
Because I wanted to live in a country where there was a rule of law. I wanted to live in a country where a person who did his job well wouldn't be fired because somebody wants to commit the offense of corruption without being caught. I wanted to live in a country where security contracts were not given to the person that paid the highest bribe, but they were given to the company best suited to provide the service. And that would make the airport safe. I didn't want to live in a country where something tragic should happen, for example, like 911. I didn't want to live in a country where you could go to the police station to open a case and the criminal that committed the offense would get away with it because he paid a bribe to the police. I realized by 2003 that we were on a slippery slope, and the best way to get off that slippery slope was to bring back some ethics into the police.
Yeah. You were at the point, I actually derailed you by asking a different question, but you were about to explain what you uncovered, how you uncovered. It's not necessarily specifically about Glenn Agliotti, but it's more about your investigative work into drug trafficking. And you were about to expand on how you managed to uncover drug trafficking, which Glenn Agliotti had been involved in.
Yes, Chairman, obviously you get somebody phones you, gives you information. I think it became common knowledge that I was looking into Jackie Celebi. And you sniff around and you get information, but you can't prove anything. But somebody gave me a tip-off that actually, if you want information, this fellow Glenn Agliotti is involved in drug trafficking, and this is how he does it. But I had no evidence. So I decided to go and get that evidence. And I was given the name of the company and the name of the person that managed the company that imported the narcotics and distributed the narcotics. So once I had that information, I then realized, well, hang on a minute. I can go to that company and see if they can provide evidence. So I arranged a meeting. It just coincidentally happened.
It sounds like you stumbled upon that evidence, but in fact, you were investigating the former commissioner.
Correct.
Okay.
So it just so happened that when I was a police reservist, I had been running a drug-free schools project in my spare time. And that drug-free schools project resulted in us, a team of us, going around all the schools and explaining to the children how drugs are bad for you.
When did you start that project?
That would have been the mid-90s.
Whilst you were a reservist?
Correct.
Okay.
And one of the schools I went to was Houghton Primary School. We went to a lot of schools. We felt it was important not just to focus on high schools, but to also focus on primary schools, because primary school leavers become high school students. And whilst there's probably not much drugs being sold at primary schools, once they get to a high school, the drugs are being sold there. And we decided that the best thing to do is start with one level of education for the primary schools and another one for the high schools. And obviously the education for the high schools was more age relevant, and the education for the primary schools was also age relevant. And as a result of this interaction with the primary schools, one of the schools I went to, I mentioned, was Houghton Primary School. And the headmaster there happened to be the brother of the father of the guy that was running the transport company that was moving Glenn Agliotti's drugs around.
What was the name of the person who was moving the drugs around?
Anthony Dormel.
Okay.
So I arranged a meeting with Anthony Dormel's father, which is Chris Dormel. And we had a meeting at their house, be about 20 years ago, maybe more. And we had a meeting at the house. And when I had that first meeting, I suggested that I would like to have a meeting with the son. And I explained to them exactly why. That I'd want this son to understand what's happening with the stuff that he's moving around. Now, we had that meeting and he agreed that actually he always suspected that there was something wrong, but he didn't know what. And he agreed to set out chapter and verse. And as a result, we went to a shipment that he had stored at a warehouse on the East Rand. And there was about 200 million rands worth of drugs there.
What did you do with that information? Once you got to the scene, what was your first reaction?
My first reaction was to take a sworn statement from the guy, because what you always like to do is make sure you get something in writing.
Okay, so you got a sworn statement, and what was the next step?
Then I went back to the Scorpions, who
So-
I'd met with a couple of years earlier, and I said, listen, I think we've now got something.
So you reported this drug bust to the Scorpions?
They did the drug bust. I didn't do the drug bust.
Okay, so you accompanied the Scorpions to a venue where there was an operation undergoing?
No, I didn't do that either.
Okay,
What I did was, I showed them the sworn statement I had from this individual, and I asked them, would they be prepared to meet with this individual and take this matter over? And they agreed to do that. And then I introduced them. We had a meeting at McDonald's in Bruma. Not Bruma, East Rand Mall. We had a meeting at McDonald's in East Rand Mall. And that would have been about 95, maybe 96. I can't remember the exact year. And we had a meeting there, and we sat there for 4.5 hours, where they interrogated this fellow. And
what is the outcome?
they made a decision to mount an operation.
Okay.
And the operation they mounted lasted for a month or two. And then they busted them and they arrested them all. And then they arrested Glenn Agliotti.
And what was the final, the ultimate consequence for Mr. Celebi? What?
The ultimate consequence for Mr. Celebi was that he was convicted of 6 counts of corruption and sentenced to 15 years in prison.
From the investigations that you would have conducted, what did you actually discover?
What do you mean? What did I?
What did you just, what came out of your investigations? You said that all of these things that you've been testifying about are things that were on this, like almost on the side. It's not what you were necessarily investigating. The person that you were after was Celebi. But we've spoken about the various things that have came out of the investigations, but not specifically linking to Commissioner Celebi.
Yes, so what happened was, I was getting some challenges, shall we say. I got a tip off that there would be an attempt on my life, that I would be murdered. So I started taking more precautions. And then I got a tip off that actually, they decided they couldn't get to me, so they would murder my family. So I moved my family out of the country. And that was in 1996. And then the Scorpions, through their investigation, had dealt with the drugs, the 200 million rands worth of drugs. They'd arrested a number of people. Some of them pleaded guilty and went to prison. They arrested and charged Glenn Agliotti, and they arrested and charged another gentleman by the name of Clinton Nassif. And they entered into plea bargain agreements where they agreed to plead guilty in terms of Section 105A of the Criminal Procedures Act. They agreed to plead guilty and get a suspended sentence and then give evidence about other activities. And the other activities they gave evidence about were the payments that they had made to Jackie Celebi.
Okay. At page 14, at the top of your statement, you say, based on the case I had assembled against him, speaking about Celebi, the then President Nhlanhla terminated Celebi's contract. In 2010, Celebi was convicted and sentenced to 15 years. This sentence, this paragraph implies that it was as a result of the investigation that you had conducted against Mr. Celebi.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Perhaps that's a little bit too much, because in fact, what I had done, I carried out an investigation which triggered the production of the evidence which led to Jackie Celebi being arrested and charged.
Okay.
So if it's like anything else, I had started work which became the catalyst for the criminal charges which he faced.
What was the motivation for you investigating him?
As I said earlier, Chairman, I wanted to live in a country where there's a rule of law. I didn't want to live in a country where a chief of police could be so corrupt that he could enter into an agreement that would assist a sitting president to arrest and charge a future possible president. Because I felt that that was like completely wrong, regardless of what and at the time, I didn't know the then who became President Zuma, I didn't know him from a bar of soap. So I had no knowledge.
Would it be fair to say that as a result of Mr. Celebi not granting you security clearance, you then investigated him? What would your comment be to that statement?
Yeah, I think that's not correct. And the reason it's not correct is because it's like a domino effect, isn't it? If you don't do this, this will happen, then that will happen, then that will happen, then that will happen. He was going behind my back and having secret meetings with a view to having me dismissed. Why? Because we refused to kowtow to this idea of allowing his friend. In fact, I went a step further. The criminal case I opened against his friend resulted in his friend going to prison for 5 years. So he just badly wanted me out of the way. And because of the lawlessness of that conduct over 2 or 3 years, I just decided, no, the country doesn't need a commissioner of police who's involved in that type of criminal activity. So I took it upon myself to do the preliminary investigations. And when I handed it to the Scorpions on a plate in 1990, whatever, 5 or 6, there were prima facie evidence, but there was more than that.
Would you say there's a relationship between Commissioner Celebi's arrest and the disbandment of the Scorpions?
I'd say absolutely, without a doubt. Part of the problem, Chairman, is that the Police Service Act makes it clear that no police official may be an active politician. And at the time Jackie Celebi was the Commissioner of Police, he was also a member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC. So now suddenly the rules relating to the Police Service Act were being flouted. And not only that, you heard about all these so-called spy tapes. And the spy tapes make it clear that there was a concerted effort on the part of certain persons, one of them being the then head of the Scorpions, a chap by the name of Leonard McCarthy. Because the spy tapes show his conversations with a person by the name of Andre Pienaar, who was based in London. It demonstrated that their plan, and they used code words, but it was all unpacked quite nicely. And they used these code words to show that actually we must get Celebi off the hook and get Zuma on the hook. And in the process, the problem they had was this individual by the name of O'Sullivan. And in those spy tapes, it states categorically, let's not worry about O'Sullivan. We'll bring somebody in that will deal with him decisively. Now, I thought, wow, you know, this is heavy stuff. So I felt that, no, I did the right thing. The country should benefit from a police service with an honest chief of police. And that's what I expected to see. Because if you have an honest chief of police and a hardworking chief of police, you would expect that the people, that the whole thing ripples down and you have a good police service.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Lastly, you say that you got this information from spy tapes, but you were no longer a police reservist. You were also no longer the head of security at AXA. In what capacity were you able to access these spy tapes?
No, well, I didn't access the spy tapes. What happened was, I'm trying to remember her name now. Mkhwanazi. She was the acting national director of public prosecutions. And after Jackie Salebi had been arrested, she was suspended. And she was suspended before his trial had got cracking. She had been suspended. Now, we have to turn the clock back a little bit, because before Jackie Salebi had been criminally charged, they had gone to see the president. The Scorpions had gone to see the president to say, we have a warrant of arrest for the commissioner of police. It wasn't the Scorpions, sorry. It was the National Director of Public Prosecutions, a gentleman by the name of Vusi Pakoli. And he went to see the president together with Karinal, who was the provincial head of the Scorpions. And they went to see the president and they said, we have this warrant which has been issued. And before we execute the warrant, we wanted to inform you as a courtesy that we intend to arrest the commissioner of police. And Thabo Mbeki then had a meeting with Bridget Mbandla, who was the Minister for Justice. And the Minister of Justice immediately suspended Vusi Pakoli. And then after this suspension, the provincial head of crime intelligence was instructed by Jackie Salebi to start tapping the phones.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I really apologize for interrupting you. Where can I find this information? Do we have evidence to that effect where these meetings took place? Do you have minutes to that effect?
So, Chairman, it's common cause. I'm sorry to have to say, but if you go back in time, it was all over the newspapers. It's common cause that Vusi Pakoli was suspended, pending an inquiry to determine his fitness to be in office. It's common cause that this all happened in a very short period of time. You had the Polokwane conference, then you had the, immediately after the Polokwane conference, President Mbeki was still the president.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Just to bring you back to what the question actually was, the question was, how did you get to know about the conversations that were where spyware was used? That was the specific question.
They were published in the media.
Okay, thank you.
I think either the Mail and Guardian or the Times. They were
Thank you.
published and they quoted from it.
So you read them in the media?
And not only that, I spoke to the journalist,
Okay.
and he sent me a copy of the tapes, not the tapes, but the transcript of the tapes, because they.
But that your source basically was the media. That was the
Correct.
question. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Awazal. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to recognize the following honorable members who have joined us, who have come to support the work that the committee is doing. Honorable Mautwe, the Chief Whip of the EFF in the National Assembly. Honorable Noluchungu, Honorable Mkhalipi, Honorable Matiase, Honorable Nehaus, Honorable Nhlanhla, and Honorable Makesine, the Chief Whip of the EFF in the NCOP. I recognize you, Honorable Kobe, from Action SA, and we want to thank you so much for the support that you are giving to the committee, honorable members. You were with us in the morning, Honorable Mkhalipi, and you still found it reasonable to come back in the afternoon. We want to thank you so much. We are going to take a break now. And thank you so much, Advocate Mkhize, for leading evidence in the latter part of the session. We are going to take a break and we will come back for the final session, which will run from 18 hours until 19 hours. And I'm going to plead with honorable members that you can see that we are moving at a snail pace. And what this does is it reduces our time for interaction with the witness tomorrow. We are still on paragraph 38 of 175 paragraphs statement. And this does not bode well for us. If we can still try and allow the evidence leaders to run through the statement so that tomorrow we have sufficient time to engage with the witness. May we please rise and leave the chambers and come back at 6 o'clock. And Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, it is now your time.
Chair, Honorable Chair, may I proceed?
Yes,
Sorry,
I have long announced that the time is now yours.
thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Mr. O'Sullivan, just in the sessions we've had thus far, in summary, you've undergone a remarkable transformation from a naive young man in his 20s, not quite knowing, not quite remembering what he said, what he did, to someone that's become involved deeply in South African politics of the day, and where we now ended in the last session with the arrest and conviction of former National Police Commissioner Selebi. So would you agree with me that that's been quite remarkable from where you started or wanted to start by coming into our country and where you were after the conviction of former National Commissioner Selebi?
Chair, I suppose so.
Yeah.
As you get older, you get wiser and you become more experienced, and you learn as you go along. Nobody's a perfect human being, but you try to do what you do. And that's why I decided to get involved in empowerment projects in the way I did, and created lots of jobs for previously disadvantaged people.
So was this as a result of just a remarkable set of coincidences, or is it entirely your initiative and your work and your determination and vision for what you would see as a corruption-free South Africa?
So some of the work, Chairman, wasn't related to corruption or anything of the kind. I did a lot of work in the tourism development arena, which, yeah, I committed myself in a very strong way to opening up tourism in Soweto, by sitting down with owners of tourism plant in Soweto, and by generating increased footfall. I think between 98 and 99, we were able to increase tourist traffic to Soweto by 47%. And I felt that part of the solution to the problems in South Africa was to create lots more work for but quality work for people that previously were disadvantaged. And even though I myself had never been involved in this tragic event called apartheid, I believed that as a white person, I could and should try to do something that will improve the lives of all South Africans. And I think that my record in that regard speaks for itself.
Now, as I indicated, it's either by design or it's a remarkable set of coincidences, because we now also know that, yes, you had gone to school, you had some post-school, like we would say post-matric qualifications, but you don't have any tertiary education, university qualifications. So was it just on the job that you learned to become a crime buster?
I had no tertiary qualifications in the what you call crime busting field. However, I did study the necessary training to become a certified fraud examiner, which
You went to the States also to.
I did some of the training here and some of the training in the States. So there were a few courses that you could do in the States, but then you can do a lot of it online. And to become a certified fraud examiner, the exams and everything are recognized as NQF level 7, which is the equivalent of a bachelor's degree. And the staff that work for me, they've gone through that same process.
And to write that, you either need just a matric or O levels.
Yes, you need to have been able to demonstrate that you've worked in that arena. You can't just go and sit the exams without having worked in that field. And I had been working in the fraud investigation field for a number of years.
Okay. You weren't a witness in the Jackie Celebi trial.
No, I wasn't a witness because I didn't witness any of the corruption that took place. Or I didn't witness the drug trafficking that took place. What I did was I got information about it and I was able to get the witness.
Yeah, you kickstarted the investigation. You took your file or folder to the then NPA and I think to Gerrie Nel, and did they then complete or conclude the investigation?
That's correct. In fact, when I first went to them, they sent me packing. They said, no, you need to come back with some evidence. If you can't give us any evidence, we can't just work on the basis that you suspect this or you suspect that. So you need to go away and get evidence. So I went away and I got that evidence. So when I came back to them, I didn't have just the drug trafficking. I also had a sworn statement from the captain in the police in Sandton, who had interacted with Glenn Agliotti. I also had the details of the counterfeit goods, which I had previously been involved in, but I didn't have the case number or anything, but I knew that he was involved in the counterfeit goods. And then, of course, I'd managed to get the transport company that was moving the goods around. I also managed to get a jeweler, a person that manufactures jewelry. And I managed to get this jeweler who was living in another country. He'd left South Africa. I managed to get this jeweler and I flew to see him. And he gave a sworn statement about a particular person that went into his shop and paid for watches that Jackie Celebi then came and picked up. So I managed to get all that sort of information.
So you gave the leads to the prosecutors, they followed up and then collected other corroborating evidence and witnesses. Yeah. But you yourself, you weren't involved in the in that further investigation or at the trial itself?
No, you see, Chairman, I don't have the ability, for example, like they would have, to pull cellular phone records that shows who was talking to who and when they were talking and where they were and all that sort of stuff. Only the police have that ability. I don't have the ability to pull the bank records of those people. They need Section 205 subpoenas to be able to pull those bank records. So they were able to go and put all the pieces of the jigsaw together based on the evidence that I supplied to them. And obviously there was a lot of work involved in that. I believe they had a team of people working on it for a very long time. And they were able to actually do a raid and seize the 200 million rands worth of drugs.
So clearly on your own, with your own, or on your own devices or with your own team, you would not have been able to secure the conviction of the former National Commissioner.
Not at all. It would have been impossible because I'm not a prosecutor. I don't have access to the state's machinery to go and do those things. Yeah.
So the reason why I asked those questions by way of background or entry into the next section that we're going to look at is on page 14, paragraph 39, your investigative work into the SAPS and the NPA. Because you then say that on or about 2011, 2012, but I'm reading from paragraph 39, in the aftermath of the Celebi trial, and for several years thereafter, you've attempted a mopping up exercise whereby you identified and open cases against senior persons in the criminal justice system that I could see had engaged in criminal activity and would reduce the rule of law. And in the next paragraph, you name certain people that you had identified, and then subsequently also multiple prosecutors and senior corrupt officials. And so you then embark on this so-called mopping up exercise. So you went on a crusade. And did you go do that on your own? Were you assisted by persons both inside the criminal justice system and outside? How did you go about doing that? Can you just summarize for us?
Chairman, opening a docket is just one step. After you open the docket, that's not the end of it. Somebody has to take that forward and then adduce further evidence and make a decision as to whether or not there'll be a prosecution.
Yeah.
And what I noted was that during the Celebi trial, a number of people got hands-on involved to try and prevent the successful trial and conviction of Jackie Celebi. And I won't say it was a crusade, but I realized that after the Jackie Celebi trial, the Scorpions were disbanded, and then those people were still in their jobs. And I thought, wow, nobody seems to be taking any action against them. So I decided to open dockets against them. And I
So just repeat that and clarify. No, you jumped from the Scorpions were disbanded. We know that that was 2008, 2009.
I think 2010.
2020, was it effective 2010?
Yes.
And then those people are still in their jobs. You're not referring to people who were actually the Scorpions.
No.
You're talking to other officials.
Yeah, so I've named them here. So what I saw, Chairman, was that, for example, some of these people gave evidence at the trial of Jackie Celebi, but they didn't give evidence for the state. They gave evidence for the defense. And I was quite shocked to see this. And then we had, while all this is going on, you have these investigative journalists, for example, Sunday Times, Mail and Guardian, News 24, IOL, you know, the Star newspaper and so on and so forth. What had started happening was stuff was coming out of the woodwork, which clearly implicated those people. And the catalyst for that was the so-called spy tapes, which I was shocked when I saw what was being published in the Mail and Guardian. And I reached out to the journalist and I asked him, is it possible for me to get these transcripts, to have a look at them? And in the story they wrote, my name wasn't mentioned at all. But when I got the transcripts, I saw my name was in there. And they were talking about dealing decisively with the O'Sullivan factor. So I thought, wow, somebody has a plan to deal decisively with the O'Sullivan factor.
And who were these persons that you heard on the tapes?
So the persons talking on the tapes, from memory, was a person by the name, well, actually, they never named him in the tapes. They gave him a code word. I can't remember what the code word is now, but if you get the spy tapes, I'll point it out to you. Not the tapes themselves, but the transcript. And the code word, Luciano, I think it was something like that. Luciano or something like that was his code name. And the other person he was speaking to was, what was the name of the head of the Scorpions?
Of the Scorpions.
Leonard McCarthy.
Leonard McCarthy.
That's it, sorry. Just try to remember. So it was Leonard McCarthy and this Luciano, who I later found out was Andre Pina. And I also found out that Andre Pina had previously apparently been a boss agent during the apartheid era. So, and he was living in London. So I reached out to him and I said, hey, what's been going on here? And he denied everything, of course. But the journalists published that it was him. And he was the one that said, don't worry about the O'Sullivan factor. Because what Leonard McCarthy had said was, because what Andre Pina, who's not a state employee at all in any way, shape or form, he was referencing number one. And number one, he gave him a code name. Now, I can't remember which was which, but there were two code names. One was Obut, and the other one was Oyan. And one of them was the president, the then president, Thabo Mbeki, and the other one was Jackie Selebi. And then they had another name for Jacob Zuma. And they talked about how they were going to manipulate things. And their plan was to get Jackie Selebi off the hook and get Jacob Zuma on the hook. And this would never have been found out except for when Vusi Bikoli was suspended. Jackie Selebi, the Minister of Justice then, Minister Bridget Bandler, she gave instructions to a person called Mokoteri Mpshe, who became the acting NDPP. She gave instructions to Mokoteri Mpshe to make sure that the warrants of arrest for Jackie Selebi would be withdrawn. Now, this is before Polokwane. And my understanding is that the magistrate that had signed the warrants refused to unsign them. He said, you can't come to me and ask me to issue a warrant of arrest and then tell me we've changed our mind, we need to cancel it. He said, you need to bring an application to court to cancel it. And then what happened, Jackie Celebi allegedly was worried that the Scorpions might go rogue and execute the warrant of arrest and arrest him anyway. So they started an investigation. When I say they, the police, they started an investigation. This DPCI didn't exist then. This was in 2007, late 2007. They started an investigation, and in order to get wiretaps, they made an application in terms of the legislation to tap the phone of Leonard McCarthy. And while they were tapping the phones, under the auspices that they wanted to arrest and charge the Gauteng head of Scorpions, Nhlanhla, who actually in January 2008 was arrested. And we'll come back to the people that were involved in that later, because that's another very interesting story. But what happened was, those spy tapes were put in place by Richard Nhlanhla, and nobody knew about the spy tapes at all. But after Polokwane, they now they had a problem. And when I say they, I'm talking about civil servants, because they wanted to ingratiate themselves with the new leader of the ANC. And that would mean they would need to, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi had been appointed president after Thabo Mbeki had been recalled by the ANC. And then what they wanted to do was to clear the smoke relating to Jacob Zuma. So Goth, not Goth, I'm trying to remember his name. His surname was Hully, Zuma's lawyer.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Is it Richard Hully? Michael Hully.
Michael
Okay.
Hully.
So Michael Hully called a meeting with Mokoteri Mshay, and he sat there and he played the voice recordings and gave him a copy of the transcripts of the voice recordings. And Mokoteri Mshay took a decision that the conduct in pursuing criminal charges against Jacob Zuma was unlawful, and he withdrew and set aside the criminal charges against Jacob Zuma. Now, that was from those spy tapes. But the spy tapes played another role, because Mkhwanazi had been suspended for giving evidence in favor of the defense in the prosecution of Jackie Celebi. So she managed to persuade Richard Nhlanhla to come and testify at her disciplinary inquiry, and he produced the same transcripts and said that the decision to suspend both her and Lawrence Mwebe were unlawful, and these spy tapes proved it. But then the problem was, Mokoteri Mshay had now withdrawn criminal charges. As a result of the withdrawal of the criminal charges, if history is looked at, a year later, Jacob Zuma became the president, because now there were no longer a cloud hanging over his head. So now you had this situation where, after that happened, I can't remember if it was a DA or somebody else, but somebody then brought an application.
Yeah, there were several applications relating to this party.
Yes.
But can we just fast forward, because you know, I was starting at 2011, 2012 when you
Yes.
sort of
So
embarked
that
on
all
this.
happened then.
Yes,
That
yes.
happened then. And
Yeah.
then I opened dockets. In 2012, I opened a criminal docket against Mkhwanazi Lawrence Mwebi, Prince Mokateri, who was at that stage an employee at the National Prosecuting Authority. And there were one or two others, but they were the principal people that I opened the docket against. And I alleged that they had committed the offense of perjury and that they committed an offense in terms of Section 32 of the National Prosecuting Authority Act, in that they had interfered unlawfully. Another person's name was Manzini. Another person's name was, he was the head of crime intelligence. He was Richard Mkhwanazi's boss. Anyway, I opened docket against all of these people, a single docket, because I felt that it would be appropriate that they would have to explain their conduct during the Celebi trial and the latter end of the investigation, the Celebi investigation. And as a result of opening that docket, I then found out that actually they had opened the docket against me. So now they say, okay, we're now going to open a docket against you. And that's what they did. And for some reason, both dockets were kind of set off. And I thought, wow, I knew that the charges against me were fake, but I knew that the allegations I made against them were not fake. But the prosecution service decided, you know, it's tit for tat. We're going to cancel your docket and we're going to cancel their docket. So now you can carry on. And I wasn't happy with that. And the reason I wasn't happy with it was because I could see that the criminal conduct was still carrying on. So I thought, wow, so they all get off scot-free. And I decided, no, that can't be right. I must carry on pushing. So I opened another docket in either 2013 or 2014 against some of them. By now I had further information and I supplemented the prior docket and I said, no,
And you mentioned persons at paragraph 42.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. So by that stage, I had become aware of the conduct of the late Ms. Dudu Mayeni at South African Airways. I had also become aware of, in 2014, of the conduct, or at that stage it was just alleged conduct, of Lieutenant General Pashlami. And what had happened was, we had a commissioner of police, another civilian, a lady by the name of Ria Pieka. And I sent a number of emails to Ria Pieka setting out what I believe to be serious challenges that the police were facing in terms of corruption within the police. And I named some of the people concerned. And most regrettably, she passed my emails on to them. And that left me in a position now where they opened counter investigations against me. And so I then discovered that there were cops following me. And there were cops going around talking to people and asking questions about me. So I thought, no, I had to take the fight back to them. So I started doing that.
So is that the difficult years that you referred to at paragraph 43 between 2014 and 2018?
That's correct. So lots of things started happening to me at that stage.
Are you able to summarize them with reference to the annexes or one of the annexes that's annexed to your affidavit?
So that would probably be this document that I refer to as joining the dots, which is at page B74.
Yes. Now, that document is from
June 2017. But it deals with the years prior to June 17. It doesn't deal with what happened after June 2017.
Yes.
And what that document does is it names a number of the individuals which I believed at that stage had infiltrated the criminal justice system. And I named them and I explained where I believed they fitted in to this infiltration process.
Just pause there. See the report, joining the dots, confidential report on page 74. It's dated June 2017. It was published in conjunction with AfriForum in
That's-
late 2016.
That's correct. In fact, it had been updated by June 2017. So I had produced, together with AfriForum, another report called Joining the Dots. And that would have been 6 months or 7 months earlier. But by June 2017, we had more information. We had more understanding of what I considered to be, well, I wasn't on my own in considering it. By that stage, the then public protector had issued a report, and the report was called State of Capture. And I looked at the aspects of that report, State of Capture, and how that interleaved, how it fitted in with what I was seeing going on in the criminal justice system.
And is that then results in what you called a special report on state capture?
I did a further report.
That's on page 95.
Yes, but I produced that report in June 2019.
Yes.
So that's like 2 years later. So what had happened was I had set out the persons that I believed were involved in criminal conduct in this report. I then set out what I believed they had done. And by the way, this was published, and not a single one of them ever came and said, we're issuing you with a summons for defamation. And then I named the people that I believed they were protecting, and I'm talking about people in the criminal justice system protecting criminals. And
So in this period, post Jackie Selebe and his conviction and prosecution and conviction, and you now embark on also pursuing the persons that you've mentioned in your affidavit, quite a number of them senior officials in the criminal justice system, prosecutors, officials. Was there any successful prosecution subsequently for the period 2011-2012 through to June 2019?
there were arrests and trials commenced. And by 2020, I think a total of 12 generals had been arrested and or suspended and or dismissed from the police and were facing criminal charges, as well as a number of brigadiers and colonels. And this, you can say, played out in the criminal charges that were brought. against the people I've named. And it appeared to lead to what I would have considered to be a cleanup of the police. And most of these people were in
Was
in the
this
police.
as a direct result of the work you were doing? And the
It was
cases
partially.
that you were opening?
It was partially as a result of that, because after I opened these cases, for example, the cases I opened against the late Duru Maeni, after I opened these cases, I then had interactions with prosecutors and police, and further investigations took place. And then after I opened cases against Pashlani, I opened that case with IPID because he's the acting commissioner of police. So you can't go to the police station and open a case. In the same way, when it came to Jackie Celebi, I opened the case with ICD.
What triggered you opening a case or a complaint, laying a complaint with IPID in respect of General Pashlani?
Chairman, I got a tip-off. And the tip-off came from a person who worked in the police. He was the head of forensics in the Eastern Cape. And he approached me.
Mkhwanazi.
That's it, yes. Colonel Mkhwanazi. He's gone on pension now. He later was promoted to brigadier. But he approached me in, I think, August 2014. No, sorry, August 2015. And he approached me and told me, listen, I'd like to give you some information about corruption with General Pashlani, who at the time wasn't the acting commissioner of police. He was a divisional commissioner of forensic services. So I invited him, next time you're in Johannesburg, come and see me. And then about a month later, I hadn't heard from him, so I sent him an email. I said, are we on? Are you going to do something, or what's the story? He wrote back and he said, no, I've decided I'm going to handle this internally. And because the police are investigating my complaint. And then I thought, okay, well, you know, there's nothing I can do there. And then about 6 or 8 weeks later, Pashlani was no longer the divisional commissioner of forensics. He was appointed as the acting commissioner of police. So after he was appointed the acting commissioner of police, I thought, wow, this is the guy that this fellow Mkhwanazi had reached out to me 6 months earlier and said was corrupt. Now, he was appointed after Ria Piecha was suspended. And she was suspended pending an investigation to determine her fitness to hold office as a result of the tragic events that took place at Marikon, where it was alleged, and I never looked into all that, but it was alleged that it was her leadership in the police that caused that. I didn't look into that. That wasn't something I was looking at. I was more interested not in mismanagement of the police, but more in corruption within the police. That became my focus of attention. I think it's fair to say by then it was in my DNA to not stand idly by and see rampant corruption going on. So I decided that the best thing to do was to focus on all of these individuals. And lo and behold, at the time that I had, or at the time that General Pashlani was appointed Commissioner of Police, I thought to myself, okay, let's try out to see, is he a good cop or a bad cop? So I sent him an email explaining to him that I had previously supplied information to Ria Pierre, which I believe implicated a certain other general in corruption. And this general had appointed, oh, I'd opened dockets against that general as well. This general had appointed a person to lead a mini project in looking into me. It's what happens, unfortunately, when you investigate corrupt cops. They use the resources of the state to investigate you. And trust me, at one stage, there was a team of 30 cops who were doing nothing else all day long for about a year than trying to find something they could take Paul O'Sullivan down on. But be that as it is, my approach to Pashlani, I gradually ramped up.
Chair, it's not a follow-up question. There's a decorum in this house. He has been saying Pahlane, Pahlane. We don't have Pahlane here.
Okay, sorry.
We have Mr. Pahlane.
Sorry, Mr. Pashlani. Sorry.
It's general.
General Pashlani. All right, sorry. You know, I'm just thinking out of my brain. Mr. Pashlani, he's not the general. He was a general. Anyway, Mr. Pashlani, now the problem with that interruption is it's broken my chain of thought. What was I saying? Oh, yes, yes. So what had happened was I had asked Mr. General, he was a general then, I asked General Pashlani to take action to pick up where General Piega had left off and carry on with this investigation into what I consider to be corrupt senior police officials.
Just pause. There's a letter, I think, that your attorneys wrote to then General Piega. And it's that letter you say that was passed on to, is it General or Brigadier Munu? Munu.
Lieutenant General Munu. Can you, Chairman, can you ask, or sorry, can you point me in the direction of that document?
Just help us that Furman letter. Yeah, the letter that from then is wrote 23 years. Okay, you can continue. In the meantime, I'll get some help to find it. It's not in the reference.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I in fact have serialized everything on my computer.
No, the only reason why I asked you for that, because that
Yeah, it's a very good letter.
I recall
It
sort
was
of
in
captured
2015.
captured all
Yes,
the,
it listed
the
every.
complaints that you had, which were then referred to General Piega. No, it's a here's the so perhaps while we also try and find it, Mr. Sullivan, just continue with your evidence.
Okay, so what happened, Chairman, was the letter that was sent to General Piega set out chapter and verse as to what, and it did it in a chronological order. It set out chapter and verse as to what General Munu had been doing. And General Piega gave the letter to General Munu. And that became a bit of a problem because The effect of that was that I think the letter is included in the flock docket. It's an annex to the flock docket.
B143.
Pardon me? B143 is the docket. It was probably about B184 somewhere. Ah, here we go. Like, okay, it's page B184. 184. Yes, 184. Now, Chairman, the whole of this can be read into the record because it sets out chapter and verse of exactly what was going on in a chronological fashion. And this is the letter that was sent to General Piecha by my attorneys. And it starts with events that took place in 2012 and leads right up to the date of the letter. And the letter is dated 26th of May, 2015. And it talks about the dockets that I had opened. It talks about opening a docket in Silverton against Advocate Mwebi, Advocate Jiba, General Mkhwanazi. It talks about a letter I sent to then head of DPCI, which was General Dramat, to notify him that I believed General Munu was engaged in what I could at that time describe as questionable activity. I then talk about a docket I opened in 2014 involving alleged corruption. Then I talk about an email I sent to General Piecha canvassing allegations of misconduct against General Munu in October 2014. I wrote to her again that I became aware of information because, Chairman, if you've got stuff like this going on, it's better to have it on the record before it happens. So I wrote and I informed General Piecha that I believed that General Munu was planning to have me arrested on trumped-up charges. So I wrote and told her that. I then wrote again on the 13th to advise her that I would be increasing my focus on corrupt police officers, and by implication, I meant General Munu. I then received a response on the 25th of October 2014 from General Piecha informing me that she had forwarded my complaint to General Munu. And I considered that to be, shall we say, defeating the ends of justice, because here you are making a complaint against a general that you consider to be possibly corrupt. And the next thing, the person you complained to, which is that general's boss, supplies him with a copy of the complaint. I then wrote to her again, and this time I now started involving IPID, because I thought to myself, well, if I'm just going to complain to the Commissioner of Police, and she's going to share my complaint with the person of interest, I must now involve IPID. So I wrote to her again, and I copied IPID. And that was at the beginning of 2015.
Is that at the time when Robert McBride was the executive director of IPID?
That's correct. So I think he had been just about appointed around about that time, or just before then. I can't remember.
And when you referred the complaints to IPID and McBride was the executive director, did you know him at the time?
No, I didn't know him before I referred these complaints to him. In fact, I only get to know him after he was appointed. I got a phone call from a journalist one day telling me that IPID had issued an apology to me. And then I went on the website and I found that apology. And the apology was from IPID, which had previously been known as ICD, which was the Independent Complaints Directorate. And while it was ICD, I brought a court application against the ICD because they failed and or refused to do any investigation into my allegations against General Celebi, Jackie Celebi, the late Jackie Celebi. So, because I issued a court application against ICD, by the way, we settled on an agreed court order. And the agreed court order was that they agreed to carry out the proper investigation. But by that stage, I'd more or less given up. And that was probably 2006 or 2007 or something like that. By that stage, I'd handed everything I had to the Scorpions. But they issued a report stating that they could find no wrongdoing on the part of Jackie Celebi. And a year later, of course, he was charged criminally. So I felt that I was vindicated because of their failure or refusal to investigate Jackie Celebi. But I was still not happy that they still had on their website a statement from ICD, which had now become IPID. On their website, they had a letter stating that they carried out the investigation and they could find no evidence of wrongdoing on the part of Jackie Celebi. So I wrote to them. I didn't write to Robert McBride. I wrote to IPID and I said, look, this is on your website. He's now been convicted. Don't you think it would be more appropriate if you take that down from your website? And they then took it down. I asked for an apology, but they didn't give me the apology. But after Robert McBride was appointed, without any conversation with me, and by that stage, Jackie Celebi was in prison, or hospital prison, because he didn't actually serve a day in prison. He was in a hospital, but sort of a hospital prison. What happened was, I got this call from a journalist saying that IPID had issued an apology to me for the conduct of ICD in forcing me to go to court, to launch a court application, to make them do an investigation, and then to carry out an investigation and issue a report that they couldn't find any wrongdoing. In fact, the report was a bit more than that. They accused me of sour grapes. They said that actually they believed that I had pursued this matter because Jackie Celebi had been involved in the cancellation of my contract at AXA. And they believed that therefore I had done this as a result of sour grapes. And they apologized for this. So after they apologized for that, I then decided, okay, well, since they're apologizing, there seems to be some goodwill there. So I then dragged them into my email exchanges with General Piega. And lo and behold, she was then suspended. But before she was suspended, I had meetings then with IPID. And I had the meeting at IPID, and that was the first time I met Robert McBride. And when I had the meeting with him, I sat down and explained to him everything that had been going on with these various emails to General Piega and what I believe to be the criminal conduct of all these other interrelated parties. And he then indicated that he would carry out an investigation. But I just left my, I didn't do any further work on it. I left my lever arch files with him. And that would have been late 2014, early 2015. I think probably January 2015, something like that. And then what happened? If I recall correctly, it was either February or March 2015. Oh, I should mention that by this stage, I'd also had meetings with Anwar Dramat, General Dramat, who was the head of DPCI. And I had brought to him documentation that implicated a gentleman by the name of Radovan Krejcir in unlawful conduct.
So, Mr. O'Sullivan, so how do you get these or procure these appointments with high-level officials, either in the police, with the Hawks, with IPID?
I reach out to them and I say, listen, I would like to have a meeting with you. And, you know, obviously they have the right to say, no, we don't want to meet with you. But in this case, they agreed to meet with me. So I didn't say I want a meeting with you. You know, it's nothing cagey about it at all. I just say, listen, there's stuff going on. You're the head of DPCI, and I think you need to know. You need to know the relationship between this fellow Radovan Krejcir and certain generals in crime intelligence. And I met with him and I explained to him what was going on. And then I explained to him where I believed General Muna fitted into the picture. And I need to point out that I had a motive for doing this because Radovan Krejcir had tried to murder me several times, actually. On the 9th of January 2014, Radovan Krejcir was in jail and he was bringing a bail application. And I'd heard that he was bringing a bail application. So I put some evidence together and I went to see the prosecutor. And I said, listen, I think, you know, it's not the job of a citizen to oppose bail, but I think you should know that I believe this man has been involved in quite a lot of murders. And I produced the evidence that I believed was appropriate, which included a statement I had taken from a person living in Prague, in the Czech Republic. I had tracked this person down. He had previously been working for Radovan Krejcir, and he gave me a sworn statement setting out chapter and verse about how Radovan Krejcir killed certain people. And not only that, he explained in detail how Radovan Krejcir had hired him to kill me. And on the 9th of January 2014, there was an attempt on my life. And the people were arrested outside my house, actually at a hotel, the Road Lodge in Sandton, close to my house. But I have video footage of them surveilling my house. And a chap by the name of, I can't remember his first name, but he had a nickname, Killer Kimber. Killer Kimber came to my house and told me, listen, they're going to kill you this morning. I said, yeah, I know about it. I've got a process in place to protect myself from that from happening. So what happened was they ran an operation. I had already a person inside that crime syndicate who didn't want to be involved in what they were doing and had come to me and told me what was going on. And they arrested all of them. And when they arrested all of them, this person later gave me a sworn statement, which that sworn statement was supplied to General Paslani, implicating General Muna, because the individual that had been arrested, who was in fact a 204 witness, had implicated General Muna because one of the co-accused of him with Radovan Krejcir had told to him, because after they'd been arrested, General Muna came on the crime scene and started taking their photographs with his cell phone. And the 204 witness was told by one of the accused, a chap by the name of Mir, listen, keep it to yourself, but that general's going to get us all out of here. If they book you out for investigation, just say nothing. But when they told him that, they didn't realize that he was actually a 204 witness. He was already working with the police. So this guy told them he told the police that this fellow Mia had told him, don't worry, we're all going to be taken care of. Radovan Krejcir has got that guy in his pocket. He's going to look after us. So all of this started going on at the same time. And the end result was the then Deputy National Commissioner of Police was a person by the name of Kekla Sitoli. So I got my lawyer to send a detailed letter to him.
General Sitoli replaced General Paslani.
Yes, but while General Paslani was acting chief of police, General Sitoli was the Deputy National Commissioner for police on the detective side. So he just moved up one level when he became Commissioner of Police. But at the time, and I had no issues with General Sitoli, except that things moved very quickly around that time. And eventually what happened was my investigations into Paslani led to lots of things happening to me. And when I say lots of things happening to me, I'm talking about unlawful arrest, detention, torture, assault, having my offices raided multiple times, having staff kidnapped, lots of things, and it's all documented.
Yeah, but, perhaps can we just go to that that annexure where these events are catalogued, and then we can conclude
So that would be the
on for today.
143.
That's the flock.
Yes, 143. So if we go to 143, Chairman, this sets out chapter and verse in a chronological order as to what all was going on. And obviously it's a lengthy document. So I want to start actually with page 139. So if we start with page 139, page 139 is the charge sheet, because in 2019, Flock was arrested and charged. And the dockets I opened against him. And that was like 7 years ago, and that trial still hasn't started. But he was arrested and charged, and this is the charge sheet that was issued. It was updated slightly. So this is actually, I think, the 24 version or 23 version, but these were essentially the same charges. And count one was attempted extortion. And if you read this attempted extortion, what Flock is alleged to have done is he'd gone to the lawyers of a divorcee, a female divorcee, and he told her that she would be arrested on charges of possession of unlicensed firearms and racketeering, and she would not be granted bail. And did by means of the said threat, attempted to induce or pressure unlawfully and intentionally obtain an advantage not due to him, to wit, to get this lady to allow her husband, access to their minor daughter, who was a subject of a custody battle, and to become a witness against Paul O'Sullivan. Now, we had taken on, in respect of that matter, I had taken on, well, Forensics for Justice had taken on a pro bono case. So we would act for some people that needed help. We've acted, for example, for some community property associations where corruption has taken place and they've lost their land and stuff like that. We tried to help these people. And in this case, we tried to help her because she considered herself to be an abused wife or ex-wife.
That's Ms. Plush.
Yes.
So the charges count 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, if you look at charge 3, Chairman.
They relate to her.
Yes, if all these charges relate to her, but if you look at charge 3, that the accused of crime of defeating or obstructing the course of justice, and there at that place on that date and what, the accused had wrongfully and intentionally performed the following act: threatened to arrest Len Fleece on charges of possession of unlicensed firearm and racketeering, and keep her in custody unless she assisted with an investigation against Paul O'Sullivan. Now, charge 4 is even worse, because charge 4, the same warrant officer Flock was charged with, in that on or about the 29th of November 2017, and at or near Brooklyn, in the regional division of Gauteng, the accused had wrongfully and intentionally performed the following acts: deposed to an affidavit that the docket under Alberton Cass 799/11/2012 was stolen, and that he had to open a duplicate docket for purposes of investigation. And whereas the accused, when he acted aforesaid, well knew that he signed for the original docket, and that by opening a duplicate docket, he intended that his actions would have the following results or consequence: that a different decision be made than what was initially decided by the prosecution, and thus so doing the accused defeated or obstructed the administration of justice. In fact, that docket was a case that was opened against myself and one of my staff. We carried out the investigation in 2012. And that investigation was for a deceased estate. And the allegation was that the person of interest had stolen 6.5 million rand from the deceased estate. And during the course of our investigation, we had cause to go and visit the person of interest to say that, look, we have these allegations, we'd like to get your version of events. And, you know, if you didn't steal the money, it's fine, but if you did steal the money, maybe you should put it back, because you would face criminal charges. So, as I mentioned to you earlier, if you're investigating criminals, quite a lot of them like to think, oh, I can get this guy off my back, I'll open a counter investigation. So he opened a docket in Alberton in November under that number 799/11/2012. And that accused person alleged that I had said to him, if you pay me 3 million, we'll let the case go away. But he was a bit silly, because I had one of my staff with me, a forensic specialist was with me, a lady by the name of Melissa Naidu. And as a standard procedure, we tape recorded the discussion. So nothing of the kind was said. So I did a warning statement because I did a statement because the investigating officer of the case from Alberton Police Station phoned me and said, listen, this guy's opened a case against you, we need to get your statement. So I said, no problem. And I went and I gave him a copy of the docket we'd opened against that person of interest, alleging theft of 6.5 million rand. And the prosecutor took a decision not to prosecute on the docket the counter investigation that had been opened against us. But Flock wasn't happy with that. And he worked with another prosecutor, and they took a decision based on a new docket that had been created on the basis that the old docket had gone missing. Meanwhile, it hadn't gone missing. They were able to get evidence that he'd gone and taken that docket and made a sworn statement saying that the docket had been stolen. In fact, in his sworn statement, he alleged that I'd stolen the docket, but he'd forgotten that when he went to the police station, he refused to sign for it. And they said, no, you must sign. He said, then you must phone the commissioner, which at the time was General Pashwani. They said, no, if you want me to sign for it, you must phone the commissioner. And the guy, instead of phoning the commissioner, he just entered on the system that this fellow had come along and taken the docket and refused to sign for it, but it was on the system. So now they knew he had taken that docket.
Yes, then in the annexure that
That follows.
that follows at 143.
Yep.
Your sworn statement, you then also catalogue.
I catalog everything in detail. So we
Yeah.
talk about this, this fellow Flock.
Yeah.
And then if I go to page 146, because obviously anybody can read the whole thing, but I just want to
Yeah, no, I just want us to
highlight
that
the
we can
important
conclude on
areas. If I
this,
go
yeah.
to page 146, paragraph
46 or 156.
146. Page 146, paragraph 9. I've said Cretchit shot Jackson dead on 2010-05-03 at Smith's house rented in Kempton Park, and together with the corrupt general in crime intelligence. And the importance of this is very important because I found out who that corrupt general was and I opened the docket against him. And his name is not mentioned in here. I think he's deceased now. His name was Joey Mabasa. So then what happened was this fellow Cyril Beaker was murdered. Then we go to page 148, paragraph 14. I explain in detail here where General Muna fits in the relationship with Radovan Krejcir. And we talk about the undercover agent who was arrested with the people that were trying to kill me on the 9th of January, 2014. So they walked into a trap. They were all caught. Now, after that, I explain the link between Flock and Munu, because at the time, Flock was working in Munu's offices. And if you go to paragraph 18, which is on page 149,
Yeah.
I subsequently got a statement in 2016 from who was then a policeman, a warrant officer or captain, I can't remember, at Hartbeespoort Dam. His name was Gijsbert Coetzee. And he gave me a statement in October 2016. And the statement is available if anybody wants to see it, but it says, in or during late 2014, I was working what was then known as the National Intervention Unit. This is a group of detectives that operated under direct control and management of then Divisional Commissioner for Detectives, Lieutenant General Munu. It was whilst working under Munu that I first came across Warrant Officer Flock. I could see that his conduct in late 2014 appeared to be directed towards finding any information he could find that would incriminate Paul O'Sullivan in any crimes at all. It was not as if there was a specific complaint. It was more like he was on a fishing expedition. I say this because he asked me several times if I could help him find any dirt on Paul O'Sullivan. I made it clear that I'd previously worked with Paul O'Sullivan's office and he was professional at all time. Now, we had done an investigation in 2011 or 2012 involving an attempted murder or shootings. And that took place in the policing area near Hartbeespoort Dam. And that was my first dealings with him, this fellow called Coetzee. He was the investigating officer of that case. And the person that had not been murdered, but believed he was going to be murdered, had come to us and asked us to help. So this then led to me meeting Coetzee, and Coetzee then gave me the statement.
So, Mr. O'Sullivan, these are all catalogued.
Yes, it's very
And,
well catalogued. And if I go now to page 155.
So you then at one stage, and we started the interaction, cataloging the difficulties, problems that you were experiencing in the period after 2011 into 2014, 2015, and these are all contained in these documents. And they are dated and signed almost contemporaneously during that period. So it's not documents that you have now
No.
constructed after the event.
No, in fact, Chairman,
And then you were also then forced, as you described, you were forced into exile because of threats on your life and so on.
no, I wasn't forced into exile, Chairman, no. What happened was
But you went back to the UK.
no, I go up and down all the time. I didn't
Okay.
go back to the UK. That was in 2006.
Oh, it's earlier.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm mistaken. Sorry.
In 2006, I got intelligence that I was going to be murdered. And then after a while, nothing happened. And then I got further intelligence that they were planning to kill my family.
Yeah.
So I moved the family out. Now, what took place round about this time was I had opened a docket in 2015, in March 2015, against Duduma Eni, the then chairman of South African Airways. And the docket I opened against her resulted in a raid being carried out on my offices at the instructions of Muno by this fellow warrant officer Flock. They had a search warrant and they seized my computer, and that took place on the 15th of April 2015. So I launched an urgent application and I had the warrant set aside, and the court issued an order that my computer had to be handed back to me, and that if they had any copy of any information that they downloaded from my computer, that it must be destroyed. But unfortunately, they didn't comply with that order. So in fact, what they did was they copied my computer, handed me back my computer, and then kept the copy and started going through it to look to see if they could find something that they could use. It's what we would call the fruit of a poison tree. And in this process of going through my computer, they then came up with a whole lot of dockets against me. But the witnesses, or the complainants, whatever you want to call it, in the cases against me, were criminals that we had investigated and we'd opened dockets against in the forensic practice. And now suddenly, all the people, and I said, well, this is very strange. The first incident that took place.
So none of these cases went to court to be prosecuted,
Oh, yes.
and there were no successful prosecutions against you.
Well, they went-
doing with
They went to court. So what happened was, the first case was on the 1st of April, 2016. And I was on the way to fly to London. And I had two of my children with me. And their ages at that stage were 8 years old and 9 years old. And just after boarding the plane, as the doors were closing, there was a bang, bang, bang on the door. And the door was opened. And I know because I was sitting very close to the door. And they opened the door. And it was the police. And they said, no, we have a warrant of arrest for Paul O'Sullivan. He needs to get off the plane. Now, I've got an 8-year-old and a 9-year-old daughter with me. So I said, no, let them fly. I'll get their mother to meet them at the other end. And they said, no, the airline said, no, they can't fly without the adult. They'll have to come off the plane with you.
And the warrant is in relation to which matter?
They didn't have a warrant. They lied.
Yeah.
There was no warrant. And then after
You asked for them to show you the
I
warrant,
asked them to show
and
me,
you're sitting on the plane.
Yes. And they couldn't shut
And
me at the
and
door.
the doors have closed already?
They've opened the doors again. So the doors were closing. There was a knock on the door and they opened the door.
And this is an international flight?
This is the South African Airways flight to London.
Yeah.
So by this stage, my 8 and 9-year-old daughter was sitting comfortably in their seat across the aisle from me. And they've got their little coloring in books and they're busy coloring in as children do. And now suddenly I'm dragged off the plane with my 2 children. And after we get dragged off the plane, and remember, we've gone through passport control. So we've gone out of the country already, but they insist on taking us back through passport control to stamp us back into the country. And then in front of my children, they put handcuffs on me. 8-year-old and a 9-year-old daughter. And then they assault me in front of my children. Then I call my wife to come and collect the children. After I call my wife to come and collect the children, my wife came there. Then they took my phone off me. And then they took the children away. My wife took the children away. Then they took me at 230 kilometers an hour to Pretoria Central Police Station. And they kept me in a rat-infested cell with excrement and sewage running across the floor. I couldn't sit down because there was no chair in the cell. There was nowhere to sit. And there's all this raw sewage on the floor. And I was kept there until the following afternoon. So it's now the 2nd of April. This is all very well documented, by the way. Extremely well documented in court papers. Because then what happened was I was moved from Pretoria
These
Central.
court papers you're referring to are the court papers in the application brought
Yes.
for your release?
Not at that time. So what happened was, Chairman, after this, I was moved to another police station. And then I was moved to another police station. So they kept moving me. And the last police station I was at was Kempton Park. Now, the 1st of April in 2016 was a Friday. So I ended up at Kempton Park Police Station on the Monday. And my lawyers have now come there to bring an application for bail. And I'm told that I'm being charged with a breach of Section 26B of the Citizenship Act. In that, I used my Irish passport.
Honorable
Section-
James.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, please help me understand. We brought this witness before us here today to respond to allegations that has been made by all the previous witnesses, like we have seen with all our other witnesses. They came here to respond to that. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has come here today and basically pushing his agenda of all his success stories that we have to listen to here in the entire day. Not responding to anything that was leveled against him by any of the other witnesses. We are sitting here today listening to his success stories and dancing according to his music. Until what time do we intend sitting here when he has back issues and he has to leave at 7 o'clock? Tomorrow we're never ever going to get through the statement. This is a book that he has given to us based on what he thinks we should hear. And we're not here to be sitting and listening to him all day and night for 2 days. We're here to probe the allegations that's been leveled against him. For how much longer are we going to allow this? We can't have this. I'm looking at this long index that he has given us, miscellaneous matter, taxpayers fund for Japan, all this stuff. He's sitting here, most of the stuff isn't relevant. We don't want to know about his journey in life. Gods, thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, at last, Chair. I just want to anchor Honorable James as well. When I raised my hand, Chair, because I remembered the 7 o'clock. So I didn't want you to close before I say this to Mr. Also Sullivan, that all what we have, this bundle which we are having here, please, tomorrow, Chair, we need to have evidence. Because there's a lot of, I don't want to put it there, let me put it nicely. There's a lot of nonsensical papers on this thing. We need evidence tomorrow, Chair, not what we were traumatized last week. We can't be traumatized going forward from now, Chair. We need evidence, not gossiping, evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Nhlanhla.
Chair, I think that we might want to blame the witness, but the evidence leader is responsible for all of this. Because the evidence leader must be able to refer the witness to a relevant paragraph. And if the witness takes forever, the evidence leader who knows that I'm working within a limited time must be able to remind the witness. And she was doing that earlier on. And then now we're back to the same problem we're having here in this committee. So please, the evidence leader must lead. I mean, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, everybody, if you are given a platform to speak no bolela o inter ona motho wa tsena o ka ba rudu ba ti o tla do bolela. So if the evidence leader is not going to interrupt him and say no, come back here, we're here, let's proceed this way, he's just going to speak. It's like we're in a podcast now.
Advocate Arensa.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, the terms of reference of this honorable committee relates to police misconduct, political interference. The evidence thus far, and it is evidence, it's not a story made up by the witness, that resulted in the successful prosecution and conviction of a former National Police Commissioner. In the last while, and yes, it has also quite frankly annoyed me a bit because it's taken too long. Because I've tried to push Mr. O'Sullivan to summarize or just refer us to a document where his own experiences are summarized, and it is on the record, and the honorable members may not be interested in it, but they can read it for themselves. This is as a result of him lodging several cases, opening several dockets against senior police. What we have just heard is one wouldn't wish it on anybody. It's the most egregious, or one of the most egregious acts imaginable. Is sitting on an airplane with your children, police officers coming on board without a warrant and hauling you off an aircraft and putting you into a cell. Now, there is nothing that indicates that this is not what has happened. But we will tomorrow attempt to curtail what is left of Mr. O'Sullivan's affidavit so that we can conform to the time restrictions that we do have. Thank you.
How much time do you want tomorrow?
Are we going to start slightly earlier, Honorable Chair? Or we're starting at 11?
We can make that determination if we know how much time do you need to conclude the presentation.
We would need at least 3 hours.
It's not going to be possible. Let me tell you why I say it's not going to be possible. If we are going to finish at 19 hours tomorrow, it means we are going to start allowing members to ask questions at 2 o'clock. And that is 5 hours. It means only 10 members of this committee are going to speak, unless if the members agree that the alternates will not have anything to say tomorrow. Because if you divide 5 hours by 10, it means you allocate each member 30 minutes from 2 o'clock until 19 hours. Those will only be the 10 members of the committee which will speak. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, Chair, I'm very worried after listening to the reaction of the evidence leader. I think he's being defensive because, yeah, we're trying to help the situation. And if he responds like this, it means tomorrow we're going to face the same situation. Chair, we've been saying this on numerous occasions, and it's on our terms of reference, that this session, this committee belongs to members, not to the evidence leader. The evidence leader has taken more than a day from 11 o'clock. We're complaining about his pace because his role here is to lead evidence. And he can apply many mechanisms to ensure that he moves at a very fast pace. Now he allows the witness to speak and to dwell on peripheral issues which are not even related to questions that have been asked by him. That is what we are reprimanding, Chair, to say he is not giving proper guidance to a witness. And that is why we're chowing a lot of time. So he must not do that. At least, Chair, he must be given an hour tomorrow, not 3 hours. Because there are members here, we don't want to be told that we have limited time tomorrow. We also want to make a submission, Chair, that let's go back to a proposition that was made by Honorable Mateus and Honorable Sols, that our time must not include questions by a witness. Because we've got a lot of interest on the witness before us, and we think that we require more time for our questions. So our 30 minutes must not include his responses, because you can see how he responds. So if our 30 minutes includes his responses, it means we might spend 5 minutes and he spends 25 minutes because he gives long answers to a greater extent which are peripheral and out of context. So it must not be defensive, Advocate Arenze. We are not doing justice to us as members of this committee, and we are encouraging you to improve. This is not an attack. You must view it as a constructive criticism. Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Thanks, Chair. We support 1 hour tomorrow for the advocate, because you can't have a day and a half, and then we have a half, and then still go around and say, this is our committee. It can't happen like that. That is lack of consideration. He must do his work in such a way that he also allows us to do our work. We allow Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to answer the way he's done. If he takes his time and allow him to do what he's doing, it can be on us. His time is exhausted today. Tomorrow is our day. We're giving him an hour, then from there we're coming in. The story that Mr. O'Sullivan is telling us about his achievement is for today because he's speaking alone. We're coming tomorrow. This thing of telling us achievement ends today. Tomorrow we're going to have to answer the allegations that were made against him. So we will make sure he's going to answer those allegations that were made against him. Tomorrow is our day, please. 1 hour is enough. to summarize leading evidence, and then we must also have an opportunity. We can't look for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. When he arrives here, we are being denied an opportunity to question him because a process being deliberately prolonged to an extent that when our time comes, we don't have an opportunity to ask proper questions because we are being rushed. Thanks.
We still have members who want to speak before I close the meeting. Okay. We are going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The presentation of evidence will be concluded by 11 o'clock tomorrow. 1 hour will be allocated. And then we are going to allocate full members. Each of the full members will have 40 minutes. And the alternates will have 15 minutes. That will be the order of proceedings tomorrow. And each of the members will be responsible for keeping their own time. Once we allocate, we start the clock. At the end of 40 minutes, the next speaker takes the microphone. There is nobody who will be blaming the chair to say, it's like you are sleeping on that chair. Once you see that it is your time to speak, you just say, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, look at me, it's me now. Then you ask questions. I want to thank you so much, honorable members, for your patience. It has been a very long day. Thank our evidence leaders. Thank you once again, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, and the staff of Parliament and the staff coming from political caucuses and members of the media. We have come to the end of today's proceedings. We want to thank those members of Parliament who have come to join us here and supported us all the way for the better part of the day. We also invite you to come back tomorrow if you are available. Members.
I'm very sorry to do this. Can we, I don't know how fast can we get that? Can we get AXA to give us the advert of that position? Because it's a public document. Surely it must be somewhere. Our secretariat or the legal team must go and ask in between now and 10, where is the advert of the position Mr. Paul O'Sullivan occupied? Because it's very important. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Chairman, am I to understand that instead of coming here to give evidence, I've come here to be interrogated on allegations made against me by criminals? Is that why I'm here? Because if that's why I'm here, I'm going to withdraw my cooperation. I'm not going to assist in a kangaroo court. I came here to give evidence about the corruption in the criminal justice system, which has resulted in the mess that we have in the criminal justice system today. And the false allegations that have been made against me will take, I don't know, a lot more than an hour to go through. And if it's going to be curtailed because people don't want to hear the truth, it means what we're actually doing is we're not allowing a witness to explain why this happened and why that happened. What I cannot contemplate is that everyone should think, oh, I woke up one day and decided to infiltrate IPID and infiltrate the police and infiltrate the National Prosecuting Authority, because that pack of lies has been peddled in this house by multiple witnesses who belong in prison. And because I've taken steps, as I'm entitled to do according to the law, to ensure that they face up to the criminal charges that have been opened against them, not just by me, but by others as well. it's imperative, in my opinion, Chairman, that the full story be given, not half the story, or I didn't come here just to defend myself against the allegations of these criminals. And if that's the only thing that this committee wants to hear, it's a problem, because the reality is that those allegations were only made against me because I took steps to hold them accountable for their criminal conduct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's do like this. Our Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, our dearest witness, we have invited you here to come and have a conversation with you. And this committee is made up of members of parliament, and they have given you an opportunity to make a presentation. But you also have more opportunities tomorrow when individual members will be asking you questions for you to clarify whatever you may want to clarify, or to give more information that you may want to share with them. The proceedings in this committee take that form. First, you deposit a statement, and then second, the evidence leaders will come and lead you here in the presentation of the statement. And thirdly, the members are going to pose questions to you. And when you respond to those questions, it's part of presenting evidence before this committee. The presentation of evidence is not one-legged, where the evidence leader just leads you and you present. And when the next thing, when we wake up tomorrow, you have taken 2 days presenting evidence. So you must not be worried. You are going to be afforded enough time tomorrow to respond to the questions that the honorable members are raising. If there is anything that you want to clarify, you will clarify during that time when you have that opportunity. So don't be worried that you will come here and leave. If there are allegations made about your involvement in IPID, whoever asks you about those allegations, you say, let me tell you what happened at IPID. This is what happened, then you explain. If somebody says there were the following allegations, like Honorable Malema requests that the advert must be brought here. In case there is something found in the advert which you will not have shared with us today, they are going to ask you those questions to say, but this advert required the following as minimum qualifications. And you have said to us that what you have is a higher certificate in electronics. How were you a suitable candidate? And then you explain the way you know it, or how the decisions were arrived at. And look, I still believe in your courage. You know, when you say to us that I will withdraw my cooperation, I'm looking at you, and when I look at you, you are old enough to be my father. Yes. I'm 51 years old. I will be 52 in April, and you are 70.
I would have been a naughty teenager.
So listen to me, my elder. As the chairperson of this committee, I want to learn best practices from you. We must learn the best values from you. There is no pulling out here. We walk this together, and because we have very much faith in your abilities, in your skills, in your experience, we will expect you to lead us tomorrow until we reach the finishing line. So let's cooperate. We are young. We want to learn from those who have experience. We want to learn from the best like you. So help us to walk this path as a belief.
Chairman, if it was a simple matter of my involvement in one or two little things that happened over 2 months or 3 months or 4 months, we are talking about 36 years that I've spent fighting crime in this country for the benefit of all the people in South Africa. 36 years of my life must be now condensed into 1 hour. Or the things I only want to focus so that this committee may understand how so many people involved in corruption within the police targeted me to stop me from exposing their corruption, right down to the people that came and sat there and lied through their teeth about my involvement in capturing IPED or
On a
capturing
point
the
of order, Chair.
prostitution service.
On a point of order.
Yes, point of order taken.
You know, Mr. Paul, when we started here, you tried those things with us of wanting to tell us how we must conduct our business. You're not the first witness here. We've been running this process and running it smoothly and in a respectful way. So you're not going to come here and disrespect us and say we want to give you 1 hour to tell us your side of story of fighting crime for 36 years when we've given you the whole day and we're adding another hour the following day. The same way the chairperson is pleading with you, we're pleading with you to respect us. Treat us with respect. We're honorable members here. We're running these proceedings. You are not running these proceedings. And we are governing how these proceedings are going to be run. Today, it was you and evidence leaders. Tomorrow, the chairperson says you'll have an hour. And when members ask you questions and you think there is an issue that you have not sufficiently canvassed, you still have a right to speak to that issue in responding to a member's question. It's as simple as that. So these threats of withdrawing cooperation and also saying to us, no, I can't be made to tell a story of 36 years in 1 hour. How many days do we have? We have a limitation. We need to finish this work. Please respect us and respect the chairperson. Yes, made a ruling. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., we're all here. Your hour starts at 10 a.m. And 11 o'clock, you finish, and then members take over. We proceed until 7. I think that is the understanding, Chair.
With all due respect, Chairman.
Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, before you speak, the Chair must give you a chance.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Chair, we've been listening, we've been reading. We can read all these stories for the last 86 years. We have stories to talk about here. He's saying other people came here and lie. Others are saying he's lying here. Now, tomorrow is our time, Chair. He'll have an able time to respond to our question. Hence, I said earlier, with evidence, gossiping, we listen to a lot of gossips in our lifetime. Tomorrow, as we want evidence because this document, look at this document, it's thick. We need evidence, Chair. We don't want to go out tomorrow here without getting evidence.
That is the most voluminous statement ever.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Chairman, what I've done today is I've started the process to explain how the criminal justice system was captured, not just by criminals, but also by politicians and people who should in fact be held accountable for the capture of the criminal justice system. Now, I've remained calm. I'm not shouting. I'm not being belligerent. And I expect, if my cooperation is going to continue, I don't expect people to start shouting at me. I expect to be shown courtesy and respect. Don't ask for respect if you're going to shout at me. If you're going to do that, I'm not going to respect you. I want to make it clear that Parliament and I'm not talking about this committee, I'm talking about the whole of Parliament. Parliament has a duty, and the duty of Parliament not only is to run the country and make laws and legislation. Parliament has the power and authority to hold the
Chair, on a point of order.
executive authority.
Can I rise?
No, you are making him to undermine us. He's abusing us now.
Can I rise on a point?
Lecturing us now.
Uh,
No, man. This is white supremacy at play, man.
no,
Plain.
no, we must not do this, honorable members. We must not do this. Let's allow the witness to conclude. May you conclude your statement, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Chairman, before I complete my statement, I need to point out that I will not accept my words being described as a display of white supremacy. I will not accept that. The honorable members may have privileges to say these things, but that doesn't mean I must accept those insults, and I will not. The reality is, as I was trying to say, is that Parliament has the power and authority to hold the executive, including cabinet ministers and organs of a state, accountable to it in terms of section 55(2) of the Constitution.
Okay, I know it's fine. I heard you. This is how we are going to conclude the meeting.
No, he's trying to do that training he did without qualifications.
No, let's not go there, honorable members. Mr. O'Sullivan has done a consultation with our evidence leaders. And one of the aspects that we are investigating as this committee is public interference in the work of the SAPS or the criminal justice system. And your name has been mentioned or has been alleged to have been involved in one or two of the aspects that we are investigating. And I very much agree with you that Parliament has a right to play its oversight, bring the executive here. We practice what you call a parliamentary executive system in this country. We can call any member of the executive, but we can also call any member of the public to appear before us if there is any conversation we want to have with him or her, or if we want them to present any evidence before a committee of Parliament. So this is what we're exactly doing with you. It's not a war talk. We had very good, very smooth proceedings today. We allowed you to present whatever evidence you wanted to present with us. We are going to conclude the presentation of evidence tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And then from 12 o'clock, we are going to take questions from members. We break at 1, we come back, we continue with the questions until we conclude the proceedings. I don't foresee any difficulty. We are here, all of us, you are also here. We give you an opportunity to present the issues that you think we must know them, which can help us to reform or to improve the justice system in the country. For instance, what you say that there has been political involvement or any other allegation that you want to bring here. I still say to you that there is no need for any one of us to be agitated. But where I'm standing personally, I'm looking at you as the eldest in this room to help us to walk this road and come to the end of the proceedings tomorrow. And you can do it. You have those abilities. When you were presenting here, you were telling us you have been almost everywhere. So I strongly believe that you can help us Share with us your experiences, but very importantly, give us the evidence and the recommendations that can help this country to move forward. The same way you have declared here that the first time you came to South Africa, you so much fell in love with this country and wanted to be its citizen. Now we are joining hands as the citizens of this country to build it and make it a better place for its citizens. All the best. Let's meet here again tomorrow and have a very good conversation that we had in today's proceedings. Honorable members, Honorable Sangoni.
Sorry, Chair, you just confused me. You said we're going to give them an hour. We start asking questions at 12. So are we starting at 11 and then
We're starting at 10 tomorrow.
at 10?
1 hour will end at 11. So we have 2 hours before lunch.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.